I'm happy to see flow state right now, but that could change. Let's give him a shot.
What up? Hopefully it is interesting. I'm going to go through something first, and then I'll open it to a panel if people want to join. I've already given out one link. So this is about, obviously, mental health. There's a lot of people the last few years talking about mental health care in lieu of jail, right? We don't need cops. We need mental health professionals. And oops. And I've said it before a lot of different places, but I figured it's worth devoting maybe a stream to the extent that it can be kept on track. Mental health in law enforcement, or in lieu of law enforcement, is a slippery slope that I'm massively opposed to even beginning on. It's a bypass for due process, and it's a way to completely dismiss the person who's on the receiving end of it. It's not a new thing. There's a long history of mental health being weaponized against, say, dissidents in communist Russia. For instance, they were particularly bad about it. There was all sorts of mental disorders. Being gay was a mental disorder until recently. There used to be a mental disorder for slaves who wanted to run away. I should have pulled that up first, but that was considered a mental disease when slaves wanted to leave slavery. There was, let's see, one for I think there was one for women that couldn't come. I don't know, I'm rolling off memory, but you get the point. The point is that psychiatry has been weaponized in the past, and there's absolutely no reason at all to think that it would not be weaponized again in the future, or at the present. I can say that anecdotally, for those who don't know, I am a felon. I've got a drug felony, and at sentencing, I was sentenced to, the normal things per the sentencing grid. In all states, when you're convicted or plea to something like this, you're sentenced according to a sentencing grid, and it shows, your offense type with your prior record, and then it'll give you a sentencing range. And the judge, I think that they are allowed to sentence outside of the sentencing grid, but they don't ever do it because it would be too hard to justify if it got challenged. So there's a format to sentencing. But when I was I took a plea deal. When I took my plea deal, I was sentenced according to the sentencing grid. Actually, I was sentenced a little bit longer. He went out above it a little bit. But I was also sentenced. I also had to complete rehab, which was pretty standard. And I was ordered to get a complete psych evaluation and follow the instructions of the health provider, the mental health provider. Now, I passed that, no problem. But that was the most concerning part of my sentence, because that is open-ended. His order, his sentence, it was an open-ended statement. Just do as they say. There was no sort of recourse or whatever, no end, no expiration to it. So I can say anecdotally, even though it worked out fine for me, it's already being used in a way that bypasses due process. And that's been 6 years ago now. So what I want to do is just sort of scroll through. I'll share screen here. The hell's going on? Can you guys see that? That's so weird. I can, if I'm on screen, I cannot see the window. If I remove myself, I can see the window. Is it the same way for you all? Well, that's kind of annoying. I wonder if it's my end or. Well, here's what I'm going to do then. I just want to. I'm just going to scroll through some of these, and I just want people to look at the names of the videos because this is the American Psychiatric Association. And so just look at the titles of the videos as I remove myself and scroll through them. Okay, so as you can see, half of them are diversity shit. It's woke as fuck. All right, Zero, come on up. Zero. Yeah, no, they don't. They don't have any answers. The more I kind of look into this, the more I'm convinced it's just it's not about helping the individual, it's about manipulating, sort of sedating almost people. I don't know. I haven't spent much time in it. I've mostly studied it from the outside. I'm not a psychiatrist. I've never been to therapy unless you count rehab. I've never yeah. But it doesn't look like it's effective, I suppose. High in that stuff. Yeah, so psychiatry used to include spirituality. It wasn't just, it was more, there's more depth there. But they removed that and now we have what we have today. Pharmaceutical based treatments for chemical imbalances that they don't do chemical tests for. There's one mental health's impact on democracy. That one jumped out to me. The pro LGBTQ stuff. So how long until that becomes a mental disorder? To have a differing opinion on that. Less than a decade ago, being trans was a mental disorder. I think it was less than a decade ago. And I don't know what. Within my lifetime, being gay was a mental disorder. And now in some states, you can get your kids taken away if you refuse them trans. I don't know what you'd call it. Treatment sounds wrong to me, but the effects of heat and air pollution on the brain and behavior. That's a little bit of a concerning video topic as well. That's some interrogation shit. Celebrating Disability Pride Month. I'm sorry, but that's just stupid as shit. Not that anybody with a disability needs to be like treated worse, but a disability isn't something to take pride in. It's what the fuck is it? There's no logic behind that. Why would anybody be proud of their disability? You could be proud of overcoming it. Oh yeah, lobotomies and shock treatment. Fucking nuts. The trans thing might wither. I don't think they're doing well. I don't know. But there's just something illogical about having, and also, another thing about the mental health shit is, like, once you've been diagnosed with something, you now have that label, right? And it can affect your right to get a gun, your probation or parole conditions, your custody shit, divorce. There's all sorts of areas where this could come into play and be weaponized against you. Yeah. ADHD. So when I got the complete psych evaluation, ADHD is what I got diagnosed with there. I had already been diagnosed with it. He just sort of confirmed that and then didn't give me anything new. ADHD is one that I think is not a thing. I think it's made up entirely. I think what they're really doing is they're giving speed to kids so that they can sit in a school environment that's psychologically abusive. Honestly, they're abusing kids out of being creative and independent. They're boring them into, it's like a boredom lobotomy. A boredom lobotomy. I like that. That makes sense. I mean, the Special Olympics are sort of, I could see that. I had never thought of it that way. I thought it was just, exactly what it is at face value, but I never really watched it, so I don't know. Well, at some point at some point it snowballs, and you can only keep people, the growing number of people who regret their sex change decisions, you can only keep that hidden for so long. And you could, if you look for it, you could already tell that they were lying and hiding shit because you never ever saw anybody talking about regretting it. But you know that there are people who did, like, just sort of you just intuitively knew it. There has to be. There's always regrets when you make decisions that are permanent. I mean, I've got a shitty tattoo. Is it a big issue? No. Would I get it again? No. If I didn't have it, I wouldn't go get it now. That's why you have to be 18 to get tattoos. So to think that anybody could start fucking with their hormones, and by the way, the gender or the puberty blockers, some of those are what they use to chemically castrate sex offenders in some states. They are frequently not reversible. I know that they say they are. They lie. They lie. They lie. When I was a kid, if I could have been trans in any way, conceivable, I probably would be sitting here with short arms, thinking I was a T-Rex still. Dr. Taylor helped Henry Ford design the assembly line model that our education system embodies. It's the Prussian education system, and it's garbage. And I'll tell the story again, even though some of you may have already heard it, is that our current education model where students sit in a classroom for 8 hours a day while they listen to some underpaid, bitter teacher drone on about something that's boring and arbitrary as fuck. It was developed because the Prussian army ran away from Napoleon. I believe it was Napoleon. Even though against the orders of their superiors. So they were ordered into battle and they ran away anyways. And the Prussians decided this was an issue. We need to figure out how to make these people more obedient, and less individualistic or less independent thinking. And so they came up with this education model that has been now adopted across the world. So it's sort of ironic when I hear somebody who, I'm debating on whatever topic, when I hear them say that somebody that I need or anybody else needs more education. It's like you're so fucking overeducated into stupidity. You don't even realize what you're saying is kind of confirmation of what I'm thinking. But of course, they won't understand it either, which is sort of the point. And I've got a college degree. I've got a 4-year degree. And as somebody who has one, I can say that to an extent, it almost seems like the less educated people are more capable of thinking when I talk to them. They're less rigid in their thinking. And that's really the enemy of the pinnacle of stupidity is certainty, really. Maybe not the pinnacle of stupidity, but at that point you've stopped taking in new information because you've decided you know it all. That's part of my issue with, say, well, not to throw a hot button topic out there, but that's part of my issue with religion, is it totally lops off people's interest, curiosity, or even capacity to engage in any sort of new spiritual or esoteric experience. Which, of course, I would say is the point. And right as I say that about religion, I see Mr. EBT. What up? And I have Prussian ancestry to a large degree. Which boat? The education boat, or the? I would assume. I mean, yeah, probably the capitalists behind the politicians. The your Fords, your goddamn, was it Carnegie's, things like that. But now we're so sort of into it that it's just assumed this is the way. People learn better by playing. And actually I saw this on one of the APA videos I was watching earlier. They said there's two types of learning, conceptual, basically, yeah, conceptual and practice. Essentially, you can learn about the history of music, but it won't be able to. You can't sit and listen to somebody talk about music and then know how to play an instrument. You have to practice an instrument through repetition, but then you won't be able to explain like the history of music or the theory behind it or anything. Schools give students, in the conceptual model, they have them learning basically just bullshit filler. My daughter's in 8th grade, and some of the stuff that she learns in school is stunningly fucking juvenile. Just insane how dumbed down kids are. But the practice that they're being trained to do is obedience. It's doing what you're told, whether or not it makes sense. They have 3 minutes between classes, 3 fucking minutes. I told her that you can. What did I said? And they're supposed to go to the bathroom, go to their locker, get to the next class in 3 minutes. I said, you don't ever worry about getting to class on time. You do whatever the fuck you want. If they try to give you detention, send me a text. I'll come and get you at 3. Just like always. Or early. Fuck. So. Lou, why don't you ever come up and talk to me? We can masturbate each other. Prestige worldwide. No, they're not. Yeah. Normal functions of sex. I've heard some pretty grotesque things about it. I think that, and this is just what I heard. I don't know, but I've heard that male to female, there's like a retainer dildo or something. Something that, because it's a wound, it's trying to heal, and so there's got to be something to keep it from. Ugh. Well, props to him for not wanting people to go into debt to buy a car. They're only getting worse. I mean, they are unnecessarily. It's not that complicated of a machine. It really shouldn't be $100,000 for a vehicle. I don't see any reason for that. It's hypno-washing. There is never a cure. It's about installing new positive routines through cognitive awareness. Living in the now with manifested goals as a projected path. I don't know how to make. I'm not sure what point you're trying to make. Like all these different phrases you're working with aren't coming together into a coherent sentence form or a coherent thought. What is hypno-washing? I don't think I learned. I mean, I did. So I've got an economics degree, and I learned quite a bit about economics. I think. Of course, that's what I'm supposed to think, right? Most of you have heard me talk economics. I was doing it earlier tonight with Jack and fuck was his name? The other communist. So I did learn some there, but aside from my area of focus, I don't think I learned fucking shit in college. I learned how to make a paint can. Do you know what a paint can is? It's a drink. You can buy unused paint cans at hardware stores, and if you buy one of those, you pack it full of ice, and you pour in, what is it? It's a fifth of vodka, a fifth of gin, and a fifth of tequila, and then 2 cans of that frozen concentrate lemonade. It's either lemonade or limeade. And then you shake that motherfucker up, and you pass it around a circle. This is how you drink it too. There's always dudes, for whatever reason, it's always only dudes that want to do the paint can, but you basically just stand around and you just pass it around the fucking circle and drink that bitch until it's gone. So that's what I learned in college. That's what college is good for. And debt. It makes a lot of people into indentured servants. Basically 2 generations of indentured servants now, thanks to student debt, because there are 3 things you cannot bankrupt out of, 3 types of debt you can't bankrupt out of: alimony, child support, federal student loans. So it's also the biggest asset on the federal government's balance sheet. If they did student loan debt forgiveness, it would crash the U.S. economy. So just going to put that right there. For everybody who's all for it, cheering it on, just know that there will be repercussions that will affect you. It'll affect the whole economy. If the federal government just wrote off half of the assets on the book, the credit rating in this country would collapse, and the dollar will be in trouble. If you think BRICS is coming in hot right now, imagine if they did a student loan forgiveness. And I'm not even saying that I'm opposed to it. Like, I think they're predatory as fucking shit. You've got kids that have been taught their whole lives that college is the way to get, to be successful in life. And then you give these 18-year-olds access to tons of debt that they can't bankrupt out of, all while telling them it's the right thing to do and the responsible thing to do. It's absurd. It's absurd. So they are predatory. I think that they shouldn't be there, but they are there, and now I don't know about it. Anyways, I really don't have a strong position on it because I can see both ways. Like, I don't want to collapse the economy. Also, these people got suckered by a predatory government. What do you do? Yeah, I've heard from different things I've read, after a sex change, you're not able to come. Happy birthday, Derek. I don't know who Derek is, but happy birthday, Derek. Yeah, 3 minutes is absurd. Like, we had 5 minutes when I was in school, which, whatever. But 3 minutes is absurd. Go to the bathroom. And so the middle school has weird rules too. Like, I think only 8th grade, which she's in 8th grade, only 8th graders are allowed to carry backpacks with them to class. If you're in 6th or 7th grade, you need to leave your backpack and all your shit in the locker and go to the locker. So you have to go to the locker in between every class, and you got 3 minutes. Fuck that. I was pissed when I found that out. I'm still pissed. I get her out of school a lot. As much as I think I can get away with, she misses, which is more than, she ends up with more absent days than they have on the books you're allowed. But you know what? Fuck that shit. They're not her parent. We've homeschooled her before, and we'll do it a fucking again. Yeah, the Federal Reserve is a whole nother. It's the root of all evil in this country, in my opinion. if anybody wants to know who's behind what or this or that, look no further. To think that the politicians represent us is absurd, because a politician can't do anything if they don't have any money, and they get money by borrowing it from the Federal Reserve. So, it's the Federal Reserve is the government's lifeblood. Without it, things just screech to a halt. So, of course, the politicians work for the fucking IRS, or for the Federal Reserve, and not for the people. We gave up all of our fucking sovereignty when that passed. Of course, it had to pass. To get the Federal Reserve into existence, they had to schedule a Christmas Eve session. So like half the people weren't even there, and they pushed it through. Some of the states have not ratified it, if I remember. I'm rolling off memory, so I might be mistaken. What's up, Princess Night Owl? That would be my guess. Keeping up with the Joneses it's such a fear-based mindset. It's really sad. There are people who will never be able to have an orgasm because they are told as kids that they could change their sex. Puberty blockers mess with the physical. Yes, they do. And yes, it is. And there's nobody more disgusting than parents who are transing their kids. Fuck, there's a show. And the family, I never watched it because it was too. There's a family, and they had 2 or 3 like little boys who they were raising as girls. I think it was 3. And it was on like, one of those TV shows, like on TLC or some shit. I don't remember what. But the families, I'm in Kansas City, and the family is from Kansas City in the show. And so I saw that it existed, and then I just never looked any further because that would aggravate the holy fuck out of me. I mean, it does just thinking about it already. And I just don't need that sort of shit in my brain. Yeah, same. M is a rabbit hole. Nobody knows more about Department of Parks and the Forestry Service here than M. Knowing what you say you know about the school system, why is your daughter in it not being homeschooled? Because so we homeschooled her in 6th grade. And then after that, since then I've given her the choice. I told her that she can make the decision whether she wants to be homeschooled more or go to school, because that's where the kids are, right? It's a trade-off. If you homeschool a kid, then they don't get the social interactions. My daughter is smart. I pay attention to what they're learning as much as I can, and I don't have concerns about her. I keep an eye on her and her development, right? So I'd prefer that she not be in school, but I'd also prefer that she be able to socialize. And, at that kind of crossroads, I let her make the decision. And as long as things are going well, then I don't interfere in that decision. If she came home with, saying that she was a boy or burn all the rich or some shit like that, if I thought that she was less mentally grounded, I would remove that decision, obviously. But but I'm pretty attentive to these things. I'm on all the emails, shit, the text things from the school. I read the policies and handbooks and subscribe to the YouTube channel and the Facebook and Twitter groups. I watch the school board meetings. I go through the stuff that she's learning. Yeah. Mostly everybody I initiate a lot of and I have to initiate it all. Basically, Katie, my girlfriend, the school, everybody just tries to keep me away from that stuff because when I do interact, it's combative. I think I've been to the school twice. Because they'd call me about an issue, this or that, and it never went the way that, for the school, the way that I guess they thought it would. But yeah, anyways, that's it. I do the best oversight that I can. Of course, my knowledge is always incomplete, but weighing the situation as it is and the risks and rewards and benefits and what she wants, I let her go to school. I'll be happy when she gets to high school. They've got less sort of stupidity than homeschool. I'm sorry, less stupidity than the middle school. But we did homeschool her for a year. We've moved around. She's been to enough different schools and then homeschools and then grew up in the age of COVID. I think that she does benefit from breaks in the consistency of training. You know, if you think that's like some of these kids have lived in the school district their whole lives and they'll live their entire childhood with the steady fucking routine without ever having a break or a shift up. You know, there's a year where she went, there's maybe 2 years. There's a year and a half, because that was right when COVID started, where we were living in the hood and she went to a school where more kids spoke Spanish than English, right? Like these are all sort of different experiences that I feel like have accumulated into where we're at now. And I just don't feel like she's had the consistent, steady indoctrination being beat into her that a lot of kids have. I don't know what this comment was in response to, but if it's the trans thing, I think that's exactly what the trans issue is. It's a rejection of self and a misidentification of the issues. They don't often have enough material to build their new gen. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that too. That's fucking crazy. See, the online school would negate the social interaction, which is really why she wants to go to school and why I allow it. Fourth grade. And see, I went to preschool and kindergarten, and then I was homeschooled in grade school, where we're at. And then I went to high school and I went to college. But Kansas City, Missouri, was a really bad school district. Actually, it was completely unaccredited until like 5 years ago or some shit. But the public schools were awful. We lived in Kansas City, Missouri. The public schools were awful, and for that reason, there's a lot of Catholic schools in Kansas City. But we're not Catholic. We weren't the members of any parish, and there were waiting lists for the Catholic private schools. So I was homeschooled through grade school. Then when I was in high school, I went to a private Catholic school. But yeah, same. I mean, I always had to teach myself everything, and that's just how I learn. I can't learn by listening to some douchebag reading listing off the same old shit that he's done for 20 years. Yeah. I'd get the textbook and the test and just see what are we getting, or not the test, but the syllabus, see what we're getting tested over, find the sections in the book, teach them to myself till I understood what the fuck the book was talking about. So I think trigonometry is the only subject that trigonometry and calculus, those are the only two subjects that I thought were difficult enough that I had an issue teaching it to myself. I had to actually get help from the teacher. Trig, I had to get help from the teacher after class. Calculus, I think I managed through it just class time, but trig like didn't make any fucking sense to me. I also am not at all a fan of the security measures that they take, like how you have to buzz in. Like kids are in prison basically throughout the day. You can't get into school. You can't get to your kid without being let in through locking double doors. It's fucking absurd, really. And it's all by design. I mean, I can't say that for sure, but I find it hard to believe that the incidents that are making people want to lock schools down, I find it hard to believe that those incidents are organic. I don't believe they're organic at all. I think that they're MK. They're Michelob Ultras that are sort of just pushed out, if that makes sense. Lou, I assume that you did that before my answer. Here's the thing, Lou. I'm getting tired of your derogatory negative comments down there. But also, it seems like you're engaging with the conversation and being a douchebag. But I'm getting tired of you being a douchebag. So the next comment that's douchey, I'm going to throw you out again. You're welcome to come up here. I can't get you to fucking come up here because you're a coward and you're afraid that your daddy will yell at you. But that doesn't mean you get to sit and take pot shots in the chat. So come up, have a conversation, or stop being a piece of shit. But I'm not going to continue to entertain your cowardice from the chat. I will piss fire on you. Sneaky indeed. What up? Oh shit.
Oh.
Hold on.
Please don't piss fire on me.
I was tinkering with the how the fuck there we go.
I'm all right with being tiny.
It's too egotistical looking.
Oh.
So, were you listening at all?
Yeah, I was eating. Listening.
Any thoughts on school?
I fucking hated schools. I agree with everything you fucking said, Flo. You're amazing. Spot on.
That's what I like to hear out of everybody.
Yeah. I agree with the prison statement, the analogy. That's very, very true.
Oh, they are. I mean, they're run just like prisons, too. They look like prisons. They have the same buses that prisons use, minus a few restraints. They have same cafeterias and everything. It's training people for prison. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I will say that my college experience was far worse than my high school. My high school education was pretty decent. Like the actual education that I got from it.
Yeah, the information.
Mm-hmm.
I think the same way. Well, I mean, I learned about as much in high school. By the time I got to college, I already knew everything that they were teaching me freshman year. Freshman year was so goddamn easy for me. I didn't go to class at all. I didn't study at all.
Did you
just showed up
out of anything? Did you try and test out?
Yeah. So I was able to test out of a couple. I tested out of 1 or 2 math classes. I basically only had to take 1 math class in college altogether.
Okay.
And I don't remember if this was in English. I got a perfect score in the ACT on English, so I was able to not. I don't recall if most people had to take English or not, but I didn't.
Yeah, you generally have to take 2 composition courses, and then I think an elective in English. At least I did.
Oh, yeah. Well, then I tested out of English. No, I still had to take an English class. I got a perfect score, but I still had to take one English class. I forgot about that because that dude pissed me off because he graded according to how much you improved throughout the year, right? Instead of
good.
It's fucking retarded. Yeah, I got a B in it. And he's like, you didn't improve. I was like, I was already fucking perfect and you're a shitty teacher.
Yeah, that's a fucked up system.
I know. Wow, I'm way behind.
It makes the assumption that you're going to come in poor instead of already on top of
Lindsay,
your
I think I pinned it. Did I not pin the link?
No.
There's the link. I'll pin it. I was like, I guess I was wondering where everybody was. I guess I was going to ramble to myself.
I used the link you sent from my stream.
Nice. I'm going to jump to the bottom of the comments. Bonehead. All right.
I think I would have liked to have been homeschooled where I could teach myself. I think I would have gotten tested out of school at a very young age instead of having to spend years going through school learning bullshit.
My bad, Lindsay. Okay, King Shenarda. I saw that stream was happening. J Rillo. I almost went to that, but I already had this scheduled. I mean, but school isn't about isn't about learning the information. The information is arbitrary, and it's getting dumber and dumber and dumber. The one time that I went to the school, so her son, Katie's son, is in the same grade, is in 8th grade as well, and his art teacher called me one day during class and said, he's not doing what I told him to. Will you get on the phone with him and tell him to do it? He wasn't drawing something. She wanted him to draw, and he just refused. He just wasn't doing it. He wasn't creating chaos. He wasn't out of control. He just was not doing what he was told. And I said, she goes, will you get on the phone and tell him that to do his assignment? I said, are you calling me in front of the whole fucking class? And she's like, oh, they're not listening. They're doing their assignment.
The fuck they're not. They probably perked up as soon as she put it on her phone.
So I said, basically she started backpedaling, and I said, I'll be in after school to talk to you about what's going on. What time would you like? And so we had a meeting, and it was so stupid. It was just a pissing contest, and the assignment was arbitrary and dumb. Anyways, they're supposed to draw his perspective. They're supposed to draw the hallway in the school, and God damn, it's like these are the fucking weirdos that are shaping your brains, and this is the shit they're shaping it with.
I think every art class has you stare down the fucking hallway and do that narrowing perspective. I feel like that's just across the board, day one assignment.
Yeah. I mean, and if you don't do it, who cares? It doesn't matter. It's not useful. It's not even fun. It takes the fun out of things that otherwise would have been fun. I used to draw a lot when I was a kid, and it was an art class that ruined it for me, to be honest. It took all the fucking fun out of it.
It would be cool to actually know how to draw. Properly. But
I mean, are you a bad drawer?
I'm not very artistic. I can copycat things, but no, I'm not an artist in that way at all.
Because I can't paint because there's not clear distinctions. Drawing's easy because it's just geometry, right? You just sort of look you find the lines and then the angles. This line is here compared to that line, right? So I'm looking at the webcam over the top. You know, I got the top of the laptop here. The webcam is this far over. You know, things like that. You're just sort of copying angles. It's geometry. I was really good at geometry.
Yeah, I guess I was more or less thinking of the creativity, the originalness of it. Like I can go in and draw something that somebody else has already drawn. But
Right.
I don't know if I can do that.
I can't draw from my imagination. I have to look at something.
Can I show them my UFO?
Yes, you can show your UFO.
I can't see where I'm at.
Right here.
Did you do this yourself?
Yep, this is mine. It's pretty
That's
dark.
awesome.
It was hanging behind Taylor for a while, but it's oil and
The
shiny.
beaming light? Are you gonna,
Or what?
extract him from humanity?
Wait, what was the question?
If it was behind him, the beaming light coming from
No,
the
I didn't like it.
It was too dark. You couldn't see it very
I didn't
well.
like it because it's too dark.
So,
abduct him was the word I was trying to find.
No, it's just. I told her to paint light shit. And also, I don't believe in aliens, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, I also paint fairies. I don't believe in
It's
so.
really interesting. Every class is in art. Do your kids go to Montessori, EBT? Montessori is interesting. I've done actually 2 different women who are or were Montessori teachers. I've done work for them, and they're always. I like them. They're kind of kooky. All Montessori teachers are kooky as fuck, but in a kind of a cool way.
Did we get bigger? Did you change the perspective?
Oh, I did, didn't I?
I was like, damn,
I don't know how to do this.
my eyes look huge. That was a close up.
I guess I don't know the difference between Waldorf and Montessori. And I actually now I don't even know if the women that I did the work for were which one they were. I guess I sort of lumped them into one. Mushy love, Lou Bass. One of these days I'll get you up here when you grow some balls and aren't as scared of your daddy. If Hank can do it, you can do it.
I see that name all the time. Does he ever get up?
Not here. He's part of the Paul cult.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, he's sort of like Tarek, except Tarek's got, oh man, that's unfortunate, Loop. Tarek's got bigger balls than you do. Tarek will get up here and just take his ass chewing the next day. Lou won't. He'll just sort of he'll comment from the chat, but then always add in some insults right at the end of it, or call me slow state or whatever, just to make it clear that he's not friends with me.
Yeah. I don't watch Paul's stream, with the exception of the one you were streaming the other day and my initial one. So, does he actually chew them out if they come over here?
He did 2 hours of one stream chewing out women in both audiences for being over here and hitting on me or whatever. Like, he spent 2 hours of his own stream bitching them out about that. It was one of the most absurd things I've ever seen in my fucking life. It's amazing, really. It still amazes me. Not only that you're that petty, and that you would covert contract viewers that way, like everybody doesn't watch everybody or whatever, but that you would lack so much self-awareness that you would get on stream and complain about it.
Lame. I guess he needs content. Lindsay, you can still come up and have that topic.
Did she have a topic?
She said we changed the topic. She was going to, but now she's not.
Pretty fickle.
Like I blend in with this painting.
Hmm?
I feel like I blend in with this painting.
Oh yeah, you do. Some people use insults as terms of endearment. It doesn't Come through very well in text. That is true. It's a self-loathing behavior. Interesting.
Yeah, I used to call a boyfriend butt face. But he called me vagina tits. I called him butt face. Their terms of
See,
endearment.
that doesn't seem- I call her, what do I call you? I call her all sorts of things.
No, wait, is that the cat? I was going to say Fatty McGoober, but you might.
That's the cat.
That's a cat.
Yeah.
You do have one where you call me Fatty or something.
Yeah.
Is,
Which is a play on irony more than anything.
yeah. It's always kind of funny seeing people's response if you
I
say
do think
something in person. They're like,
self-deprecating humor is self-loathing for sure, and kind of gross. Like being able to laugh at yourself is a good thing, but walking around with self-deprecating humor, I don't particularly like it.
what's that?
Making fun of yourself or talking shit on yourself, sort of like in a joking way, but like, and even like it's not humor, but how like Hank says that he's not good at getting women. Well, stop repeating that fucking mantra.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I like her
I don't-
painting.
Thank you. It's for sale.
That's really nice. I don't think it's really. I'm gonna
Yeah.
be messaging you about that in just a minute. I was gonna ask you that, but I was like, it's probably not for sale. So, oh my god,
It is.
I'm
It is
so
for
excited
sale.
now.
Artists are not salespeople. It's interesting. I've noticed that the temperament of an artist and the temperament of a salesperson are different. And
Yeah.
all the paintings that I've like the ones behind me, I bought those by the same dude who did the Lebowski ones, and he's good at both. It's a rare, but that's super rare. I've talked to a lot of artists, and they just don't know how to sell.
Yeah. He's got a system. He's got a selling system. He's got an art making system. Like,
Yeah.
I would say that I kind of like writer's block, I guess creative block. Like I don't know what to paint.
He does
Not that I
all the
don't paint.
backgrounds
Me too.
first. And then he'll come through and paint on top of them after.
That's funny. Flow State gets all the girls. You should put that comment up. Somebody is going to be hating tomorrow. There's always some butt hurt.
That's okay.
There's somebody's going to be hating tomorrow. There's always some butt hurt.
Well, somebody's going to come trying to crash through and destroy it, like Snafu or somebody. Snafu, I think it was you. Was it you or is Tommy? Somebody came through who's normally loud and combative, and you, the minute that I let them in the room, you were just like, okay, I'm done.
No, it wouldn't have been Tommy. It was probably Snafu. But then there was that incident like a couple nights ago. It's probably been about a week or so ago now. Maybe not that long, but it was I cannot ever remember this dude's name, but it wasn't me that calmed him. It was Snazzy. That dude just like really went off on me for absolutely no reason.
Oh, you're talking about
whatsoever.
Rock, the guy who was
That's it. That's it. That's the dude's name. That's it. I don't know why I can't remember his name. Is there another dude named Rock?
He got the handle that like the name he uses on StreamYard and shit is normally what is it? Black Caucasian or something. It's something racial.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. He was fucking wild though. He did bitch up to Snazzy though.
Bitch, dude. Dude. That was like I've never seen anybody just fold like that. And he thought it was funny, and I just was like, what a bitch. But moving right along.
I would have probably done the same thing. Like
would too, because it's her. But still, like,
Right.
I don't like him. He is. I don't
You
like him,
can't-
and I'm literally
You can't be a
not going to give him
douchebag to
another
an
chance. He
older
can go fuck
woman.
himself.
You can't be a douchebag. You can be a douchebag to a bunch of guys your age, but to be that same sort of douchebag to an older woman, that's like, I don't know.
Right.
It's
Oh, are you talking about the Irish?
yes,
woman?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Someone was a douchebag to her.
No, he was
No.
being a dude, and he said something. He was talking shit on fat chicks, and she used to be fat, I guess, and so she came up and she gave him the business about that.
Mhm. Where are my
She
fucking
was
glasses?
That was on New Year's, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Shortly after, maybe.
Not after. I
Shit
think
always
so.
gets like Barnabas. That was on Barnabas's panel though. He's wild. I tuned into he was on Chaotic Truth earlier, and the minute I hit the button, he goes. I hear him go. You should go scuba diving or something. You should go scuba diving together. There's no butt sex involved. Like, what the fuck do I walk into? And why does there not have to be? Why couldn't there be?
How in the world would that work in a scuba suit?
I don't know.
I was gonna say, why does it even? Emma, just let it go.
Don't let it go.
Emma.
Thinking this through, like, I feel like if you're underwater and you're in a scuba suit,
First of all,
the scuba suit's gonna have to go up the butthole. Otherwise, you break a seal.
no.
In your suit.
I've never worn a scuba suit. I assume that the air you breathe, does it go through the whole suit, or is it just at your head?
Well, there's
No, okay, this is the thing.
ice suit, right?
I don't know.
Are we talking about salt water? We're talking about salt water, right?
It
Or,
doesn't matter.
Not aquatic diving.
Well, both of them will
This
drown
matters.
you. Both of them will drown you. We're just trying to figure out the air situation first.
Usually, if you're scuba
I'm
diving,
trying to figure out the
the air is just covering your mask or your mouth, and then you have a
Right.
mask on your eyes.
Right. So it's just going in your mouth. So you could have sex while scuba diving and not drown.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now, if you're
So
doing
then we're
like
talking about
deep
butt sex.
sea diving, where you have like a
But
full blown,
yes.
that wouldn't work.
It would just have to
Right.
not be a deep dive.
You couldn't
It
have
can be-
sex in space. But you can have butt. All right.
Why?
Because their
Deep
suits, I
dive.
think,
Deep dive
are
that butt sex topic.
fake suits. Right.
Okay, yeah. Their whole suit's important.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Unless you're in the
It
winter.
matters though.
Okay. Now the
Have you ever had
saltwater
sex
thing.
in the water?
Not in salt water.
It don't work like you think it's gonna work. It doesn't.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah,
So like
it's not. It
I
does
would feel
not
like
work as
the
well.
other sex would be even worse. Like
You don't think adding salt to the mixture would improve it?
I don't think water.
no.
I didn't even
I mean,
think about that.
okay, yeah, water's not a good lubricant, and you need more lube. Yeah, you don't want to have butt sex in salt water, I'm quite sure, but
Have any sex in water.
you could do it.
That just made my butt pucker thinking about being no lube, butt hacking, and salt in the wounds. Like I like a bloody asshole. It's all I see in my head.
It would also end up being like an enema, though. I'm sure. Because water would be like,
Yeah, maybe.
ouch.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna pass on
man.
that one.
I'm glad we sorted that out.
We
Let's
almost
get the
left
preparation
top.
8.
Girl was like, but don't you have to?
Oh my god. How did we get here? How?
I have no idea. No,
I think a tandem spacesuit would be feasible, and actually, if you had a tandem spacesuit, having butt sex in space would be better than having butt sex in the ocean. It's good if you. Oh, goddamn! I thought that said it's good if you are dry. What the
Oh.
fuck? Welcome, EBT.
Certified scuba.
Now, have you ever had
Bless
scuba
his-
sex?
Yes, sir.
No.
Really?
No way.
What? Wait, hold up. I'm sorry. I had two audios going. What's up?
Have you ever had scuba sex?
Scuba sex. Yeah, maybe.
Did you get a hand job or something? Like, what's maybe?
Like it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, in aquatic situations, yes. It could be
Why don't you
easily
just
done
go
with.
ahead and
We
explain?
weren't talking about scuba
Yeah.
butt
A
plugs.
hot tub is not scuba diving.
No, I mean, it could be done. It's the same regardless. Whether you don't always have to have a wetsuit on. I am a PADI certified scuba diver, by the way. Advanced open water certified.
All right, on. So it is.
I mean, you
possible
could do
then.
it. Now, me and my wife did it in one of those. I know you guys are kind of woo woo, but have you ever been to one of those float chambers? One of the pods where you go and it's like the salt.
Oh.
Where you
Oh,
float.
I have
the
not, but I know.
sensory
Oh,
deprivation tank.
tank.
Yeah.
We did a group sensory deprivation tank. Me and my wife, and
Are you sure that you had sex with your wife?
no, it wasn't like it was just me and her. It wasn't like
Oh,
a group
okay.
of other people, but yeah, no, it was pretty cool.
That's interesting.
How many
Sensory
people?
deprivation with sex.
How many people do you think had sex in that tank?
Oh, probably a lot for sure.
Hmm.
I hope it was well filtrated because I felt pretty bad afterwards. And also I was wondering, like, is there, because they like, you go in this room and then like, it's like a big chamber, they like open up the door and shit. And then like you go in there and they kind of like lock you into it. And then it's like, we're wondering like, are there cameras in here? Like to make sure that people aren't like dead? Like, cause they lock you in there for like 45 minutes, and shit. Like, so we're looking around. I was like, I don't think there's a camera in here. So
Was it cool?
And so then you're just like, let's fuck. Because there's
Was
no
it
camera. That's
cool or
exactly
cold?
where your brain went.
No, I mean, was it worth it?
I
Did
enjoyed it.
the sensory deprivation part, was that worth it? Like, I've never done one of
No, if you're gonna do sensory deprivation, do not do it with somebody else. It's not gonna work.
those.
Okay.
Yeah, your sensories were
Did it
still
make the sex any better?
Like well, it doesn't really. It's like you're just in a
yeah.
fucking you're in a enclosed hot tub essentially is what it's like. But no, we tried at first, right? We were both trying to float on opposite sides of the thing, and like, but then we kept on like floating towards each other, and our feet would hit and shit, and then it was just like, okay, well, this is not gonna happen,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you're gonna do sensory deprivation, you definitely got to do it in like a single pod by yourself, or else it's just not gonna work. I mean,
So
maybe it would work if I don't know, but it didn't work for us.
Did you have sex? How long were you floating around in your nut water?
Exactly what I
I mean, I don't know. Do we
It was
have
a
to get?
45-minute
Other
session. I was
people-
floating around in nut water for 43 minutes.
I mean, do we have to get technical on that? I mean, because I mean,
We
I
don't, it
believe it
doesn't
was-
have to. It's not.
I believe
we're not
it was
gonna test you on
consumed. It was consumed and it never entered the water, as far as I'm aware.
Touche. All right.
That's all I get. That's all I got to say, I guess, right?
She probably spit it and knew that you would never see it.
I'm a 100% positive that goes on in that chamber all the time, though. Like, I mean, it's like just a given. It's just a given.
What did it cost?
We did like a whole package deal. Like it's like one of those like salt cave, like, all that kind of shit. You do the salt cave part, and then you get like a group like massage, and then you go and you get like sound therapy with the fucking singing bowls and all that kind of shit. And then you go into the last part of it is you go into the float chamber or whatever. So I think it was like probably $200 or more, $250. I don't know.
Was there any part of it that you thought was like surprisingly cool, like better than you expected, or was it all kind of what you'd expect?
Yeah, most of it is pretty cool. Like the sound therapy shit. Like I'm not really. It's fun. It but I don't put a whole lot of value into it. I mean, it's relaxing and shit, but I mean, obviously a massage is a massage, but I was really eager for that. Was the first time we tried the float chamber thing. I was really eager for that, but like I said, don't try to do it as two people. I would suggest doing it on your own.
I wonder if there's a
So
website where you
left
can
or
see
right
that.
hand then.
Huh?
A website you can see.
She said
What
left
did
or
Yeah,
right.
I expected there to be like people talk about like the float chamber being like acid or being on shrooms and shit, and like I don't know, it's not really like that.
Did they let you finish? Did the lifeguard? This comment: I got called out by a lifeguard having sex on the beach. Did they
Did
did they let you
finish? With a megaphone.
finish?
Hey, you over there.
Come running at you like, hey, throw the fucking floaty thing.
You get her head out of that water.
Ma'am. I got caught by security getting a hand job behind the porta potties at a concert. But he was cool as fuck about it.
Yeah, hey, that's what the handicap.
Did anybody ask?
Right?
Ask what?
This was not me, by the way.
Nobody asked. You just randomly throwing out information like that. I'm like,
well, I mean, it's right. It's similar to whatever this on the beach thing. The security lifeguard, whatever. Because that security guard was cool as shit.
He was just like,
he was almost like a wingman. Because they didn't. It was a 311 concert. They didn't have enough porta potties, so people were going behind there to go to the bathroom too. And he came back. He would come back periodically to chase everyone out, and he came back and he chased everyone out except for us. He said that I had 5 minutes.
5 minutes, 5 fucking minutes, bro. And that's it. Cat. You better tie it up.
Pretty much like you're good until I come back.
You're like, come on, man,
basically.
I need a solid 10.
He was solid. I wonder where that dude went. Salute to that guy.
Salute.
Oh yeah, dolphins are rapey.
I'm so excited, but then I just thought about that. Like, I saw the lineup for Bonnaroo this year, and Red Hot Chili Peppers is on it, and I was like, yeah, I was so pumped. And then I was just thinking about all the fucking horrible things I'm gonna probably see while I'm like, it's hard.
Why would you see horrible things?
Where?
People are always fucking out there. It's Bonnaroo, dude.
Just
serious?
stand there and drink your beer and watch them.
No, I'd rather not. That's not what I'm there for. I didn't pay to see people.
Some of the new
I'd pay
light
50
shows and
bucks.
shit at concerts are like insane. Have you seen some of these like setups they have at these electronic music shit and stuff now?
No, I haven't.
They're like they have these insane holograms and shit at some of these places. It's like unreal to watch it.
I'd like to.
Yeah,
That
like,
sounds cool. Prime. I need to get on and buy Primus tickets.
Liquid Stranger.
Primus is coming in March or April. I don't remember which, but I've got to use up. We got a refund when who's the last band we saw? Mudvayne. When Mudvayne came to town, we got a refund on those tickets because I bought seats because I didn't realize they had a pit section, and so I bought pit tickets and returned the seat tickets. But they gave me an exchange. Basically, I've got to use up that exchange, so I need to buy them Primus tickets.
That's pretty cool.
I got distracted and pulled my guy's eggplant out right at the bar and tried to give him a hand job. That's not a good idea. Not at all discreet.
Not at all. Did you see Tommy's video? Did you ever watch that?
Which one?
The one that he did the other day that I was talking about, the recap.
Oh, you know what? I've watched about 2/3 of it, and it's pretty fire. It's pretty dope. It's long. It's like 50 minutes. Yeah. It's almost an hour. I've gotten through most of it. I haven't watched the entire thing.
Was it really that long?
Well, it was long. It's 50 minutes. Yeah, it's like 51 minutes. It's longer than I was able to watch. Yeah, I wasn't able to get the whole thing in
fully. Not on purpose. The first time I did, I watched it fully on purpose. I didn't realize it was 50 fucking minutes. The second time, I didn't even mean to watch it all the way through. I was trying to clip something. And then I did that whole, I'm clipping it, fucking got it casted, so I spaced out, I'm fucking stoned, and I forgot, and then I watched the whole fucking thing again.
So, Princess Night Owl, first of all, trampling never happens at concerts, except for the one maybe that, you know. So that's not even a concern you need to worry about. Second of all, Coldplay is who you choose. Nobody's trampling anybody at a Coldplay concert. I promise you that.
I swear I saw them on the list, but don't quote me on that. I know Post Malone is the headliner for like the second night. Red Hot Chili Peppers is the third. Cage the Elephant is going to be there. Megan Thee Stallion. There's like a fuckload of people on the list this year.
Wait, what are you talking about?
And if you Bonnaroo, there's a big music festival in Tennessee every year. It's an outdoor music festival. I think it's like 4 or 5 days.
Tennessee sounds like the place.
I think Mitch went one time. My brother.
It's in Manchester, Tennessee.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, some of these EDM shits look cool as fuck. This whole thing kind of came after I don't know. I feel kind of old for that shit.
Bro, I freaking only found like Liquid Stranger and all that mess like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But as soon as I first listened to that shit, I was like, this is fire. Oh my God. It's serious. I could listen to that shit. And I wasn't even tripping.
Tomorrowland?
Like I wasn't even
Tomorrowland?
That shit. It's one of their events that they do that Liquid Stranger puts on and Wakan. And there's I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. It's Closey. I think she's on the list at Bonnaroo. I'm pretty sure. There are different like EDM people.
EDM's kind of cool. I like it.
What does that stand for?
Electronic dance music.
Electronic dance music.
It looks like a place you couldn't go if you had what is it, seizures?
Right. No, it's a place where you go and take ecstasy. And dance it.
That was fun. Ooh, you dance?
Throw glitter everywhere.
Electronic dance music. There's also something sort of tacky about it, though. Like, I want to go, but there's like, I don't know.
Rachel and Jake would be fun to go with.
Yeah, they're about that. That they are. Yeah, I think that's probably where they met.
They're just like
Jake used to go to raves all the time when we were growing up, or when he was growing up.
Friends that went to raves, but like that was by the time I was having kids. So
yeah, and I feel like I'm old enough that I just sort of missed the like when raves were peaking. I was sort of like passing past it.
I would say, okay, so I've only been listening to Liquid Stranger since the Polarity album. And he's got like, hold up, like 5 or 6 albums before that. So he's been bumping the EDM business for a while.
The other thing about
awesome.
That shit is, it's cool. It's fucking hypnosis or something. Like they're doing some sort of mind control.
It looks like it would hurt the next day.
No, man. Come on, man. Okay, I don't know, man. That's just fire. I don't give a fuck. Honestly,
I don't know if it was technically a rave, but I've been to a couple shows with. Usually, I'm dragged along But I can get into the moment.
The new setups at these things are insane. Literally, I sent you a link to a clip from one of them. Like,
oh yeah,
it's like the holographics shit. It's like, dude, it's mind blowing. Like, you have, I don't know if you've ever done acid, but like, it gives me acid flashbacks just looking at the shit. Like, it's like, I still want to go to one. It's unreal.
What the fuck? Yeah. No, I'm looking at it now. Here, I'll share the screen with the sound off.
What?
Yeah, my fucking, hold on. I don't know. Can anybody see this on YouTube? I don't know why when I'm sharing screen now. I'm sharing screen right now, but nobody can see it. Like the share screen isn't coming up. Hold on.
That looks like it.
There we go. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
So I don't know how it works. Like, my wife showed me it on TikTok, and it was like, it's crazier when you look at it on TikTok, but I think there's like an AR feature or something. When you film it with a certain app, it makes it like even crazier than what it actually looks like when you're there.
And you can watch it.
Yeah, dude, it blows my mind when the TikTok ones are insane. It's crazy. You can't tell what's reality and what's not on them.
I was gonna say it kind of looks demonic.
It definitely looks demonic, but
that doesn't mean undoubtedly.
It's demonic.
What the fuck does a demon look like, anyways? You know, you've just been told.
Depends on the demon.
Sarah will.
Yes.
They come in all shapes and flavors.
That right there looks like a witch doctory.
Yeah, it's like a tree or something.
Does that look like a demon to you?
It looks like, in Game of Thrones, the original people before they created the White Walker, those little people that were walking around, it kind of looks like that. What were they called? The tree people or something?
I don't know.
But when you're at the concert, when you have your phone up, like, it's like the arms are like reaching over and then when you film it and record it, it like shows it like reaching out over the crowds and shit. It's so crazy. It's like Bluebeam for sure, but it's like just AR though still at this point. But it's like insane AR. Like, you can't tell the difference when you watch it.
That's wild.
Where was it? Princess Alice Summer said she felt like we took acid in a past life 20 years ago or something. We rolled. I've only taken acid once, and it wasn't enough to do really much. It made the strip club lights look kind of funny. I've rolled quite a few times though, and they're all different.
Yeah, when acid doesn't really work, it's pretty terrible. But when it does, I don't know. I've always had amazing experiences on it. I don't have anything bad to say about it. But
I've always had great experiences on shrooms, but
yeah,
I only tried acid the one time, and aside from that, like, I've seen enough bad trips that like it just didn't really look. I've actually seen more people having bad trips than good trips, which probably has something to do with the fact that when they're having the bad trip, they were out with wherever I was drinking. They weren't like. I assume acid is like shrooms, right? You're supposed to kind of be somewhere.
Yeah, it's basically kind of the same stuff. I'd say like you're a little more sociable on, at least for me, on acid than I am when I'm do shrooms. I kind of want to make sure that I'm know what I'm going to be doing, or especially on the come up part of it. Like, I kind of want to be secure or whatever.
The outside world is it's intense. The first time I shroomed, I remember like going outside the apartment. We'd like go out a little bit of the apartment and then get the fuck back in there. That world's weird out there.
Yeah, you just kind of creep in and out of it. You kind of want to. And I've always felt like you've always kind of want to have. I always kind of want to have my own personal space, but on Acid, it's kind of like you go through that period, but then you want to like explore and socialize at the same time, and like it's a little bit different on the psychological part of it. But
DMT is pretty intense.
Lou, you should definitely come up and I want to hear that story.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Mean? Saw the Grateful Dead 120 times, I assume. Want to hear some of those stories? There's a few things down here I've seen that it's like, why don't you people come up on panel and tell these stories? Yeah. Angela. So Angela ordered. That's the only hoodie like that will ever be made. The very next day they discontinued offering that for whatever reason. They discontinued that style entirely. So
sucks.
Whoop whoop! Welcome, Sherelle.
Yeah. And Children of the Forest. Took me a while to find it.
Oh my, yeah, that does.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
that's creepy.
But they're the ones that created the original Night King.
In what?
In Game of Thrones.
I've only watched the first season, and I don't remember those things.
Yeah, there's so much in that. You should watch that. There's so much related to Luciferianism and spirituality and Arya and killing the Night King. It is the whole thing is related to the spiritual war.
Tarek, you are being sort of sketchy. There's a listing for the hoodie. Actually, give me a second and I'll drop. I do have merch. I haven't connected the accounts yet, but I made a few things. Store is not really up and ready necessarily, but I'll put it down there in case somebody wants some shit. And Tarek
just hummed, and then Sarah hummed the same hum.
She mirrors. Tarek, I want you to come up here too, and you are being sketchy, and you are like, who the fuck does that? Like, we need to talk about something.
Did I hum? Is that what you were talking about? That I mirrored? I didn't even know I did it.
You're just mirroring me. It's cool.
What is he gonna educate you about Paul's legal activities or something?
Does Paul have legal activity? Oh, but aside from his warrants or whatever he's got going on there, I don't know what he's gonna do.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking pumped. That is awesome.
What is?
I was looking at your merch.
Can you click through there to see all the rest of it? Or is it just the hoodie?
No, it's everything. That's why I got excited. I was looking at that. I was like, yes. Oh, that is awesome.
I'm going to pull it up and see.
You added more stuff. Drama slut.
Yeah, I don't know how to. So, like, I made that a while back. I just reactivated it. I don't know how to. I got too. I need to. There's too much drama. Like, there's more drama slut different items than there are flow state items, which is sort of imbalanced. But I don't know how to. I really haven't spent much time on it yet.
Flow state socks.
Yeah, flow state socks. And I adjusted some of the prices around on these older things.
Prices are also awesome.
How did you figure out shipping? Because I have stuff created, but I'm not selling it because the shipping issues. Like, who are you going to that's doing your
Teespring. Teespring, so they do everything. I just designed the things and put up the website, right? They do everything else. The profit margin isn't massive, but the work is low, right? So most items I think, you know, like the sticker, I'll make $1 on. most things, I set the profit at about $3 on basically everything, except for like the stickers. Those are just $1.
And that covers shipping charges as well.
Yep, everything. They do everything.
So, like, how do you know what the shipping is going to be? Because, like, the thing I was using, they wanted me to spend like $200 a month for me to get the actual shipping cost to that person, so I could charge them actual rather than just a flat rate, and I have to cover the difference. I was like, I'm not fucking doing that either way.
No, I don't have to deal with shipping at all.
They handle that all? Okay, I'll look.
They handle it, including the pricing.
Okay, I'll look into that then.
If I make NASA underwear, I think I might have some legal issues there. I'm not above it though. Jerry was a race car. You might be behind in the stream, small town girl. If you're just hearing me talk about Primus, Jerry's a race car driver does slap. You know what slaps even fuck the hardest? My new favorite song is there's a live version of Primus. Well, it's Les Claypool, and it's the band of Tool. So they're playing Anima. They're performing Anima, but Les Claypool is singing. It's fucking awesome. I'll drop that link. I wish I could play it here, but I bet I can't. I think Les Claypool sounds better as the Tool singer than fucking Maynard. Because he's kind of goofy. But Tool has that like dark. Tool's dark and Claypool's kind of silly. And it's like peanut butter and jelly. And this has definitely got all that satanic imagery as well. Or demonic, whatever it was.
What are you looking at?
Oh, I'm about to show the link. The song I was just talking about. He oh shit. What happened to her?
I don't know.
How'd you fall down?
I don't know. I just looked up and I was down, so I just came back. I don't know what the fuck happened. I wasn't even touching the phone. That was weird. Really weird.
Thank you, Sherelle, for the 10 gifted memberships. You're the shit. Helping keep the lights on in here and helping me smoke cigarettes.
Good God, I don't know what you smoke, but I saw what Newports cost here per pack, and I was like, y'all are crazy. Y'all are absolutely crazy.
I smoke L&Ms. I smoke L&M menthols, and if I buy cigarettes in Kansas, I smoke L&Ms. If I buy them on the Missouri, if I buy them on the Missouri side, I buy Cools.
I don't even know if they sell those here anymore.
Cools?
Yeah. Can't remember last time I saw them. Honestly, on the show, it's been a minute. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what y'all are doing over there.
Planet X Watcher got a gift. Planet X Watcher. I knew it. I said you fucking watch every stream. Sitting there waiting, hating, looking for something to clip.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. Except
it's like
Planet X Watcher doesn't clip. You know, when you clip out a thing through the actual clipping thing, I can see what's clipped and by who. And ever since I pointed that out, like Planet X Watcher hasn't been clipping my shit. You might as well clip it, Planet X Watcher. I'm gonna know where it came from.
That is funny. What the crap?
Into the living room.
Bye.
I might watch it from there.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Where I can't find anything else to watch.
I'm the best thing to watch. Even during dead air, I'm the best thing to watch.
Even during what?
Even during dead air, I'm the best thing to watch.
I get weird in dead air. I start saying things. Okay, I guess I'll go now. Like, on my
I'll
channel.
just be we're like, I'm gonna scroll, see what's on the phone, and find some news.
Yeah, I'm sort of the same way. When I used to, if there was nothing really going on, but I wanted to fill up more stream time, I used to go to Facebook's news. Facebook news is fantastic because I mean, they use algorithm. They've got you hacked, right? So Facebook knows what you want to read about. But I just cleared. I actually was looking earlier in a creepy way, right? Yeah,
yeah.
I love it and I hate it. But I was looking at it earlier before I started the stream just to see what's going on in the world, and I forgot I had wiped all my data off of Facebook. You can get in there and start tinkering around.
Yeah,
and so all it's giving me is football shit, and I do not give a fuck about football.
Okay, well then I need to do that with my YouTube feed or something, or like the news channels that I follow on YouTube, because there has not been a day that has went by in the last month. I promise you that I have not gone on YouTube and there's been a case where, and it's all females. They're all female teachers.
Well, you know how to get into your Google activity. You can pause that shit.
What?
If you go and manage your Google account. Well, no, you can manage your YouTube's owned by Google. So you go into your Google account and you can control your history settings. I leave my YouTube history on because I like to go back and see things I didn't finish.
Me too.
But that's the only one. I've got all the rest of that shit turned off.
I know I don't want to do it with my YouTube, but I need to. And I did a clean out of my Facebook the other day because there was weird channel and pages that would just show up, and I'm like, where does this fucking crap come from? Like, this is garbage. Ugh. Facebook is bad for that too. Ugh. I need a back scratcher. I don't have one.
So this is what EBT just put backstage. Do you think or do you know that this is what is applicable?
Oh, I don't know. I just briefly listened to that when you were on with him the other day, and he was some of the story he was talking about, but like there was a big scandal in Denver County, Colorado, where pretty much all the felons coming in were getting these PR bonds, which were sometimes $0 to $1, as long as they promised to come. A lot of them weren't even coming back for their court dates and stuff, and they didn't do anything to track any of them down. So there's.
So you think that might be the case?
I don't know. I mean, it just sounds oddly similar to me. I mean, it was Denver County, right?
What it was Cook? I think it was Cook County.
Oh, okay.
Is that?
Well, I don't know. It just seems oddly familiar of a story. It seems like a whole bunch of other people were getting away with that as well. So I don't know if it relates or not, but perhaps. I don't know. Who knows?
I would think that if I were in his shoes and if that were the case, I would have been like, yeah, this is what happened.
Right. Yeah.
Instead of leaving, like the alternative, the suspenseful alternative is worse.
Well, no, then you don't get to sell your grip, sell your sticks, right? Yeah, I guess sell the grip. He used his word magic, and they were like, "Oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. We got to let him go. We got to let him go, guys. Call the Pope. Tell him that we got."
Right. They know who and what I am. So do we.
He said he's respect-able.
Hey, guys, he emphasized the able on the end of every word that had it. So he's freedoms check, rights check, privileges check. He said all the words.
Yeah, they probably gave him $200 too. He got the go past go card or whatever. Go past start card.
The fuck was that noise?
That's me giggling while I was stretching because I'm tired.
I didn't even watch any of yesterday's or today's, even though yesterday's I was the thumbnail.
What?
Oh, Paul's. I'm kind of like the same drama is only interesting for like so long.
No, I haven't watched in a while. I just saw the thing that you had with him on there. Thought it was funny.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was interesting. And it went I had no intention actually of calling him out on that suspicion when I went up there.
Yeah, I don't even know how it started. It seemed like you opened your stream of it like later on, like later in the conversation.
It was I opened my stream. It wasn't very late into it, but probably 5 or 10 minutes, but he kept backstaging me and I was like, well, fuck it. It was about the third time he backstaged me. I was like, okay, I'll just go live. But no, he was doing that thing where he talks about how these bitches won't come up and say shit to my face, which I've been on his panel a bunch, right? Like, and so I went up again, and at some point he said something. He said something about me not giving a fuck about my daughter, and that pissed me off. And so then I was like, well, how the fuck did you get out of jail?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty low. I did kind of agree with him on the part of you being a federal agent that's infiltrating this community, and you were trying to investigate his financial situation in order to get him indicted. I thought that was pretty feasible, but
I could see why that would seem feasible. But here's the thing, and I've told him this.
It was feasible.
Feasible.
Yep.
Nice covering your bases. The thing is that he doesn't. Oh my god, I just blanked out. Oh yeah, he needs to stop bragging about shit. The financial thing has come up before because he talks shit on everybody for not having results or Jack for his house situation. And so finally one day I got tired of hearing this bullshit because he was going in on Jack about how he doesn't have any money and he's getting kicked out of his house and blah 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 blah. And so I sort of stepped in and that's when the silver bar thing initiated because he was talking about all his results and I said, give me any metric, dude. Any metric at all. I held up the silver bar. I said, I got $3,000 right here within hand's reach, just randomly. And I've got 4 cars, 5 if you count the trailer. Choose any metric and I'll beat you at it. But he wouldn't play that game. So if he doesn't want to talk about money, he doesn't need to. He can just stop fucking using it as a way to put other people down. Besides, it's not like he's covering his ass at all. If the IRS at all, you think that he's the first motherfucker to go, oh, you know what? Instead of buying something from me, it'll just be a gift. No. What's up, man? You have built suspense and built suspense.
Oh my god! Why is everybody suspense? Actually, I was just gonna tap in on a subject. What's his name? EBT touched up on. No, I was just want to ask you first. Like all the beef between you and Paul, I think it got to a point now where it's like a little bit out of hand. Like just like EBT was saying, like to bring the wife, to bring the woman, to bring anything, the kids. It doesn't matter what it is. I think it's nonsense.
Well, I mean, I'm not the one who brought any of that stuff. I still haven't I haven't really responded in that stuff.
No, I'm not saying you did. Mm-hmm. Paul does bring it up, and he's wrong. I'm not saying he's not. He's definitely wrong on that. And I don't think that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it shouldn't be like a back and forth thing. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like,
be careful, Tarek. I think he's in the chat. He's listening right now. Just make sure.
That I know Paul is listening.
Are you free to speak?
I have nothing but love for Paul, and no matter I disagree with him on some things. I always told you, and I said something the other day. Maybe got him a little mad. No big deal. He kicked me off I think he kicked me off his broadcast maybe twice already. But really? It's okay. No biggie.
Well, salutes to you. Look for growing your own, spreading your wings.
No, I always have.
Sounds like a work. It's orchestrated drama.
Yeah, it's just like EBT. I think at a certain point, you got to think about it. Like, where is this finally going? Like, okay, it does give you views. It does give you, for you and him, like more, marketing and people to watch and stuff like that. But to bring the family and all that in there, I think that's gotta like kind of stop. Like what is that benefiting you or him to do that all day?
So I mean I don't disagree, and I don't stoop to I've said it before, like snafus running around striking people. I'll never strike anybody. It's just I just don't believe in it. I try damn hard and I'm pretty damn good about keeping kids and family out of it. Like those aren't areas of attack that I try to go at.
I wouldn't personally do it myself. At least try not to. I wouldn't personally do it myself. At least try not to. I mean, that would be,
I have
moral standing, but
right. I have the same one. I have mentioned, Jennifer's age once or twice, but I generally try to avoid those areas altogether. And Katie I mean, I agree. It's low, but it's not like I'm not aware. She made her own decision to come on, and knowing full well that I'm in a beef battle. So she's tougher than I am.
It's not about tough, I think, Flow State. My question to you is, go ahead.
Hold on. Before that, I want to say my response to that would be, yes, I agree with you, but I will not modify my behavior because somebody else is stepping out of line.
I agree. You got you got to play fair game. If he said something, you might sound back. It's definitely up to you, and that's totally fine. I'm going to ask you this though. Like, do you think you can ever, like, you and him maybe come to a middle ground where you can both, maybe take shots at each other a little bit, but not too far where it's actually, talking about people's families or anything like that?
Well, I don't think that he can. I don't think he can, actually.
Is that Paul? Oh, I can't hear it. Hold on. What are you saying? Desperate for content as always.
Content has always moved on. Man, it's 2 hours in. You've been waiting around for 2 hours to hear if you come up.
Who's that? He's talking about me or you?
I assume me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm assuming you. Yeah, I'm not desperate for any content. I don't have a broadcast. I really don't care about that stuff at all. I'm just saying, like, is there any way we can have some kind of peace where we can actually, like, maybe focus on other things that are more beneficial to you and him and everybody else?
Well, I am at peace even with enemies. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think you hate him or he hates you. I think it's I don't know, maybe because you're narcissistic and he is as well, and you both kind of. Yeah, I mean, I'm being honest. I think you are, but it's okay. It's nothing wrong with it. Maybe
fair enough. I ain't even mad about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what pushes you forward for you as a capitalist and stuff like that. That's what makes you hungry and maybe be motivated to do whatever you got to do. But like, where does it stop? Like, how far are we gonna go where, like, we're degrading each other? I'm not saying it's you or him. It's both of you.
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've said this, but to him, I know I have. I'm not going to be subjugated to him, which seems to be the only way that he gets along well with people, is if they're willing to just sort of, yes, Paul, I'm in the cult, do the O'Shea thing, right? Like,
yeah, I can agree with you.
You've been getting kicked out lately, and you're
fine.
And you're polite as fuck. You just, I don't know. Apparently, there's a covert contract for watching Paul's channel, which is you then don't go on any channels that he doesn't want you on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is one thing that maybe Paul kind of not pushed me away a little bit, but maybe he didn't mean it intentionally, because he said many times you can do whatever, but in the same time, he doesn't like it when you go on other people's channel. But I'm my own person, so I can go on anybody's channel. And actually, because he speaks the truth, right, and all about the truth, which I think he is, he should want people to have freedom of free choice. So he shouldn't be focusing on, trying to, like, tell people maybe not to go on other people's channel. That's just my opinion. And I don't know how he feels about it, but I don't know.
I don't know either. He can tell us, but he won't. He knows where the link is.
I know he never comes up here. I don't know why. It's not like we can't have a peaceful conversation.
And it's not like he wouldn't, like, he has come up here before. He didn't get backstaged ever.
No, I think I always told you, I think you're smart and you're very calm. So, I mean, sometimes you may lose your temper a little bit, but for the most part, you're very calm.
Here, just to prove us wrong. That's
Okay,
that's
so like,
cool.
how do we just end this once and for all and move on with your lives?
Show us your boobs.
I don't really know what's open ended that needs to be resolved. Like I said, I haven't watched the last few streams. I don't know if there's anything that needs to be addressed still. I don't give a fuck about it. But what does
So
need
as
to be
soon as I
resolved?
come in, everyone goes quiet, and then no one gives a fuck and has nothing to talk about. But yet every time when I check in on all these streams, half the shit's about me.
Well, I'm not talking because I'm bored of the topic of Paul and I'm ready to move on.
Well, Sarah, I've noticed that. That's been for like weeks and months at this point. The men are more broken bitches and hoes than the women on panel. Fascinating.
I just missed Daddy, and I wanted to see if I could summon him.
Right. Okay. Well, so as usual, I showed up. You got nothing to say. Nobody's got any issues. But as soon as I leave and go back, if I come back an hour or two from now, everyone will be, sitting around reminiscing, talking about me, what they think about me, what I said the last shit I took.
I mean, I'll give you something to work with then.
Eric there was talking the most.
I do think, you've heard me. You know what I think is low. The things I just said. I think it's low.
Right, because you weren't the one who initiated all that, right? You weren't the one who months ago started with the talking shit about Jennifer, her age, me living off of her using me. I know, you guys are always such victims when I play back the same way you've been playing the whole time. It's amazing.
I think it's low to have Snafu snitch. That's your snitching.
Right, because I have Snafu under control now that he's going against me again for the third time in a year, right? Because I tell him what to do. Because I direct
like
him.
A fucking dog.
Because I
when you
support
have him
what
up
he
on
does.
stage every day, and you cheer
right, he
him
hasn't
on,
been there in like 4 or 5 days now because I threw him out the last time he was there.
Yeah,
so anything else?
Yeah, I don't think he controls Snafu at all. That's Snafu. I mean, I don't think anybody can control him.
The ladies man has women on panel, and all he could think to talk about is another man.
What do you talk about?
All right, I'll see you later. You're insufferable, you're boring, you're uninteresting, and all you have to talk about is me because you have nothing else going on in your life. So I'll see you later.
Talk about you more.
Get back to
that. Bye.
You guys want to see some shorts?
Not of Paul. No, I don't want to fill his ego. That's what he wants us to do. Let's move on.
No, I don't want to see.
Barnabas.
I agree with Sarah. There's been so much between you and him. Like every time I go on any broadcast between you and him, it's always you or him or your face and your wife. I mean, your woman.
Well,
and
you
the
know
same
what?
thing
It
with
wasn't
him.
at all tonight until you brought it up. I will point that out there.
Well, no, I agree. I'm the one that initiated, but I swear to God, the reason why I came up and I was trying to like say something in the chat before I came up is just it's getting a little bit tiring for me, and I'm sure for a lot of people. Now, Paul said right now, which I would ask Paul, but he didn't give me a chance to ask him. He said that you started this thing from the beginning, right? But Paul, if you're a better man and you're about the truth, right? Let's just say it is, for example, hypothetically. If he's about the truth and all that, why can't you let it go? You're the bigger man. Let it go, for example.
We literally weren't talking about Paul. Like this entire stream had absolutely nothing to fucking to do
You
about
think you throwing
Paul.
that flag on the play?
It's what? No, Sarah, I didn't want to talk about. I know I didn't want to talk about Paul, but I promise you, the reason why I brought up today.
You didn't want to, but that's literally the only thing you have talked about.
But we can change it if you like. I have no problem with it. No, we can change it.
Thank you.
No, I'm saying we can change it. No, we can change it. Don't worry about it. We can change it. I'll just bring some peace. That's all.
Have you ever been scuba diving?
Me myself, yes, I've been scuba diving.
Have you ever been fucked in the ass while scuba diving?
Oh my God!
That's what we were talking about.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know you meant it that way. No, thank you. No scuba diving.
We were having fantastic conversations before Paul. All right, we were.
We'll let it go. No, Paul. Nothing like that. We'll let it go. We'll keep the scuba diving subject, I guess, if that interests people.
He doesn't want to be discussed, so I just timed him out. I'll help him out.
I won't talk about Paul. Bring it to something else.
Tarek, how's your fun? Have you done your run?
I didn't. I actually did 5 miles today, and I actually made a video for Monty.
On your channel? I think you have to put them up on your channel.
No, I have it. I have it under private. Whenever I want, I can put it unlisted and put it on there, or I can give it to you. But this is the second one because he said he's going to make 3 for me. I made 1, and this will be the second one. And when he makes the 3rd one, I already have the 3rd one for him as well. But I gotta wait until he says he's gonna have 3. Yeah, I gotta wait until he sends the 3rd one, which I'm assuming I already know what it is. Monty's pretty smart, so I'm assuming I already know he does.
He's made more videos on October Rains.
He made 2 so far. The happy birthday.
I haven't seen any except for the happy birthday one.
Well, he made the happy birthday, and he also made the one when he did the winning with the trophy. He said, I want to thank the flow states, and then not Chiquita, and he was laughing. It was kind of funny, actually. Yeah. Monograph is a very smart, bright guy. And to be honest with you, his broadcast, and I'm probably going to catch heat for this a little bit, he is very in tune. He's very motivated, and he's like got this energy when he does his broadcast where he can gravitate his own audience. He's been doing it for a long time. So for him to do it for that long, I give him credit.
Yeah, I like Monty, but
you know, whatever claims Snafu has, again, like I know we brought him up before and they're a little bit too hectic, but those claims, like you said, when you have proof, we'll go from there. I'm not gonna ever bring that up because that's just too much. Keep doing it on and on.
Well, and that's why I said, last time, I think that you need to retract your statement because there is not proof.
But you're right, Flow State. But here's the thing. From what I remember, even when I got the first argument with Monty and I got out and I said, you're a liar, you didn't dox Paul, all I was saying is he lied about doxing Paul. I never said he actually is a pedophile. I said there's like things out in the open, like maybe signs that maybe he could be in those situations. I never ever said he's a pedophile.
I bet you that I could find. Yes, you did. I bet you I could find.
Try, bring it up. Maybe I'm wrong, but to my attention,
I'm not going to right now.
Yeah, if you can find one, I would apologize for that. How's that? If you can find one, because like you can't say something about a person like that. It's a strong claim, like you said, which it is for anybody, and then there's no proof. Even though I think, for example, say like I said before, an investigation takes 2 to 3 years. I never said I'm investigating him. I never said he's even under investigation. I said any investigation takes 2 to 3 years. That's all I was saying. But it got twisted a little bit.
Yeah. That's not even true anyways.
I mean, in a sense, I'm giving you a general thing. What do you mean not true? Like in terms of the time?
I mean, my investigation took 3.5 years, but it's abnormally long. They don't normally spend that long of an investigation on somebody.
Let me tell you. How about this? Okay, I'll give you a little more info.
How long was your investigation?
I've been investigated by the FBI before. Don't think I haven't. I've been. It takes sometimes 2 to 5, I would say, depending on how much stuff they got to gather to get their case ready. But I don't think more than 5 for sure. That's a fact. Usually DEA, FBI, that's what they usually, and sometimes even earlier if they got more evidence ready, but usually it's about 2 years, 2 to 3 years on average.
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think that is, but who knows?
So what do you think it is? More or less?
Less. I know that mine is 3.5 years long, and my lawyer was surprised at how long of an investigation it was.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Well, I was gonna say it was not an active investigation the whole time. It was like it opened and then it stagnated, and then they hit it again hard like the last 6 months or so.
But let me ask you, Flo, did they come at you all at once, like a surprise, or they took their time, then kind of gave you a hint, then they went back and forth with you? Because with me, it was just, right away.
What do you mean?
Sometimes
I knew that they were investigating me because they weren't super sneaky about it. They were pulling my trash. I noticed that the dumpsters were different. But when they came in, it was all at once.
That's exactly what I mean. It was all at once. When they come in, like knock on your door, sometimes they'll break the door and just and usually they do it at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. They always do it in the morning, at night when you're not expecting it.
Yep.
And
it was like 6 in the morning probably, but yeah, they came in. I was asleep. I woke up floating out the front door in handcuffs.
Did they point guns at you? Because usually they point guns right away when you walk in, if they kick the door in.
Katie, they didn't kick the door. The first time Katie answered the door and they pulled her outside and then came in, and I never saw a gun. I don't think they did because I was asleep. I think they just threw handcuffs on me and carried me out the front door.
Yeah.
The second time I was not there. The third time, the third time they came, I was on the back porch smoking a cigarette, and they came around both sides of the house, single file, with all tacked up. They all had AR-15s, aiming at me, and shit. There was the full on thing.
It's stupid. I don't know why they do that. Because one time I had them just leave a business card at my door, and just said to contact them, which I did. But that was a long time ago. I'm not saying any time like soon, but that was like when I was younger. Yeah.
Sarah. Zero.
Yeah,
Sarah.
Is he asking for help or is he singing to me?
Oh, I think he's saying Sarah, for help. Like change the subject, maybe.
Do we need another fucking in the asshole?
Oh my god. Sarah,
so.
man, she's out in the open today.
Like
lawyers or like law enforcement? Because if they're lawyers, that's cool. Sorry, I was responding to a comment. Snowfire says my family's mostly in law. I assume that's lawyers. If it's law enforcement, well, Sarah's also likes boot flavored things.
maybe I might need the rescuing. I don't know who this Zero is. Should I?
I don't know. Tarek, have you ever shared your investigation story? I don't know it myself.
No, I never. That was a long time ago. Long time ago. How old was I? I was in Novi. I want to think I was 26, 27. No, I never shared it, and I won't share it right now. I don't mind. It's not. It wasn't something big at all, but I took care of it. There was just some miscommunication, I guess, somewhere between.
The way you're talking around it is making it more of a big deal in people's heads listening than if you just say what it was.
I would say what it was. I'm not worried about it because it's on public record anyway. No, it's not even on public record, kind of, actually. But I have to wait a little bit just to get done with what I'm dealing with right now. Because this one is they're taking their time. I mean, they're taking their time. And I'm just waiting for them. So I don't want to give them too much, even though they probably have all the info they need. I just got to see where they're going with this stupid thing that when they came and detained me here for no reason.
I'm not sure if I'm trying to figure out if I want to address this. SH, first of all, I love my members and my subs. We do not love law enforcement.
I think they're doing that to help the algorithms as we talk about
the algorithms or to provoke a fiery conversation out of me.
I think to provoke a fiery conversation out of you, I would say.
Yeah.
But I agree with Flow State. I don't like most, law enforcement. They all lie. And I heard Flow State one time say, never say the truth whenever you can lie. I agree with them. If you're going to stand up with these people, either take the fifth or just lie, because they always lie to you anyway.
You know what? You just said earlier, you said that you could see it was EBT said that there could be some truth to me being a Fed. What about this fucking dude, though?
Which dude?
You, dude.
Oh, 100% a Fed.
Who's saying you're a Fed now?
99% certain that the suspect is black.
I personally don't, and this is just my hunch or my theory or whatever. I don't think that this community is worth feds devoting agents to. I could be wrong. I just don't see anything that's like, for me, when I was doing that sort of shit, that's an easy bust, right? They like things that are easy to bust at. They don't like things where it's like long, drug out, ambiguous sort of investigations with weird state line. Like, who would, I just don't think that they've got. And I'm probably talking to 4 feds right now while I say this. I'm probably speaking to 4 feds on panel and all feds in the chat. You're probably all feds.
Barbie, did you change your name, or did Flo do that?
What happened?
I did that.
Oh, she did that. Yeah.
What's it say? Satan's
Little Princess.
Satan's Little Princess.
Board.
Oh, a question, Emma. Is that her name? How do you say your name?
I work for the Inquisition. I'm not a Fed. Direct from the Vatican.
I don't think. Oh God, EBT. I don't think you're a Fed. I don't even think.
I think that there are other groups that are not necessarily government that operate cooperatively within these areas.
Yeah, there's a third party. I agree with you 100%. I'm aware of these things. I promise you I am.
There's a third party. What do you mean?
Yeah, like the feds would sometimes hire a third party to do their.
That's not even. I'm not even talking about informants. I'm talking about like just groups of people working together. Whether it's something as simple as like agent provocateurs wanting to bring up a different channel constantly, or to drive traffic there, or if it's an organized scam ring, or if it's people, there's all sorts of different ways that people can leverage this sort of publicity that this tool offers.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. That's what I'm saying. The intention matters. Like, what's your intention? What's his intention? Or what's anybody's intention? Like, I don't get it. Okay, I'll give you an example, Flow State, right? Okay, I may think about you, say 80% great and 20% suspicious, right? Fed, not all the bullshit they keep saying, whatever that is, right? But I always wish you and your family always good. That should be everybody's intention, anybody's intention. Doesn't matter if it's Paul, you, anybody, even Monograph. Why would I want to wish him bad? Let's just say, hypothetically, right? Let's say he made a mistake. We all made mistakes in our lives, right? Maybe his was different, right? But if you are true Christian, Muslim, Jew, or a person, you're supposed to have mercy and forgive, right? So if you forgive somebody, if they repent, for example, you should forgive them and not keep going after. Now, some people may want justice if like a situation was that severe, and I'm not saying it is, I'm just speaking hypothetically, but you should always wish good for everybody. I mean, I don't care who it is, if you're a good person.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. And I don't think you need to have a religion for that to be. I think actually a religion might harm that process some, but I think that, yeah, absolutely. I believe that, whether it's karma or law of attraction or God, whatever, you get more of what you get out. And if you wish good on other people, you'll probably have people wishing good on you as well.
I totally agree. And religion, like you said, doesn't have to be in it at all. I totally agree, because sometimes it does complicate it more than it makes it better.
Snowfire, this comment is 90% reassuring and 10% unassuring.
Don't worry about what. Oh, I didn't read it. What did she say anyway? I didn't read it.
Oh, she said, "Oh, fucking A, speak of the goddamn devil."
I summoned
let her come up.
Sorry.
Who's that?
I'm gonna bring my demons.
This is the
cop.
The cop. This is the cop.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Tarek, did you ever make that video?
Yeah. Oh, I made the video. The first one I made it a long time ago. We put it on Flow States.
No,
I have another video.
Monograph.
Yeah, I made it. The first one. I have another one already made. I'm just waiting on him. He wants to play some games. I'll play some games. For fun and Laugh. I already even downloaded it for you, Flow State. It's already YouTube ready.
What is? I was reading a comment. I didn't hear you. I was reading a comment.
Oh, I'm saying like I made the video, the second one, because I know what's his name, Jeff was asking if I made the video. Jeff, did you see the first video or no?
No. They said you took it down or something. Put a link.
Flow State has it, but I don't know if he wants to repeat it again.
The first video I played in one of my last live streams. Was it the last? It wasn't the last live.
All right, so let me see if I can give you the second video. Or maybe Monty will give me his.
You need to.
I saw his video. His video was so dumb.
Which one? The birthday? Or which one?
The one where we say happy birthday to you.
Yeah, but hey, Monty's very smart. He didn't sing happy birthday for me for no reason. You have to understand his mentality, his psychology. He's not stupid. That wasn't a happy birthday, just a happy birthday. It was kind of funny.
I got that. No, he was trolling you for sure.
Yes. Well, not more than trolling, but it's okay. You know, Monty's Monty. He's an actor, so he's great at it. So you got to give him credit for it. You know, whatever. You know, if you want to play fire with fire, you have to do it.
Goes.
You brought Jeff rolls with a crew.
I guess I do. Yeah, we were just on machine. We got exiled. We got.
Where's Neurojack?
He's
I think
probably
he was on
recovering from today.
Machine Live, right? No, he was on Machine Live earlier.
Nero was. He spazzed out on my show all day for hours. He's just not having.
He said he was pushing.
Right now.
It wasn't as bad as everybody's making it out to be.
Oh, it's the worst. It's the first time I was seriously worried about his mental health.
He did a poor job of expressing what I think he was trying to express.
Yeah, I agree with that. He wasn't expressing it. He was very distracted. He was making dinner. He was dealing with his kids.
I can't think of one thing going on in the world right now that is not affecting him or on his nerves somehow.
But
anytime I have
conversations with him one-on-one, like whenever it's not like there's not a lot of stuff going on, he's much more coherent. He just got a little distracted, and it was.
I don't know. I work in mental health. I have a certain eye for this kind of stuff.
The whole crew's here, and I came here to say that it was as bad as we thought it was.
So
Chris is, I think, understating. I think how.
I think I just understand Neurojack better than the rest of you guys do.
No, I understood. I understood what he was talking about. That was the problem. Was I understood, but he didn't understand. Like
he was all over the place. He was, but he was also very distracted.
Yeah, that right there is significant.
Yeah.
But Jeff, wasn't he trying to say, for example, and I think Flow State probably agrees with me, wasn't he trying to express in a way that when cops go through all the criminal stuff and what they see and all the corruption, all the killing and all the stuff they go through, they actually affects them mentally. So when they do something, for example, bad, it affects them where they think it's okay now because they're bad people or whatever, right? He was trying to say like, it's kind of okay.
That's actually the one thing I don't remember him talking about.
Well, he said, remember Cynthia brought up like the 200 people that they dug up from the police station that were dead.
Oh,
right?
The other day on a Talcott.
That's well, he pushed it. He said on Machine Live that. Okay, I don't know if Flow State missed it. Cynthia said. Okay, Cynthia said that. I guess I don't know what city or what state that they dug up 200 bodies behind the jail. And Cynthia was asking if that was a moral thing to do when you have authority and power and you like took an oath to protect and serve people. Why would you do that? Neurojack was trying to say like when you get into, I think that he's trying to say when you get into this field, and believe me, I know a lot of people in this field, police, chief of police, a lot of people that I know personally. They see a lot of dead bodies, a lot of crimes, and they get into that where maybe. What happened?
Go ahead. I was just calling you sus for knowing the police chief.
He was one of my best friends, to be honest with you. I worked with him for 3 years.
Really sus then. Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
That's
you guys
not,
don't know
no,
much
Derek,
about me.
I respect that. That's cool that you had a cop
That's cool.
friend.
Yeah, I have no issue with that.
I mean, I have
A lot
cop
of you-
friends, just none of them were police chief.
I think Jeff's girlfriend is right above him though, like Satan's little princess. There, I didn't even know that. Do you guys know each other since you're both Satanists? Like,
Unless somebody paid to change your name.
No, I knew him from high school. So, we used to go out and have fun and do a lot of stuff together. And became, over time, he became a chief of police. And I worked with him for 3 years. But a lot of people don't know a lot about my life because I haven't shared it. But one day I'll share most of it or more. But I think Jack, again, Flow State was saying it's kind of okay, I guess, because the cops, or when they go through all that mental, psychological issues with dealing with people and all the people they're dealing with, that in their brain it becomes okay to dump maybe 200 people behind. I disagree with that, but I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, of course. But he was making the point because Cynthia and that other guy, Aaron, whatever, they were trying to justify the crimes that, like the shoplifting and the vandalism and stuff that's committed in San Francisco and stuff, by trying to say, well, you don't understand what these people are going through. They're stressed, they're poor, etc. And so he was showing that you could do the same thing on the cop side. And so each side can do the like care and understanding approach to justify crime. And I don't think either one of it justifies crimes. There are plenty of poor people that are struggling, starving, whatever, that are not out committing crime.
Agree. I mean, but I agree with you on the whole point. Neither of them are justified.
Yeah, me too.
You're talking about white people?
What'd you say?
Is he talking about white people?
He is not, but we can.
99% certain that the suspect is black.
Just people.
Hey, what's up?
Speaking
Hank?
of which, welcome, Hank. Welcome, Hank.
Yeah.
You saw me, Chris.
Man, what a
I
witch's
know.
brew we
Well,
have
still, but
tonight.
you disappeared earlier. I didn't say goodbye, so I'm saying hello
Black gay
again. I'm
witches
saying like
brew.
welcome as our resident, I guess, super predator. So hey, I'm glad we have one of those on the panel tonight.
How the hell did Hank get titled a super predator? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Have you lost your minds?
He titled himself that.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, at best, he's a marginal predator.
I think that marginal predator.
I told myself, proud local vote.
Anybody that's ever.
Oh my god.
Ooh, I heard shattering. That's a
Yeah.
bad news bear.
At best, he's a marginal predator for sure.
I'm so happy I caught that.
Did you see the video about, I think 2 months ago? It was either on Paul's and some other broadcast when the cop hit that girl. She was, I think, Spanish, and he told his buddy after he hit her on accident that the state will just pay $16,000. That's what she's worth.
Oh yeah,
and
no,
it was all
video.
caught on camera.
I see that video, yeah.
Did he kill her?
Yeah.
He ran her over. Yeah.
Jesus, no, I hadn't. I don't watch that sort of shit.
It was pretty disgusting. It really was.
Yeah, I try and avoid those kinds of videos. Even as a proud cop hater, it just spoils my
There's
blood
no
so
reason
much.
for it.
There's that just makes me angry. Like
I already have my opinion on it. I don't need to clog my brain with more like rage.
I didn't go seeking it out. It just it was on a stream I was watching, and like someone played it, and I didn't have much. I guess I could have turned it off, but I didn't know it was about to be played, so I didn't know the context. But I avoid that kind of shit too.
It was disgusting.
The androids aren't going to replace stuff if it's so cheap.
What's that?
Well, the androids aren't going to replace us anytime soon if we're that cheap.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. You run over one of those android things, man. That's going to cost the city a lot more money.
Well, fuck. I mean, it's already assault on a police officer if you punch a police dog. So while it's chewing your arm off, so yeah, I can only imagine what they'll do.
I did not know that. That is
you
can bonkers. You can run over a dog in the street, no big deal. But if it's a police dog,
police dog has more rights than you do.
Felony.
Yeah, police dogs have.
So first, I didn't know that you're saying if the dog bites you, like the police dog, you can't punch him.
Yeah, you can. Well, you can literally. You just will get
You'll get charged with it. You'll get charged with
Even though he's chewing your arm.
I know somebody it happened to. Yeah,
that's crazy.
You didn't submit fast enough.
I mean,
I don't know how much more
yeah, that is actually the rationale.
I know there are good cops in the system, but there are so many fucking like law type things, like
Why do you think
civil
that, though?
seizures and stuff like. Because I've met some good cops, and I've known
How
some.
can
that
you be a
actually-
good cop if
I've had very few negative experience with cops.
If your job is to enforce laws, so if your job is
They're
to
just
arrest
not
somebody for say
bad
pot,
cops yet. They
we'll
haven't
use
graduated to be a
pot
bad
as an easy example. If you arrest for somebody for pot, that means you're a moral prostitute. If you don't, unless you think that people should really be thrown in jail for pot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They enforce
I've
them.
known-
They
I've
don't
known
make
cops
the
that wouldn't do
laws.
that.
The
I've known cops that
criticism
wouldn't
is
do
with
that
the
either.
legislators, not the cops.
Yeah.
They took a job to enforce rules that they
Actually
don't
worth
agree with.
noting, they actually do interpret laws. That's kind of
That is also actually
They don't make the law.
No, they don't make it, but they interpret the law. On
So
the ground.
if your objection is that pot is illegal and should be legal, that's not the cops.
Look,
not-
my
I'm-
objection is this moral displacement. You're responsible for your action, the morality of your actions. So if you say, well, I'm just doing my job, somebody has to do this job, that's why I'm attacking this person for something that they should have the right to do, you're a moral prostitute.
But
You can't
again,
have
that they
job.
should have the right to do it is a legal objection, not an enforcement objective. They don't have the right to do it currently.
I'm
whatever
making a moral objection, not.
But they're
illegal.
not. They're legal. They enforce laws, not morality.
Correct. So
Yeah,
you can object to them on moral grounds.
Once the claim is you ought do, those are all moral claims.
Right. And the claim was there are good cops, and that's a moral judgment as well.
I suppose so, but all I know, okay, maybe he wasn't a good cop. Maybe he was a bad person overall. I don't know him, but whenever my wife was having an episode of psychosis and she disappeared, and I couldn't find her for over 24 hours, and I called the cops, and they not only did they go out and search for her and find her, whenever they couldn't get a hold of me on the phone, they came to back to my house to let me know that they had found her, even though they didn't have to. And there was like no legal thing that kept them from doing that. He did that specifically because he was concerned about me, and he knew I was out there worried, and my phone just wasn't getting signal. And so I'm just saying that their cops can do good things, and they can be good people in the moment, just like anybody else can.
I agree.
I mean, that night, that cop, that he absolutely saved my life, in my opinion, because I was losing my mind.
Oh, too far. What about us cops that just don't give a shit, or not go give a shit? That's unfair. What about us cops that don't care what you believe is right or wrong?
Well, you're a morally bad person. We've already established this.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone's agree.
What about Reverend Joshua?
Wait, Joshua, I thought in our discussion you admitted that you were a morally bad person.
Oh yeah, no, that is established.
I'm pushing back on Chris here.
That's not in dispute.
Yeah. What if there are those of us that just don't care what he defines as good or bad?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. I was saying from my perspective, at least in a couple of cases, when in my dealings with cops, they have done extremely kind things for me. Even though I've also had bad experience with cops, I've had cops that completely overstepped their authority and were complete assholes for no real reason to me. I've had and even as a white guy, I've definitely been manhandled by and been had cops trying to intimidate me for no reason. And at the same time, I've also had cops, at least here in Irving, at least in the city I live in right now, the local cops here have been more than kind to me and my family in these times when whenever my wife has had mental health issues and stuff like that. They have literally in one case saved my wife's life because of it too. So I do have some sympathy for the local cops anyway, because I know they don't even have to be, they're not legally required to be as kind or as nice as they were. They could have they could have treated her like they treat anybody else, and they did take care of her, and they were very kind, and they got her to the hospital.
Because
and
somebody could be worse doesn't mean that they're good. I think that just philosophically,
sure. I get what you're saying.
I don't believe that there can be a good cop philosophically. I think you have to be bad.
What good in what way?
Morally, I think that there's
I think you have to do.
Well, that's just an opinion. Of course, people can be morally. However you define that, cops can be kind, compassionate, caring, selfless.
if
And
your
I've
job
known
is to
cops that have caught
initiate
people with
harm,
weed and
look,
shit like that. Let them
That's
go
what
and
the
shit like
woke
that.
do. They
you know?
take the group characteristic and they have it define the person over
drugs.
the individual.
Okay, I personally believe I believe in natural law. If you initiate harm, you're bad. That's bad. Cops' job is to initiate harm against people.
They
who have-
initiate state-sanctioned harm, which is what we have in a.
They also
And
stop harm though too. They also
liberal
stop
democratic
harm whenever other
society.
people. I mean, they also stop harm when other people are
The
harming
state has the
people. They do
monopoly on
intervene.
harm.
Right, the state. You're right, and that's wrong.
Well, then
It's wrong
your
to intervene between two
disagreement is
people that are harming
more
them.
deeply philosophical than just cops.
It explicitly.
You don't want a
specifically-
state at all.
because that's the only profession where people routinely say there are some good X. You never hear that anywhere else, and that's kind of telling in and of itself.
No, I'd say there's
I
probably
hear that.
good.
I hear that
firemen,
with
too, 'cause
psychology,
I've
like
seen-
mental
I've seen
health.
firemen
There
that
are
put up
some good
firemen, so-
therapists. There are some good doctors. There are some good teachers. I hear it in almost every profession.
Yeah, I hear it in every profession myself.
Ain't you never heard about a little town called Mayberry, son?
I don't get the reference.
You never watched the Andy Griffith show, Flo?
Not
The
You don't know. You never seen.
I never watched
I've
anything.
definitely heard of it.
the better
Barney Fife,
I
come
guess the better I guess rhetorical flourish than that is to, I think,
What?
Damn, I lost my train of thought.
Oops.
Completely lost it.
Get sick of people talking
I
about
even had a
Where'd
good
it
thing.
go? It's a train. It's got to be
there's
big.
bad
It's got to be around
cops in
somewhere.
every department. There's fucking
It's
Is it like one of those
midnight
little
and I'm
tiny? Is it
tired.
like one of the little tiny toy trains, the little tiny ones that goes underneath
Yeah,
things? Like that?
yeah. It
Okay.
just goes
All
under.
right.
It just goes underneath the tunnel and then it's just gone.
That makes sense. Yeah, I got you.
don't worry, I'll wait.
So
I get sick of people talking about that. There's like, oh, there's a couple bad cops, and the rest of the guys are good, and that's horse shit. Because what you have is a lot of fucking head turning, and these so-called good cops letting these whatever bad apples get away with fucking crimes, and they don't do shit about it. But they're cops; they're supposed to be.
That's a
enforcing the law.
narrative. You don't know what
No, it's not
individual
a
circumstances.
narrative.
They have
It's
accountability.
true.
They have
Bad apple
internal
analogy.
affairs. They have grievance process. All of that.
You wanna
One
hear
bad
a
apple.
narrative? Listen,
Jeff,
here's
you
a
have to
narrative.
remember to think those work. You know those don't
Okay,
work.
yeah, but I was.
I think it's a very low res narrative to think that there's all these bad cops that are around and all these good cops are just sitting
Well,
back.
what
and
would
letting
Andy
bad
do?
cops
What would
be
Andy
bad.
do?
There are no good cops.
And there's
That's
never
bad.
justice or
There's no
accountability
such
for bad
thing as
cops.
a good cop.
You have a very distorted
I
view
remember
of
the
law enforcement.
rhetorical flourish I was going to do. It was basically that cops get a lot of like complaints. There are a lot of like civil complaints about cops, but you don't have a lot of civil complaints about other workers, like say, for instance, firemen.
There's no song called
Even though there's some
Fireman.
firemen that are terrible at their jobs and don't put the fires out, so I don't know why that is.
Yeah, you get a lot of
and
civil
cops
complaints
and
about
firemen
teachers all
There's
the time.
certainly complaints about medical and mental
Oh,
health
and-
professionals. It goes on their
There are.
license. There's
Yeah.
an entire like department of the state that you can complain and
Look, the problem is when a cop breaks the law, he isn't held as accountable as an average citizen. He gets a slap
that
on the
is
wrist
not.
and he gets- It is true.
Some of them
You
are.
see it
Many of
every
them
day.
are.
I'm
That
dealing
is
with it
that
now.
depends on the
Who's this guy that
competency
keeps
of
fucking
the
interrupting me?
individual police department.
Is this
Yeah,
the
and I don't
cop
think
that's
it should.
interrupting me? That's what
That's
I'm
Jeff.
wondering.
He's not.
Well, you're on a
No,
panel with
it's
10
not
other people. If you
Jeff.
can't handle it, go find another like romper room panel that's going to cater. Just grab the mic.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But Jeff, I know, Jeff, can I say something? I promise you, from my experience, most cops, even if you try, like, say you do something wrong, they'll keep doing it where you go, for example, to your city state police, they'll push it to internal affairs, they'll go to the county, to the fed, they'll keep to the state. They keep taking you in a loop, and nothing gets done for the most part, I promise. For the most part.
I mean, I would say that
Hey,
there's
hey.
no good cops. To the same extent, there's no good bankers and there's no good stock traders.
Can I
You know,
ask
like
you
it's
a
like
question?
you know,
Yeah, I
like
can agree with that actually.
I would say
actually
that, like
can agree
I
with
would say
that. There
that,
you
I
go.
would say if you could say, I mean, but that's not correct. I mean, there are
So-
good people that work in those fields, but
I
for the
don't
majority of them
Not for
are
long.
assholes.
They don't
I
stay
think it's
good for long.
that level of dogmatic thinking in general that I'm reacting to. It's so absolute.
There's a philosophical issue. Like I agree. It sounds dogmatic and ignorant, but the philosophical issue I put forward if your job is arresting people for things that are victimless, I don't see how you can be a good person when your job that you do is to go fuck people up.
Okay, Flow State. How about pulling someone
What if you're
over?
just a murder
Hey,
detective?
are you gonna fucking interrupt me again?
Yeah,
I got
maybe.
the mic. I got the
Absolutely,
fucking
absolutely.
Go ahead.
We don't pass around a baton here. We just talk. So I mean, just deal with it.
Go
dude.
ahead,
No, we don't
Jesus.
just talk over people. We're above that. We're civilized.
No, we're not. What we don't do is grandstand on getting interrupted. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. So, how about getting pulled over by a cop for speeding, right? And then the next day you see the same cop fucking zoom through a red light, no emergency lights, 90 miles per hour, just no business in the world.
Yeah.
Right? It's hypocritical and it's fucked up that they get this power to do what they want to do and they're not held accountable. That's my point.
I've bought cocaine off of a uniformed cop before. It's just a course of business.
Honestly, that kind of sounds badass.
Yeah.
It was kind of
Badge
scary.
number.
I can imagine it was like scary, but like you got to feel like after that, you got to feel on top of the world. Like you can do
Well, I
anything.
didn't. So I went to my guy's house and he told me, "Oh, hold on, my guy's gonna be here in any minute now." He didn't tell me that his guy was a cop, and so I'm sitting on the couch having a beer. This was before I was 21 because I thought I was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna get arrested for
underage drinking."
Yo, Flo, you know the most fucked up part about that? That guy probably ruined somebody's life to get that shit to sell.
Absolutely,
Someone's
that's what
probably
they
rotting
do.
in fucking prison right now, and their fucking kids are without their dad or whatever, and he's out selling it or trading it for pussy or whatever he's doing, right?
That was a
You'd ask too if he was a cop. The guy who brought it to the house was still in his uniform. Yeah, I know that he was a cop.
Maybe he was just a stripper in uniform, a stripper in the costume.
Yeah,
though.
he's a male stripper.
No, I've seen it. There was a captain here in Ironton. He was his wife was a really bad cokehead, and I knew a guy from Columbus that used to sell coke, and he used to sell directly to the cop. You know what I mean? But he eventually got busted by the same cops. So I mean, where's the fucking justice here?
There's a phenomenon of when you get arrested with drugs, like I did. You get charged the amount that there's like thresholds, right? I got charged with like 7 grams and up. That's the bracket. The extra will disappear off of the charge, right? So it'll say, oh, he had just this. I'm sure in the evidence room there's even more disappearing, but you never get charged for the extra amount you have, or it never gets recorded unless it can up your charge.
So there's a cop here, Flow State. I think you've heard me talk about this because you came on my channel a couple times. Name's Bradley Spoljaric. He was a supervisor during an incident that happened between me and Sarah. We were targeted by some cops. We caught a cop stealing, and we called him on it, and they targeted us for like 2 years, right? That's why I started my YouTube channel in the first place. They followed us around, pulled us over for bogus reasons, lied. So this cop had the nerve to say that he was doing his drug interdiction case and that he had indicators. And that was the reason for patrolling us in the first place. He recognized our car. They were all on the lookout for us. He saw us. He pulled us over. Actually, he caught us. We were out of our car completely across the parking lot when he pulled in. He ordered us back in our car, turned his body camera on as we were getting back in our car, and then lied on the police report and said that we got out of our car after he pulled us over, right? But his supervisor was like this cocky asshole, and there were a lot of allegations that this guy was up to no good. No one could really put their finger on it. He busted a lot of people with meth, you name it, a lot of drugs here. And, there's a lot of pending cases where people are awaiting trial, and he's, going to testify, right? They busted this cop after a domestic violence dispute with 8 grams of fentanyl and 20 grams of meth, right? And I would say he was probably paying chicks to fuck him because he's a pathetic fat loser, but maybe he was dealing the dope too, right? Who knows? Maybe he was using it. Point is, they dropped his charges to a felony possession from a trafficking charge so that he could still testify against all the people that he busted with the same drugs that he had in his pocket. Right.
I mean, that's definitely fucked up. That's definitely fucked up. And it's corrupt as all hell.
It allowed him to resign.
But that's one example.
No. It's not the one example thing. And I was just about to ask Jeff. Everybody has like doesn't. I could tell you stories for the next 12 hours about corrupt cops. How many? How much? At what point do you go? You know what? Maybe if everybody is saying the same thing, maybe there's some truth there.
Well, if you do logic, there's a logical fallacy of judging a group by its most extreme or corrupt elements and assuming that's true of everyone in the group. So I guess it depends on how rational or logical you want to be about the issue versus emotion based.
No one
I don't have a disdain for police in general. I think that we need policing in some sense, but it's just that every cop that I run across is either a hypocrite, a liar, or a criminal himself who gets away with mass crimes. I mean, even they call traffic violations. Like we got pulled over and we said, look, we're not committing any crimes. We're not involved in any drug activity. The cop rebutted by saying, well, actually, you've committed several just on your vehicle. Like our vehicle coming back as the wrong color when you run the registration is a crime, right?
Yeah,
this is how these dudes use. Oh, is it? So I can go paint my car right now, and I got to go report it to the BMV and get my registration.
Yeah,
changed.
it's fucked up and it's stupid, but that is a law.
It's not the law, dude.
No, it's not the law.
They nitpick and
It
they
is in certain states.
They profile.
It was in Florida. I know that was a state, that was a law in Florida. I worked in Florida World. I worked with the next cop.
Listen, you might have to go inform your insurance company. That's probably a good idea, but it's not required. Okay, you can paint your car right now, and it doesn't change your VIN number or your registration. Your VIN number is still going to come back as the same color car.
That's a law issue, not a cop issue. If that's the law,
so when a cop is presented with this, and you give him your license, your insurance, and your proof of registration, all the shit that they make you jump through hoops to keep, right? And you say, here's all the information, you can match the VIN number, and he says, I'm not debating that. And then he sits there and he fishes and he tries to escalate it into something else. Right. These are the types of cops I'm talking about. Right. And they're mostly, all of them are like that. I mean, they want that bust. They want to arrest you.
I agree with you.
Make it look good to take your freedom. And they don't mind doing it. And they sleep very well at night because people call them heroes and lick their boots and they love it.
I have had completely fucked up, corrupt interactions with cops. I have been fucked over by cops many, many times. Believe me, by some of the most. And I've just not even in legal interactions. I worked with an ex-cop as a security guard once, who was literally probably the most evil person I've ever met in my life.
You go, Paul Blart? Your mic cut off.
Did my mic cut off? I'm sorry.
Yeah. There you are.
Anyway, yeah.
You said as a security guard. You said as a security guard, and then
I worked with an ex-cop who was one of the most evil people I've ever met in my life. I mean, he was a complete psychopath who got fired for being a psychopath from the police department. That's why he was working there. And he literally told me things like that. The thing he missed most about being a cop was, and he said this with a straight face, and he wasn't even joking around. He's like, I really miss violating people's civil rights. And I was just like, why would you say that? I mean, I couldn't even believe that was words that would come out of a person's mouth. Yeah, but it was one cop. Exactly. That's my point. It's like I got pulled over that one time. I've told the story a few times where I got pulled over by 10 different cop cars for nothing. And their justification for pulling me over ultimately was that I was driving too close to the white line on the road. I never went over it, but I drove too close to it the whole time. And so I guess they thought I must have been a drug trafficker or something. They had an entire group of cops that surrounded me. And I got out of the car, scared I was going to get murdered. And they were like, what you nervous about? And I was like,
right.
Some of those motherfuckers want you to give them a reason to be a hero.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right. And I completely hate that kind of that mentality and that part of policeism or whatever you want to call it, that whole bully mentality. But at the same time, my Pittsburgh cops was probably exactly like you guys' were until the last few years when I actually had a few interactions where I actually saw cops actually do what they were supposed to do, which was actually just to protect and serve. I'm just saying that there are some cops that do actually give a shit, and I respect those people because it's probably hard.
Right,
it's probably hard to be that kind of a person when you're working in a situation, when you're working in an institution like that, when you're working in a police institution where it's an easy thing to do to break those rules and to enrich yourself and do other things through illegal means, really easily, to be the kind of person that doesn't do that and actually tries to go other way to be a good person. I respect that a lot. I just that's my only point. It's just that I can't hate cops as a general idea, but I do hate most of the cops and most of them and the mentalities that most of them have, because they're usually just high school bullies that never grew out of it. But
that's very true. Yes, it is.
I agree. That's exactly.
I got a question for whoever said something about the car color. cops are trained. Even if you paint your car, they can find out easy how to know if it's been painted or not. So they can't say it's stolen because it's been painted or whatever the case may be to get you out of the car.
I know the laws and I know the procedures, and it doesn't matter. They can't pull you over for something like that unless there is a car like that. Unless there has been a report made about a car that fits the description of your car as being stolen or involved in some sort of crime. They have no reason to pull it over. It was a cherry pick. They knew who we were. They were just, the body cameras are a new thing here. We live in a small town, USA, and the sheriff's department still don't have body cameras, so they're just like up to all kinds of fucking wickedness.
Yeah, but I mean, they do a lot of turn stops anyway.
It's coming out. It's all coming to light. There's been like 4 cops resign. A chief resigned 2 months away from retirement. We've got 1 arrested. One's got allegations for sexting and grooming minors in a high school where he was a resource officer. Naked pictures surfaced on the internet. I mean, you name it. There's a cop partying with teenagers in the courthouse after hours while he's not even supposed to be on duty. Got teenage kids drinking beer and rolling weed.
They're out of control. They're out of control.
Video surfaced on the internet, and guess what they did? The media said they fired this guy, right? It's on you can look it up on YouTube. Cold Grove, Ohio cop fired, right? They didn't fire him. They allowed him to resign, and he works about 5 miles up the road at another department, wearing no name tag, pulling people over for the ordinances on the highway.
They have up to 5 years. Yeah, they have up to 5. I think they have up to 5 years after they get convicted, where they can actually work for another, police or anything like you were saying.
He wasn't convicted. He was never fired. Period. They said he fired. They said that he was fired on the media on a local news channel here, right?
Yeah, they lied.
Because they cover for the cops here. They run whatever narrative the cops tell them to run.
Hey, you want to laugh? 2 months ago here, around my area, a cop, I guess, in the police station, I guess one of them was gay and the other cop wasn't. And I guess they were in the locker room and he kind of like touched him a little bit, like by his hands and getting close to him. So the other cop, told him to leave him alone. He didn't. And at the end, he pulled a knife on him. That's all he did, just pull a knife on the other cop. And nothing happened. Just they both got fired. Nothing been charged.
Why do you always have these gay locker room stories, bro?
Good. Hold on. I know what you're saying. No, I didn't mean to say it, but it was funny.
It
was funny.
Time I heard you say a gay locker room.
That's not EBT saying.
No, I didn't mean it that way. In any discrimination,
it was. I always talks about gay locker room experience.
Oh my God! I don't.
Wait, he's not one of the cats that was talking about, like if he was locked up with Paul, like what he would do for Paul if he was locked up.
Oh, for God's sake! I was bringing Paul into this.
That's fucking cringe, dude.
No, I didn't mean to say it like that.
With Paul.
No, Jeff, I didn't mean to say it like that, but it was kind of funny because it was all over the newspaper, and they said, that's what happened. So you couldn't not see what happened, but they only fired them. None of them were convicted.
Honestly, that's probably the best case scenario.
There's a case here where the chief of police here where I live actually dressed up like a tranny prostitute and like was busting people for drug shit. I mean, it's I
saw an article a while back where somewhere in Florida they were doing a sting operation where they for shoulder tapping. They'd shoulder tap people and ask them to buy booze.
What?
For minors. Can you think of a more absurd fucking waste of time and resources?
Yeah, that does seem
an
like
operation involving that shit.
How about this one, Flow State? What about the kids driving around throwing slushies on people?
What about it?
Have you heard this? Oh wow. It's kind of gone nationwide. It just happened a little while
I don't
back.
pay attention to the news.
They got charged.
I haven't seen anything. Basically, is the rule
cop
of thumb.
car in front of them that.
Oh, you mean you haven't been following the Argentina guy? I thought he'd be right up your alley.
Dude, these guys were like splashing mud puddles on fucking civilians and throwing slushies. They had like 12 slushies in the floorboard of their cruiser, and they were recording themselves going around just throwing slushies in people's faces and laughing.
So they were just like TikTok pranksters, but they were cops?
Well, they didn't put it on social media. It got brought out.
On social media. That's, I mean, like in some ways, that's almost better. Like they were just assholes that just But they were assholes in like really low key,
Yeah,
like
but the
high school
point is,
ways. They weren't even doing anything really harmful. They're just throwing slushies.
Right, but they didn't think they were going to get any shit for that. That's a felony, dude. Like using your emergency, non-emergency situation as a cop is a felony. So these dudes blatantly commit felonies every day. So like, imagine, it's just crazy. There's no accountability.
Just what a weak way to be a bully. I don't know.
So that's what I'm pissed off about. I'm not pissed off at the cops. I'm not mad because I think all cops are fucking pieces of shit. It's just that there's no accountability for their actions.
I agree with that. No, there needs to be massive reform.
I think there is accountability.
And the people that make excuses for them piss me off even worse.
Go pull them over.
No, I think the cops murdering people upsets me a little bit more than people who obstinately are wrong.
Damn,
Bro, don't move to my area.
I got up out of bed this morning and was just looking for somebody's neck to put my boot on, but the only person I ran into was Lib.
Yeah, what's worse than that is when I got up out of bed this morning and I was looking for someone's boot to deep throat, like all the way, like slobber on the boot, yo. I just can't wait. I just want to troll people on the internet just because I love these guys so much.
Oh my God, Hank!
Hank will mail it to you. Hank will mail it to you.
I'm kind of hoping that his camera's got like
Let me see.
Zoom effect, because Jesus,
Yes.
Hank, how big
Hank, I want
size
that
shoe
in
you
my
wear?
mouth.
11 to think.
Well, they say what a boy who got big feet. They say, damn, he got big feet.
It's the
Like a
angle.
moderate predator type of boot.
It's the angle, Hank. That looked like a 14 right there. I got
I
scared.
think
there.
that's your new profile picture, Hank. That'll get you some.
Yeah, I used to. I wear 11 and a half, but I don't know if that rule holds up that well.
Damn, did Chris just admit to something?
Yeah, it was a joke, dude.
I do too. My penis is tiny.
Yeah, but mine's inverted. I mean, it goes in and not out. So it's
Come,
an innie.
are you trying to one up me?
Look. There's a very easy way to overcome small penises.
Unfortunately,
right?
I have a
an
monster
Asian
cock.
woman. They have small hands, so in comparison, everything looks bigger.
Yeah,
There's
and
always
use
a
your mouth.
code.
Joshua, unfortunately, I have a monster cock and even bigger balls, and I know that'll upset you.
Damn,
A lady
This is
did.
getting real gay up in here.
Hold up, let me get off.
I like it.
Off screen here and go cry a little bit.
Yeah, you
so
will.
I don't
You're
have to
already
admit
off
it.
screen. You have your camera off. It doesn't matter. Just
And I
fly.
don't. And
I just had sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
I love Adam Driver.
What was that from? What movie was that from? I've seen that recently.
God.
I can't think what it was from now.
I don't even know.
What is that movie called? It has two of the greatest actors ever. Oh my God.
Then go ahead and screenshot that and do a reverse image search. You'll find
Yeah, I will. I'll just look up Adam Driver's filmography. I know I've seen it before. I just can't think what it was right now.
Hey guys, I'm surrounded. By the way, look at me. I'm surrounded.
it. Good for you.
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
Oh, Joshua gets the group hug now.
Flo,
He probably needs it more than any of us. It will have the least effect on him more than any of us.
Flo, I appreciate your willingness to completely interrupt stream to throw those up there. Honestly, it helps.
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead.
Hey, buddy, I'm gonna get out of here. But,
Man, I don't give a
if you
fuck
guys
about
would,
shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
Birthday and this one. Some other
What
people.
were you?
Yeah, we
Sarah's
can hear it.
birthday today. Tell her happy birthday for me, man. Come on, guys.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Oh, you fucking did it, man.
You're looking out.
Happy birthday.
You're looking out.
Yeah.
All right.
Happy birthday, Sarah. I can't believe that you broke the game though.
I didn't know there was a game. I didn't know there was a game, so I can't play I can't play a game I don't know that exists. So I'm sorry.
You're supposed to read the room.
How can I read the room about a game rules that no one mentioned?
Oh,
There
so
was
you
no
look
reading
at the
room.
screen.
What?
Yeah, you look at the screen.
Here, yeah, Hank will.
Shut up, nerd.
Most of you are icons. I can't even see. Only people's faces I can see are yours and Jeff's. How do you read that room?
Well, I could do it still.
Oh, I guess. Well, you are special, Hank.
You're
All right,
probably
Hank,
not even autistic.
Hank, read my mind. What am I thinking?
There's nothing there.
Probably about communism and shit.
There's nothing there.
No, I wish I thought about communism.
The proletariat.
More. I think about Oreos too much.
I kind of want Lou to come up on panel.
Who?
I do too. Lou has whoop whoop the freak. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping me smoking cigarettes.
Oh, yeah.
This smoke on Lou.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry, this smoke on the freak.
Can't spell Lou. Can you jump on panel? You don't have to get on camera or anything. I just like to have this conversation with you. Kind of curious.
About what? Sorry, I was looking at the names that lit up.
Here.
I get her.
Hey, I am massive.
Salute.
I think her claim is like ultimately her claim is it boils down rights come from God. That's fine for somebody that holds faith, right? But now you've got to deal with the enforcement of that. Is God coming down here on earth and enforcing these rights, or we're just supposed to uphold to somebody that's out there? Okay, all right. It's cool. Yeah, I get the time zone because it's like 3:30 in the afternoon for me. If you can, I'd actually like to have that conversation with you. Can't spell.
Miss J. Miss J doesn't. It seems to be on your side. Yeah. I don't think rights are a real thing.
Yeah, they're social constructs that we created.
Okay. So if we all understand that concept, right, would it not be dangerous to inform people? Damn it, Hank, you dick.
Reverend.
Would it be
Reverend?
Wait, hold on. Did we go down the rights are not real thing route? Is that where we went?
I think we're going there.
I mean, they're real. They're not.
Yeah, they're real, but they're socially constructed. They're not like an intrinsic.
To some extent, but
you made them a fuck up.
If we recognize the dignity of the human person, then that inherently ensues rights for that human person that has dignity. Then
which right does it inherently contain?
Well, then that would be a social construct. It has to be agreed upon on the social there is a social contract.
Recognizing that dignity is.
Do you have the right to breathe?
That's all a social contract.
Do you have the right to get an erection? I mean, what do you have the right to do?
Yeah,
you can't stop me.
When we talk about right, this is what we're talking about is a thing that we have arbitrarily decided is a thing that like whatever all humans get or whatever. That's kind of what we mean when we talk about human rights.
There's negative and there's all negative and positive freedoms, right? Negative and positive.
Well, yes, but we're talking about like human rights, the idea of human rights, and the idea of human rights is just it's a entirely a moral one. I actually don't think everyone here is kind of not cool with like UN enforcing stuff, but they are cool. Like it is cool that the UN has a system in place to at least acknowledge human rights, right? Like we all are like under the impression that the idea of human rights is a good thing.
I don't know. So I've got a problem with this. I run into every once in a while I run into a person that will pull this bullshit. Like for example, we had to deal with I think the worst time I had to run in with anybody was in Turkey, where some LGBTs decided this was pre their coup thing. But a bunch of American citizens went over there, decided to get involved in their protest kind of thing.
Is this the person you beat the fuck out of?
That's one of them. There were actually three, but the one of them, I put her face in the side of an airplane because she.
This is why you're going to hell.
Yeah. So the point is that in their mind, they actually believe that they could do whatever they wanted. They could not comprehend the idea that you're not protected by U.S. Constitution. You don't have the Bill of Rights, and Turkey as in a country basically classified you as person non grata. So now you don't even have their protection. You are literally technically, like, when it comes to protection, stateless. So I can do whatever the fuck I want legally.
I mean, not really, not actually. It's complicated.
Yeah,
but
yeah, he could and did.
Well,
I
no,
can
I
and
mean, like legally.
Yes,
Yes, legally.
I literally put her face in the side of an airplane only because she would not shut up. Simply for that reason. I had zip ties. I didn't have a ball gag, so I couldn't.
No. Hang on, Joshua. You can quit your fucking jerking yourself off. Look.
Okay, so explain to me the legality that would be.
But he hasn't finished yet, Lib. That's kink shaming.
Yeah, Lib's gonna explain your job.
No, I'm trying to understand how you can, like, what removes someone's, like, how did someone's rights get removed, right? So, like, I understand the U.S. citizens, like, U.S. laws don't apply in Turkey. I am aware. However, Turkey is a member of the UN, and I believe is a signatory nation of the Human Rights Charter.
Correct. For their citizens. So in the concept of the moment that
no. The Human Rights Charter has to do with not only how you treat your people, but also how you act.
A person that is declared person non grata, what protections do they have? Cite the law.
Well, persona non grata, that's when you're that is the stateless thing, right?
You're getting the fuck off. You're getting the fuck out of our country by force. Well, usually, like, it's kind of like the classification system. Somebody's going to come along and utilize force to enforce that. Yes. What law protects that person that's being pushed out?
The fact that Turkey is a signatory of the
not
UN
held
Human
liable.
Rights Charter.
Not held liable.
Yeah, they would be part of that charter, but
no. I'm not saying that there was a enforcement mechanism for this. I am merely stating that people do have human rights, and human rights don't end when somebody's stateless.
Here's the danger that comes with that. That implies that somebody's protected. At the end of the day, no, you're not.
I mean, not practically, but I'm just talking.
So then, what is the benefit? This is the contention I have with it. What is the benefit of telling people, "Oh, look, you have these rights that exist on a paper in some organization that is never going to deal with you individually"? So, what is the point of telling people that?
Well, I mean. Part of it is to normalize it. I am of the opinion that I think more UN member states should be doing things about their whole, whenever they state that they think food is a human right, they need to start doing shit about it. I absolutely advocate for that.
So let's go down that. Name a time where the United Nations has put U.S. authority in check. Name one time.
They haven't. It's not set up to.
It's
set up for the U.S. to have control over it.
So if all 340 million population of U.S. citizens start saying, we have human rights, the same way that we say, we have constitutional rights, right? What is it going to change if it's never happened before?
What do you mean? What is it going to change?
What is it going to do telling 340 million people you have human rights? What is that going to do?
Yeah, without the enforcement mechanism, what is the point?
I mean, ideally, what would
they have rights that can't be enforced?
Oh, the idea would be that people would then democratically get their countries to enforce those rights, to enshrine those rights within their country. That's the idea of like the UN.
The US did exactly that. Here I am doing exactly what I do, and yet still no protection.
What do you mean?
No. Okay. The United States.
The U.S. has not enshrined any of the human rights on the UN Human Rights Charter into U.S. law.
Okay.
Right. So that's what he's saying. What's the point of having them?
Right. What
I think we should. I absolutely think that that we should have some of those.
But they're not actual rights because they don't come with an enforcement mechanism.
No, I'm aware.
Rights.
I think we should implement these rights in America with an enforcement.
So they're
mechanism
oughts.
for
They're
America.
They're oughts.
So are you
a right is a
asking
moral
for-
thing, or law is a legal thing? I mean, like that's really the difference. I mean, like the government is there to create and enforce laws, not rights in the first place.
Well, no, rights depend. Rights are enshrined in laws and enforced through law enforcement.
I guess, but I mean, like, what's the difference between a right and a law?
Well, the law is the system that like
Protects
sustains
the
rights and enforces
protects
the
the
rights.
rights. Yeah.
No, Miss
Yes,
J's.
I mean-
Specifically,
So a right is only as good
and so-
as your ability to
yeah,
enforce
and so-
that right.
and so-
The
and so
law
what-
is the mechanism that sets up.
And so
how that
one of
ability
the
is
things
gonna
that I advocate for is for the United States to, for instance, adopt within the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, a right to housing or food or whatever, and then you would go on.
Yeah,
and
the
create
laws
legislation.
also determine where the money goes as well.
Yeah,
Like
you
in
would
the-
create laws, you would create legislation to then assist in the enforcement of that right.
Yeah, enforcement doesn't mean that somebody's beating you with the billy club.
No, it just means like the people who dole out the money to figure out where
Right.
everything goes and however. That's what I mean by enforcement.
So a few less hellfires and a few more, hot meals for people or shelter for people.
Yeah, or
it really could be
something like
pretty
that.
easy for the United States. If we just cut that military budget down a little bit, we could probably solve all the problems here.
But that's getting into too many specifics. We're talking about
I'm
more
just
broadly.
saying, yeah.
And I have just explained a way in which a country might go about enforcing a right. So
okay. So have other countries like basically adopted these things that you're talking about?
Actually, there are a number of European countries that have.
Okay. Do they enforce it?
To varying degrees. Depending on the country.
Okay. All right. And so what you're saying is you want to advocate in the United States you want the United States to adopt.
I advocate for everywhere, but because I think these kinds of things broadly make people's lives better.
I kind of follow. I definitely How do you enforce that?
Well, each country would decide for itself how to word and then how to enforce it within their own country.
Oh, the United States makes it real clear. They're pretty much fuck off on the EU. But that's like been that way for like 80 years or not since World War II. We've kind of had like a weird stance with them.
Okay.
The EU or the UN?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, the UN. I apologize.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, we do have a weird relationship with the UN. I'm not denying that.
We've even come and gone from their membership.
No, I know. I think we absolutely have a duty, especially if we're as influential as we are in the UN, to lead the charge on some of these things and to actually,
right. But I guess that's what my point is you want a piece of paper to hold some type of meaning. Jeff has said it several times, right? Without an enforcement agency, that piece of paper has no value. It has no meaning. It just it makes you feel good, right? But at the end of the day, that enforcement mechanism is the only thing that puts that in place.
Yeah, and that's the legislation and the laws. You absolutely could get
I guess
I got a super chat. Got to interrupt for a super chat. Thank you, Nap Head. Voting anarchist doesn't know what rights are. LOL.
Oh my god.
And I've got another one from Jeebus. Thank you for your super chat. Jeebus says cops hate the Constitution.
Huh.
Yeah. Jeebus was in there. He could have said it for free.
Yeah.
So my question,
I was trying to contribute.
My question.
I think it would be helpful if you exchange the word enforcement with enactment.
Yeah, or enactment or something. I don't know. Like the thing is the bureaucracy, the federal government will do that. That's what I'm saying. You create the Congress would create legislation, and that legislation would then get like, you know, an allotment of money from the budget, and that was how they would, you know, get the money to do the enforcement of the right.
There's a reason why I don't use the word enactment, right? Because it implies that the moment that somebody strikes pen on paper, writes it down, they're enacting a law, they're setting it in motion, right? By your prescription, people are just going to do the right thing. From my perception and interacting with a lot of degenerate fuckers, that's not the case.
No. You're thinking of criminal law. You're in the wrong mindset of what this discussion.
No, I don't enforce criminal law.
No, but that's what you're thinking, though. I mean, like, I think this is a broader concept of what.
Yeah, there's a reason why I use the word force and enforcement. It's because at the end of the day, it all boils down to you got a gun in your head, you're going to do it, or you're going to just get the shit kicked out of you.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Do you want to? We don't want to have that argument because we already know we fundamentally disagree.
Yes, because at the end of the day, that's the only reason why that piece of paper exists in the first place, is because somebody kicked the shit out of somebody else.
Sure, this is my compromise. I'm not arguing against the state. Are you happy?
Okay, but now you're asking for, we want standards from another organization to
No. I think each country ought to create their own set of rights.
Right.
I do think most of those. I do think there are a number of like basic rights that I think should be on all of those lists.
That's what I'm asking is, what is that thing that is going to make the United States do this thing that you want?
I mean, in America, what happens is we have elections, you see, and the way elections work is, come on, man.
Yeah, no, I don't know. That's probably a bad example. I don't know if democracy is the answer to that.
So we have elections and we vote for black people becoming slaves, then it's good. It's holy. It's natural.
No, that's when democracy comes to bad conclusions. I think democracy should be used to come to good conclusions.
Oh, okay. So democracy is good.
Well, how do we know what conclusions are good or bad?
Well, I mean, that's
the ones you think
subjective.
are.
Yeah, but that's a thing that we have.
We're not just having to be a dictator. Then that's more simple.
No. I don't want to be a dictator. I think that humans are better. I think humans are better at figuring out what the right thing is as like a community, as a group. I think we're better at doing that than individually figuring out what is good.
So we as a group decide to enslave black people again. Is that right or wrong? I don't understand.
No, it's still wrong. I'm saying though that people as groups are better at coming to good conclusions.
I mean, I'll be honest. I think Hank definitely should be kept in chains at least 80% of the day.
See, the thing is, I'm woke, so I actually have to pay Hank reparations all the time.
Shit.
And
for what?
That's how he gets all them hats.
I'm woke.
That's how he got all that hat money.
Why would you pay Hank reparations? How do you even know he's ADOS?
I'm woke, Jeff.
So all black people just
come on. Clearly Hank's a
not even the
mandingo.
descendants
I mean,
of slaves,
clearly
just
Hank's a
'cause you have
mandingo.
black
He's
skin.
made to
I have
fight.
black. I have black in me. I'm 0.00% sub-Saharan African.
Okay, I'll have to pay reparations to Jeff then too.
Give it. Just keep making, come to our channel and make us the same bank that you've been making everybody else's channle today.
Honestly,
and call it repaired.
Fucking he had Eidos or whatever. This guy's been following me around. Do y'all know who he is?
Who? Naphead?
Yeah.
No.
I've never seen him before today, but yeah, he has been following.
Following me. I don't know what his thing is with me.
But no matter, everywhere he goes, he makes the stream that you're on money.
Yeah, apparently.
So so
I guess
Flo
I'll be on-
and Talcott must just love this guy.
I'll be on stream
you
tomorrow.
and him are like just making them like making them
Nasty Headed,
dollars.
I'm gonna be on
getting that
Gen
bag.
X Jeff in the morning, so make sure you're on stream.
We can't take super chats though
Oh,
because
God damn it.
we're not monetized.
Well, yeah, we're not monetized. If we get 1,000 subscribers, you're hired. Trust me.
Yeah. I'll just send all the super chats to you. I don't even care. I just for the interaction. Like I don't give a shit.
I love it.
You can put on your resume that you're a paid libtard on the on the exiled out on the outliers exiled.
Apparently, just my existence is enough. It's so weird. I would have thought that I would have been like that with Flow State, considering how ideologically oppositional we are. But like, damn, no, this
Flow
guy's
State already
on
has
another
me.
level. That's true. Also, I think we established Flow State and I are on the horseshoe theory. We both went so far, we just wrapped back around to each other.
Which is why you're anti-centrist now.
Sounds a little
You figure out what the real problem is.
Yeah, I know what the problem is. The centrists.
So
you're more centrist than most.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm making an.
Yeah, you're just doing a JREG. You're just doing a JREG.
Yeah,
That's
basically.
cool.
Yeah,
an ironic centrist.
Yeah, an ironic anti-centrist. Or am I? I might be a post-ironic anti-centrist.
Ah, yes, indeed. I am a huge JREG fan. I'm not going to deny it. I think that his political satire theory stuff is some of the best.
Oh yeah,
some of the best analysis of politics that I've ever heard. To be honest,
who's doing psychological warfare on us? You mean social media? That's not even coordinated. There's so many. There's like thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of separate actors all putting out their.
I don't think it's psychological
propaganda.
warfare. I just think that like people are struggling in society psychologically. Like,
you think it's like information overload and the ability to make sense of it all is
like there's a whole ton of factors.
People are just poor at sense making when the information reaches a certain threshold.
Well, now this just sounds kind of like a rant.
Everything's a rant. This is rant land.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't ranting before. He was Dr. D-Head. Your
Who's ranting? Joshua?
Dr. D-Head. No, Joshua.
Yeah, why isn't he ranting on? Why is he in the chat ranting?
Yeah, and he dropped off. I don't know.
Oh
yeah,
no, Joshua, you can
chat
rant
people
out
come
here.
and rant on stream.
He didn't like it when he didn't like when people talked over him, so he moved to the chat where no one can
I
talk
didn't
over.
mind people talking over. I thought they were probably getting to a
That was
point
Jeebus.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's the wrong guy.
Yeah, I was about to say, I apologize if I ever talk over anybody. If I do, if I like
Don't
you,
apologize. Don't apologize for that. That's the way this
I'm gonna do it again. I just did now.
Yeah.
Fair.
That's just the way this shit works on here. I mean, like I had to learn it too. Like I was very when I first started going on panels, man, I was like way too polite. There was a lot of panels like I just stayed silent on for so long because I was like waiting for my turn to speak and it never came. So I just learned like you just gotta jump in. You just gotta jump in. Just be a little bit louder than the other person.
My turn.
You gotta do.
So is M Barbie? I
If you
just
want to say
realized
something,
that. Hey.
if you want to say something, that's how it works. That's just the way that's just the way this works.
I'll be back in like 20 minutes. I got to go pick up the kid from school.
Okay.
I'm not going to drop down.
It's so weird that it's afternoon there, and you're literally on the opposite side of the world of me. It's because it's the opposite time zone there. It's crazy.
Hey, Flow State.
What?
Why is it daytime where Joshua Jones is?
Because the Earth is a round. It's a globe.
Yeah. It's actually because Flo's sun and clock are broken. That's really what it boils down to.
The Earth is not flat, nor is it round. The Earth is trapezoidal.
Show
I think
Dumb.
Honestly,
Y'all are dumb.
I believe in two birth. Birth is the yeah, like an inner tube, you know. It's like a
yeah. So incoherent that it's barely comprehensible.
Exactly.
True
Yes.
facts. God,
Facts.
I have never heard Jordan Peterson better describe Jordan Peterson in my life.
Oh come on.
Very nice job, Jordy.
Oh come on. I still like.
I ain't gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point.
Babe.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, Flo, you were on point with those clip things, man. Like that, your clip game is on point, dude.
Yeah, we need to start getting some clips.
Yeah, I don't even know how to insert. I wouldn't even know how to insert them into the stream. I don't even know how to.
Oh, I know how to insert them. Like I just have to upload them.
Yeah, you
I just know how to
upload
make.
StreamYard, then you just hit.
And I don't know which ones are like copyrighted.
The only one I have that I'd want to use is that I have that clip of J-Reg coming in and knocking JJ McCall off the thing
JJ.
and being like out of the way, old man. That's the only one I have saved. I'd like to use that when I'd run on a regular basis. Like anytime someone like, you know, it's epic comes onto the stream, I want to play that. I want to play like out of the way, old man.
Flo is not gay.
Isn't that neat?
Oh man.
I don't know Flo's sexuality.
Flo is not gay. What
Who's saying I'm gay?
Okay.
He
Somebody
gives
said
off,
that.
Eric,
he gives off straight, but
Tariq.
$20 is $20. Am I wrong?
$10 is $10. What can you say? You know, I mean, it's just like, Flow state is a joke, says Tarek. Okay, well, I mean.
Thank you.
Why is Tarek going at me now?
I don't know. I really don't. I thought he was on your. I thought he was a friend of the panel. I don't know.
No, after Tarek's trying.
I'm trying to convince Nerdjack to come back on to.
Oh God, no! Please don't. He's gonna do his rambling. I do my rambling, but his is worse because he just like vague posts, like he just vaguely gestures, and he never goes.
Whoop whoop whoop! Hell yeah!
$20.
$20 is a lot for a communist. Fuck yeah! Thank you for your support.
Liv, you were about to be the most popular. You were about to be the most popular person in the panelverse because everywhere you go, it generates. You just generate income for whoever's panel you're on. It's insane, dude. You're like a magical, omen, a magical totem for like bringing money.
I didn't even see this one earlier because I was out of the room. I love watching communists seethe.
Yeah, I guess.
So do I.
Yep, same. I am seething. I know you can't see it, but I have my seething face.
You can
on.
hear him seething. It's the smiling you can hear that lets you know that he's seething.
You can hear it, yes.
Flow State, I wasn't going at you. Jeff misinterpreted what I was saying. I said first you're gay as a joke, then I said it's a joke.
Oh, okay.
Shut up, nerd. How did I misinterpret Flow State? You are a gay dude. Just admit it.
Don't say no homo after you compliment another man. That's right.
Always.
I did say that, but what I meant after that was a joke. You know, that's all it was.
Okay. You didn't say at Flow State. I don't think. I think it just said Flow State. You were a joke, but yeah. Okay,
yeah, maybe I messed up. Maybe I meant it that way.
Well, I mean, what is gay is like coming all the way up on panel to make sure that I know it's a joke. You should have been like, "LOL, you bitch." You should have been like, "LOL,
fag." I don't want more rumors to go around. You know, like.
Nah,
what would you do? You know, time if rumors stop going around.
But you need to send the rumors around till they get tired. Then they don't stick to you.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't want rumors. That's why.
Yes, I'm sure you don't.
Look what we're gonna do now.
So everybody took note of what his what he doesn't want. There's a vulnerability somewhere in there, maybe to exploit. I'm just saying, just file it away for later. You might need it.
Yeah. No, it's always
it's good to keep in mind. Good to keep in mind.
It's always good to have the dirt. You never know when the drama wars might heat up and you might need it.
The room is starting to spin from all the gayness. That's
yeah. No, for me it's just I just put in nicotine, so I'm good. That's what the room's spinning for.
We just have me, Lib, and the Black Gay Witch.
Did you say you just put in nicotine?
Yeah, the little nicotine pouches.
Oh, you're actually you're like doing like a chew thing. Okay, all right.
Yeah. They're 15 milligrams, so it's like
just the way that you pray. I don't know.
What?
I put in nicotine.
Yeah, like I put nicotine in my lip.
I understand it. It's just the optics, man.
I mean, I'm an optics
And
nightmare.
I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
True. See, look, I'm an optics nightmare, except apparently I attract a dude that just gives the streamers I go on money. So apparently it's not that big of an optics nightmare.
I mean, soon there people are paying you just to paying you like $20 to go on their panel just so you can generate income for them. It's gonna be.
I mean, that is hella ironic.
Yeah.
Like, your beliefs are proof that capitalism works. It's amazing.
It really is.
I mean, I don't think I've ever denied that capitalism works.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. I mean, look, I consider Liv a friend, and like I'll tell you that in the chat. I consider Liv to be an actual good friend of mine, and he's a bassist fuck dude. Even though he might have some opinions that you guys don't agree with him, he's a bassist fuck dude. So,
DB, I appreciate the $20. Tarek, come back up here so I can kick you off. Or actually, Tarek's. You know what? Since he's not here, $20 is what, the hour ban. Tarek, you're banned the rest of the night. So since he's not here to actually kick off, I'll just upgrade to a full night ban, and that should balance out, I think.
Does it ban him from the chat too?
No, just the panel.
Oh.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, people don't really get banned from the chat unless I decide that you can't buy that.
I
like
that.
Nobody's tried though. Nobody's tried to bribe that on me.
It's a waste of money, in my opinion. I wouldn't ban someone in the chat. I mean, I have a range of bunch of places, and I only gonna use it on a scammer or a spammer. Yeah. So.
I have wrenches a bunch of places. Are you bragging?
Yes, absolutely.
It sounded like it had a little bit of a gloat to it.
Yeah, I was gloating, of course.
Nice.
Look, you're all gloating. You're all popping off. All right. You're all hitting the big leagues. It's fine.
Be quiet, communist. Look, my audience clearly wants me to abuse you, so.
No, that's fine.
Audience capture is real, man, and you gotta go with it. You know, you gotta ask your audience every week, like every time we do a stream, you gotta be like, do you guys like this? Because if you do, I'll do more of it. If you don't, I won't. I promise, I'll never do another one of these streams again. If you don't like it, you gotta do that shit. So that's how YouTube land works.
I mean, DB, tell me what else? Whose name you want changed? Who you want kicked? I am a prostitute, and so is everyone on my panel. But
absolutely, if we were monetized, I'd be taking that. Same
I'm trying to be a better hoe than I am.
Yeah, me too. I'm really. I got the open shirt thing going, but so far nobody's paying me for shit. So yeah,
hold on.
I'm just practicing for the future, though. So
you do definitely look like the biggest hoe on the panel, I would say.
Honestly,
hey, I'm good. I'm good with it. At least
charge for a hand job.
What's that?
You mean what's that? Come on, man.
It's that thing you do in the shower every day. The reason your showers take so long, all the hot water.
Jerk myself off. That's easy money right there. I don't know. I've never gotten one of these hand job things before though. So.
Oh shit! Yeah, the ball started rolling. Chuck with 10 memberships. Thank you, Chuck, for keeping me smoking cigarettes. This one's for you.
Actually, if
and I
there's
almost
anyone...
got done, and I also got done eating just now, so it's a good.
Actually,
time.
I wasn't. I did say based, but also if there's anyone here who doesn't use nicotine products, don't use nicotine products. It's not fun. It's
I
not
won't.
worth it.
I saw they killed my mom.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
I mean, I smoke menthol, so I get 2 servings of vegetables because the tobacco is one in the menthol.
Yeah, me too. And plus it goes really well with Adderall. So, which I am legally prescribed because I have hella ADHD. Yeah. But I'm saying, but it goes well with Adderall.
That's hilarious.
I have Jesus. All right, Jesus is my pal.
Yeah, I mean, if you take Adderall, then you should surely know what hand jobs are about.
And yet I don't. I've never,
somebody. Yeah. Hey, thank you, whoever just gave me a membership.
Chuck.
I forgot mine had expired. I think it was Chuck. Thanks, Chuck.
I got a whole new. The penis jar of peanut butter is gone. If for those who don't know what I'm talking about, I showed on stream one day. Well, I keep peanut butter and jelly shit in here all the time. But my daughter, who's 13, had, I don't know what she was doing, but she drew a cock and balls on the peanut butter on my desk. And I was on stream. I was like, what the fuck is this? Anyways, I've eaten all the dick peanut butter. Clip that.
All right.
Planet X watcher, I know that you're watching.
What did she say?
I think your daughter's an epic troll, and I think she's amazing. I think you've got a great kid there. You have done.
He's a good
I'm not
troll.
even joking. I'm not even joking. That's like if my daughter did that, I'd be like you fucking rule. So
DB, thank you. DB here, hold on. I'll do this just to give you the satisfaction. Tarek, I'm only bringing you up so I can kick you out the rest of the night.
I know why.
Oh, wait.
Exile.
It is what it is.
I appreciate a man who has fine taste and eats lots of peanut butter sandwiches. I too. I don't eat peanut butter and jelly. I just eat peanut butter.
You don't do the man.
I don't do the jelly.
I actually put peanut butter.
I just put peanut. I get the crunchy peanut butter.
I'll still not use jelly.
I'll use jelly if it's like the squeeze kind of. I don't like using 2 knives. I just get annoyed by having to clean 2 knives.
Dude, the jelly's supposed to be peanut butter.
I didn't know because you're right. Like I fucking hate people that put the jelly knife in the peanut butter.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god,
I hate using 2 knives. So if I have the squeeze jelly, yeah, I'll eat peanut butter and jelly. But other than that, no, it's just peanut butter only. Fuck that shit. I'm not dirtying 2 knives. That's more dishes for me to clean.
Get a paper towel. Clean. Remove the liquid from the knife. Then use.
You get a spoon for the jelly and a knife for the peanut butter, and you use 2 different utensils.
I know you can wipe it off, but at the same time, it doesn't seem a little gay. I don't know. I'm just joking.
Here's the secret though, because spreading peanut butter on bread is always a bitch, right?
It is.
So you just take your peanut butter and stripe as much as you want down the middle of it, and then take the spoon and blob 2 scoops of strawberry jelly into it because strawberry is better than grape, and you just roll it and eat it like a taco.
Now
based. Based. I've done that before, and that is based.
Yeah, bonus points of using tortilla.
No, not bonus points. Bonus points if you can eat the whole sandwich in 2 bites, though.
Oh God.
Oh, that's just normal stuff.
That's just normal stuff.
Yeah, I'm in a hurry. Maybe 2 bites.
When I was like a teenager, because I was like 13 and 14, like me and my friends used to love the movie UHF, and we actually tried to make the Twinkie Wiener sandwich.
The Twinkie Wiener sandwich? I don't know what that is.
It's Weird Al Yankovic made a movie in the 80s called, or 80s or 90s called UHF, and in the beginning of the movie there is a thing where like him and his like poor roommate, they make what they call the Twinkie Wiener sandwich, where they take a Twinkie and they cut it open, they put a hot dog in it, and then they spread it with Cheese Whiz. And
that is disgusting.
You tried to make one?
Yeah,
but what is not disgusting is
you couldn't eat it, or you couldn't even get it made.
We ate it
Thank
because
you,
we were committed. We ate it because we were committed. We did not enjoy it. It was not enjoyable.
No, why would you think you would?
We didn't. I don't know because I was 13, dude. Like you do dumb things when you're 13. You do really stupid things. Once a friend of mine convinced me, he's like, here, he put salt on my arm, and he put a piece of ice on it, and he was like, this will be really cool, and then it burnt my fucking skin, and I have a scar from it to this day because I was 13, I was too dumb to know different. Like like shit like that, like happens. Was that?
Chris thinks moves are for real.
No, I don't think they're for real. I thought it would be. We thought as a 13-year-old, we thought it would be really funny to do the thing from UHF. It was not funny. It was stupid. I'm saying it was stupid. I'm not saying like I'm proud of this moment. I'm just being like I just thought it was a funny story. I guess nobody else thinks so. That's fine. Yeah,
it's all right. There's better.
That's okay.
I've eaten worse things too. You know, sometimes you're so poor and drunk that you microwave a potato and then put on a Taco Bell hot sauce packet.
I've done shit like that before.
Sometimes you're so poor.
I've done shit like that before, though, so many times.
Oh yeah, I
Sometimes
used to eat
you're so poor
microwave
that you buy a
potatoes all
whole
the
bag
time.
of potatoes because it's like your last $5, and you just do that for about a week.
Hey, they go a long ways. I mean,
you
so does,
microwave the potato
you
and you
make,
put mayo and Cajun seasoning as a topping.
That sounds very gross.
So good.
you can make ramen taste amazing if you know what you're doing. So.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely can.
Yeah, you just put the seasoning pack in it.
Great.
Like just put the seasoning back in. I'm just saying you can add an egg. You can do a few.
Oh
other
yeah,
things,
I used to add vegetables and stuff to it.
Yeah.
The what is that? The egg drop ramen.
Yeah. Well, you just crack an egg into it and just mix it up in there. It's just it just adds some flavor. That's all.
Yeah.
I've been so broke at one point. All I like with me and my roommate did nothing but just microwave like hot dogs with the buns in the microwave and just eat them. So like I mean I've been poor. I've lived in a car before. I've been those levels of poor. So like I'm completely and there's some people just gifting flow state memberships like left
Just
and right.
just gifted 10 more memberships. We're gonna run out of viewers here. Thank you again for the 10 more memberships. Dope as fuck.
Hell yeah.
Nap doesn't have a membership. Someone buy one for Nap.
No one bought one for me, but that's okay.
You don't have one either?
It's random.
Do they just randomly assign it, or do people get to pick?
You have to have the feature turned on to accept gifted memberships. You have to actually turn that on, and also if you have a brand account, you can't get it. So Flow State's a brand account. I cannot have gifted memberships.
What's a brand account?
I don't even think they offer them anymore. I think they discontinued them, but it basically. If I want to let you say run my channel, I could give you access to the channel without giving you access to my whole Google. It makes it easier to share management.
Oh yeah, they have something like that. I think where I can assign Coast or something, but I don't know if it's called a brand account.
Yeah, they might change the name or something. Like I do remember
that's in that's in StreamYard. StreamYard has that. I don't know.
I was looking through the YouTube channel settings of the thing the other day because I was trying to like figure out like how to set up because I've had a YouTube channel technically for like over like 11 years, but I've never used it, and I was trying to figure out how to set things up. I did see something like that, like you could add people like that had like you could add people to admin access and stuff like that, but I don't know what it's called now. But.
So DB, I don't know if you saw. Probably that there's the whole price schedule of everything that all the little things you can do in the description box, but $20 for an hour. Since he actually kicked him, we're back on the hour. Actually, what time is it? So at 2. Oh wait, no. What time is it? My computer's off. So at 4.
Oh, it's 1 a.m. here.
Yeah.
So at 4, he can come back on.
So he's talking about kicking Tarek out completely. Like, why? Like,
no, that's another
guy paid
like, but see, people can be bought back on. So if somebody wanted to buy, if Tarek wanted to buy his spot back, Tarek could pay me $20 to get back on early. If you want to kick somebody off for the whole night with no buyback options, it's $75. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I've still got plenty in me, but at this point in time, you'd probably be better off just buying hours at a time. If he keeps going, well, I mean, unless he's really willing to spend a lot of money back, but it's
yeah.
What,
if you just want to support the channel and be and really like show that person that you don't like him, I guess that it works out.
Yeah, I'll say it out there. Y'all are a bunch of pussies. You ain't gonna buy me off the damn panel, pussies.
That's because everyone loves you, Reverend John.
We love you, Reverend.
We love the Reverend. I love white people.
Damn.
I love our local like authoritarian televangelist.
He really does bring joy to the panel, I think.
Well, like, do you mean like the Joy Division, not the band, but the inspiration for the band?
I don't know if that's joy so much.
I'm just saying that's what the Nazis called it. I don't know.
I think that was the nicest word he could think of at the moment. Like, given that pressure, right? Like when you start looking for words to apply, that was just the nicest thing.
Watch out! His name is John Cena.
That had nothing to do with any of the conversation. I just like that one a lot.
I like that one too. I appreciate it.
I heard somebody in Walmart the other day. Like, I don't know, they were just like walking around like with their kid and their wife, and their kid did something like, I can't remember, the kid like fell over or something, like, be like, that's all right, her name is John Cena. I laughed my ass off.
Oh god.
I didn't even know that was a meme that like existed outside of the internet. I never heard that meme in the wild before. So,
oh damn,
we have a sick Jones on Timmy Carini. Since they're both in Vietnam, I didn't know Timmy was in Vietnam. God, Timmy sucks.
This place sucks. This
Does it
place.
really?
Man,
mad respect for all you guys that have money to waste in the chat, because I don't have a dollar to spend. I am broke as all hell.
Joshua, is it at least pretty? Is at least the countryside pretty?
No. I think Vietnam just got hit with some kind of I don't know, some kind of notice, because like all of their beaches were like laden with trash and shit, like all of the water, all of those like thousands of
Is it
little
muddy there?
It's just nasty. Is garbage fucking everywhere.
You can fuck garbage?
Well, I mean, technically you have a fifi and you stuff it with plastic bags, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I guess it depends on.
Did you hear me explain what a fifi is, or do you know what a fifi is of your own right?
Well, I was a young man once.
I mean, I guess if you think all women are garbage, I guess you can. So
yeah.
Oh yeah, hey, I like that answer better.
Yes, Vietnam, notorious communist country.
Well, I mean, he does say his wife's a communist all the time, so I don't know.
It's because she is a fucking communist. She is a card-carrying party member.
Well, yeah, but it's not a communist country. There is a communist party, but it's not.
Here we go. Here we go. That's right. The No True Scotsman.
No, it's not even that. They don't claim to be a communist country.
Yeah, they do claim it. They also claim that they're achieving whatever that standard is. They just can't. Not possible. As long as capitalism exists, communism is always going to be in competition with it. And for some strange reason, people like stuff. So it's always going to win out.
Imagine that.
I just don't know why people like stuff so much. It's just so weird.
Hey, it's really weird, because under their government, I don't see the word communist. I'm on their Wikipedia page, and it just
well, Wikipedia is always correct after all, but never. You're probably. I mean, I believe you though.
Right. In which case, we're just going to take it back to how you define communism versus how they define communism. The governments themselves don't operate the same. There's a slight even difference between Vietnam and China, although you'd be hard pressed to find the differences.
It's a socialist republic.
Yeah. Then you roll over by a single party specifically, right? But then you roll over to Cuba and you get something slightly different. It's just a no true Scotsman fallacy.
No,
Wikipedia does have it as communist. It's a unitary Marxist-Leninist one-party socialist republic, one of the two communist states, the other being Laos in Southeast Asia.
I actually haven't been to Laos. I'm surprised. I have not been to Laos yet.
You don't know you live in a communist country?
I just don't know anything about Laos. I've been to Cambodia, been to Thailand.
Hang on.
Well, he did say that.
Lousy to
He said
me.
Marxism is a
Jeff,
tool of analysis. It's not necessarily a praxis.
Hang on, Jeff. It is important. I do think what you read, you should have kept reading because it did provide a little bit more context to that, which is.
Did it negate what I read?
It qualified what you read. Despite these countries being officially socialist states in the process of building socialism and progressing towards a communist society, these countries never described themselves as communists, nor having implemented a communist society.
They're
Because it's not possible.
Yeah, but you said it didn't. The whole reason I read it is because you said it didn't say anything about communism at all. And I was like, yes, it does.
No, I'm saying that the state, the state of Vietnam, does not claim to be communist.
But come on, Lib. Nobody.
You said I'm on Wikipedia and it
harder
doesn't.
than the
say-
staff socialists
I
says
looked it
socialism
up
never
and it
tried.
did. That's the only reason I even said it.
Was
to give context to your initial claim.
I appreciate that. Like, my only claim is that Vietnam does not call itself communist.
You were making a claim about the Wikipedia article. You said I'm on Wikipedia.
Yeah, and
it
that was
doesn't
the
say anything about communism, and it did.
Well, no. What it says is that these.
You should have read further
and
and then got to the part that I quoted, and then I could read further and get to the part that
the
you
term
quoted.
communist state is often used synonymously in the West, specifically when referring to one-party socialist states governed by Marxist-Leninist communist parties. Despite these countries being officially this doesn't negate what I was saying. What I was saying is these countries don't claim to be
No,
communist.
you said something about Wikipedia not saying anything about communism, and it does.
But they're trying
That's what I
real
was-
hard to be communist. They're just not succeeding at it because you can't do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, that little caveat sounds like something a communist they can't claim communism anywhere because communism always fucking sucks. So
No,
that
that's
sounds like
not-
a
that's
PR
not-
inclusion.
No, that wasn't my claim. My claim, it's not even a PR thing. It is literally just a statement of reality as it is today, which is the state of Vietnam today does not claim to be a communist country.
Yeah. What are you reading?
He's in Wikipedia.
Yeah, I cross-referenced.
Well, that would be pretty easy for somebody to throw in there, right? They're not really communists.
But the CIA agrees. So
Real communism has never been tried.
It's never been tried.
I'm not. That's not my claim. My claim is not that real communism has never been tried. Merely that Vietnam right now does not call itself a communist state.
Yeah, and my government also does not call Vietnam a communist state. So I'm gonna say he's right.
Their only problem with that is their politicians are on TV almost every fucking day talking about they're a communist. It just is the thing that it is.
Yeah, I know.
But their politicians, they lie.
Harpo, you can pay to mute him.
That's a cultural thing. You can pay to mute me.
Politicians are liars. So
right.
there you go, Josh.
So we understand the concept that really what this is going to boil down to is who defines communism as what, right? So not everybody's apparently running from the same definition. Okay, so
no, I think most people, even if you were to ask like a Marxist-Leninist, the fucking psychos they are, what communism is, they would give about the same description as I would. They're just psychos who are hell-bent on repeating the mistakes of the past.
Well, that's fair.
What brand of communist does not like some violent revolution and state oppression? I'm sorry, coercion.
Hippies like Jack Talcott.
No, he loves authoritarianism. What are you talking about?
Oh, he doesn't like violence, but he likes authoritarianism.
People like me who
I don't get a lot of authoritarianism from Jack.
You don't?
No,
it's because
he's never come out and said, "I'm going to if the people
I want to
don't
hear
adopt utopian vision, I'm going to."
I want to hear
them."
Lib's answer though.
To remind me of the question.
What sort of communist doesn't like violent revolution and authoritarianism?
I would hope that ideally nobody who
Damn, and I wanted to hear that answer too.
Cash cow.
Well, you're the one that gave him the idea, so like you suffer your own.
I'm sorry, Lib. I wanted to hear
the
the
answer. Weren't talking about me.
Like,
I don't know.
I felt like it was poor form for me to like let you finish your statement when I didn't. So at 4:17, you can come back on.
Hey, Lib, I just wanted to point out, ain't fucking capitalism awesome? Like, we can throw our money away or throw our money around, get what we fucking want. We love that shit.
Or you can buy yourself back on. So capitalism hurts you, but capitalism can also save you.
If I wasn't poor as shit, I'd buy him back on, but I can't. I don't have any money,
he's a communist, which means that he's the child of a rich capitalist. That's how it works. So he could probably afford to do it if he wanted to.
He's a child of an estranged rich capitalist. So you have to understand, like that they don't get along.
and we'll be there. We'll be there like in a few hours anyway. He can come back on.
He can come back. He can come back on and defend his points.
Propaganda.
Yeah. I'm probably about to go anyway. I'm getting kind of tired.
So do I win by default? Like, does authoritarianism just like basically win because everybody else is kind of like fuck off, and now I'm just left here?
Yeah, we win, Rev.
I mean, Joshua, if you tried to ever tell me what to do, I would just laugh. Like, even as an authoritarian, you have no effect on me. Even with your little cop gun or whatever.
Well, no,
I can't imagine listening to anything you tried to tell me to do.
Well, I just don't like. I don't really espouse the idea of like authoritarianism. Like I kind of.
Oh God, brother.
I actually like say that fascism is more of a. If you take the government shit off, right, like all of that part off, and you just leave it the way it is, it's just basically innate to human nature. At the end of the day, it's all what we do is we're going to get together, we're going to fight. Whoever comes out on top gets to decide how shit operates.
Yeah, but it's also it's a more primitive version of what I think we've achieved through advanced forms of organized society like liberalism. That's why we have the concept of Bronze Age societies and then advanced civilized societies.
Right, but that's kind of
we've somehow transcended that somewhat and managed to create something that gives us more individual rights and makes us a little more free. The ones that don't have the might to make right.
But here's my question:
it includes you, by the way.
Is that really the case? Because at the end of the day, right? Like, okay, so we all decided we don't really want to fight over shit, and so we're going to sit at a table, go back and forth, create laws, or I don't know, a Bill of Rights. So we don't, so we basically put in place a standard. But if that fails for any reason, it goes right back to the fight.
Right, it regresses. It goes right back. It regresses.
Okay.
Hey,
okay. So basically, I guess that's what I'm saying is basically I just win by default for being present in human nature.
Correct.
Because I'm not even really making a prescription. I actually.
What are you winning?
The fact that my position really isn't that much of a political position. It's really just we're a human. This is what the hell.
Like it's the default human nature that things would revert to if we didn't overcome that and strive for something better. I guess you could say that winning.
Yeah, the thing that basically gives me the power is the fact that people just don't figure out how to. Example, like we have a debate, right? As long as that happens, I have no authority. It's the moment that all of these different sides decide, well, we don't want to talk anymore, right? That just defaults back into violence. Thus, I win.
Yeah, you're like the one that wins the pageant because Miss America can't fulfill her duties, whatever. So then you win by default. If you want to call that winning,
yeah.
Take your little victory lap. It's not one that
take my W where I can, right? I don't get many of them.
I mean, you married.
Still got to do the dishes, so
a communist. So that's pretty. You really just were enamored by vagina, weren't you?
You realize, Flo, not only did I marry a communist, I'm the only card-carrying party member that you'll run into. Rest of these fuckers that espouse.
Yeah, but we found out tonight it's not even a real communist party.
Wait, but you're a card-carrying communist too?
Yes, you have to.
Because your wife is, or because you are?
It has to be.
No. So the way business operates here, like you literally have to be a party member as a foreigner to own a business here. Like it's kind of an obligation. And so there's some shit you just have to do because that's the system that's in place, right? It's just
Let us
weird.
see your card.
You want to see? Okay, I'll get.
Yeah,
So
you can,
in order
cover
to
up
be
your
so
last
in order
name
to
or
be a
whatever.
capitalist, you have to be a
No, this it
card-carrying
really is my
communist.
name. Like my name doesn't change. I'm going
Your
to cover
name
up
is
my middle name.
Joshua Jones. You're fucking
Yeah.
kidding me.
Yes.
If I were going to make an alias, and I am tired of making aliases because I've made like 12 of them already today, I would choose a Joshua Jones.
See, you guys are talking about becoming or
So did
like
his mama.
becoming an alias. I am an alias. So it's kind of cool, actually. I just,
you know what?
I kind of
was
find
an
it
urban legend for a.
Well,
I knew that
just
I knew that I was fucking up when I met somebody sketchy, right? And they introduced themselves with my handle, my nickname. I was like, fucking A, I'm getting too big for my britches. And then I got raided like 4 months later.
Took them that long?
It took him a long ass time to put my government name with my nickname or whatever. Yeah, it took him a long time.
I mean, you got raided like what? Like got swatted or some shit like that?
Yeah, my house got raided 3 times in 2017.
God
Damn, 3 times.
3 times, yeah.
You and Tim Pool are in like a contest to see who can get rated the most one year, I guess.
Well, I'm out of that contest. He wins.
That sucks, dude. I think anybody that swats anybody is a piece of absolute.
I wasn't swatted. Mine was search warrants for drugs.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh,
poor Miss J. I like your chat. I actually like the people in your chat, Flo.
yeah. No, I've got a badass chat, and
I like them. Fuck you, but I like them.
That's fine. Fuck you too. Actually, you're not the first person. You're not the first person to compliment my chat. So salute to the chat. You guys obviously are the shit.
Yeah, salute to the chat. There's a lot of members in this chat that are also in our chat. So I salute all you guys out there. Yeah. And I'm sure all of them came over because they came over because of Flow State too. So
no, I can't be a criminal anymore. They were quite adamant that if I kept doing dope, I was going to prison for a long time. So,
wow,
just for doing it, like you weren't dealing.
I took a plea deal for distribution, but it was all based off presumptive intent, just off quantity.
Because of the quantity.
Yeah, they scale up really quick.
That's them state drug charges are weird, man. Just like really strange.
What are?
Yeah, I don't agree with the presumptive intent thing.
The state drug charges, they like to break shit down. It's kind of like there's always been like a federal regulation, but then the state decides. I think because they want to enroll like a probation system because it technically builds revenue, but like they have this weird tier system with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, and the tiers are crazy, and I'm rolling off memory, so it might not be perfect. But in Kansas, possession, and it's just called possession, right? The lowest tier,
right?
So it could be a dusty baggie is a felony, and then the tier 4 is the next highest one. That's like under 1 gram, and then the tier 3 is 1 gram. Wait, it's under a half gram is 5, under a gram is 4, 1 gram to 3.5 grams is 3, 3.5 to 100 grams is 2, and 100 grams over is 1. So basically, if you break an 8-ball, you're a tier 2. Unless you break 100 grams, then or 100 grams, then you're, tier 1. But that's quite the spread. You got 3 tiers below 3.5 grams, and then 2 tiers above it.
I'm surprised they didn't just like try to do that deal. I did it with a friend of mine that where they try to catch her on some shit, then they just turn her to CI.
I actually kind of.
I have a private attorney, or I had a private attorney.
You had one guy on panel talked about the idea that he was pissed off that cops basically like the idea is that we turn our heads and don't see shit. But that actually works both ways too. Like I see people with just weed, which technically illegal federally. That's illegal as shit. Like doesn't matter whether it's fucking a joint in your ashtray, right? Like that's big time. Well, it's technically illegal, right? So it's a felony for us. I turn my head all the damn time. I can't understand the concept is people like when you turn your head for the reasons they like and don't like. It's just basically like.
No, I do like that you turn your head. I mean, I don't think anybody was criticizing that. That was more of a criticism of the arbitrariness of the law.
But by definition,
the law or the enforcement.
Yeah, by definition, if I were to apply his standard, everybody's getting thrown under the bus for stupid shit.
Yeah, no, I think that you get props for that. I guess I can't speak for him. I don't remember who that was, but
it's nice.
To me, that'd be a criticism of the system because, like, if somebody gets murdered and you just decide not to arrest the guy who you think is guilty, obviously there's a problem. People are gonna be pissed because there's victims.
But if it was the former president, it should be fine, right? He's immune.
But nobody cares if you turn your head on drug possession because there are no victims, so it shouldn't be a law.
The drug companies are a victim because you bought it from someone else.
Right.
That's right. We're all worried about the victimization of the drug companies. Yeah. Those guys are like, I mean, you got to feel sorry for them. Like they only make, like so many millions of dollars.
This is a great point. Do you realize how much it takes to supply every county, city, and state in America every day?
Yeah, you need a huge logistics system to move that stuff around. And without the government, something really hard to do.
I don't know where fentanyl is made. Probably China is what I hear. But my issue with the fentanyl thing is that apparently it's in everything now, right? So if like it just seems like the new crack panic, right?
It's like water.
It's like crack in the 90s or something. Like everybody's gonna freak the fuck out about it. It's the worst thing ever. Turns out it probably is not the worst thing ever. We've been through this before, but what we do get is increased, more stricter sentences. Fucking Trump suggested death penalty for fentanyl dealers, right? But the way the law, which sounds great at surface level until you think about it for a minute, until you realize that being a dealer, like myself, I'm convicted as a dealer, but they had no evidence of me dealing to anybody. It was just based on pure assumption. So, and the death penalty for somebody selling a product is just absurd anyways.
It's totally absurd. A product that barely does anything.
Damn. There goes I just prefer the death penalty across the board, right? Fuck jail. Fuck.
We'll remember that for you when.
Copy that, Kira.
Oh, were you
no, it's not like crack, but the panic around it.
I mean, they still give fentanyl to people in the hospital. They gave me fentanyl once whenever I went with chest pains. They gave me fentanyl. I didn't even ask them to.
What would stop this problem dead in its tracks is ending the war on drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you should just hurry up and end it instead of playing games with the damn prison system. We can use that to house homeless people. No need.
Sure. Yeah.
Or anything, whatever.
I thought that's exactly what we did.
That is what we do. That's funny.
I mean, we're just making them homeless instantly by that moment.
Right.
But I mean, technically, that is kind of how that works.
Yeah.
Hank, you don't like your apartment? You want a new one?
Negative. I don't want a new one.
Oh, okay.
Well, I want a new one, but not from you.
Oh, well, I don't give a... Hold on now.
Why do you think he was going to give you one?
If you have trouble finding a vein.
It's great injecting. What? I missed it. Went by too fast.
You see it now?
Oh, no. Oh.
Do you want to read it for us? Reverend Josh, do you want to read it for us?
Please do, Reverend Josh.
Painful. I have never had a shot in my dick. I'm never going to start. What the hell? Ouch. Oh, I can't even sit up straight now.
I can handle needles and these days because I've had so many like blood draws in my lifetime. I used to be even terrified of them, but there's no way in shit I'd be able to inject anything in my dick. That's just not gonna happen.
I was in jail with people who would do shit like that or boof them. You can stick a shard up your ass.
Oh god. I used to know meth guys that did that shit. They used to do they call them booty bumps.
No, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah,
they used to do that with coke.
But what they would do is they would take a syringe with a needle on it, and they'd put water in it with like the shard or whatever, and they'd shit until it dissolved, and then they would shoot the water up their assholes. That's what they told me. I was like, no, I got offered one once. I was like, no, thank you, no thanks, I'm good.
And just
thanks.
for any I'm probably not going to be able to monetize this anyways because I never am. But reviewer, we're not promoting any of this shit. Drugs are bad. Okay, don't do drugs. Stay in school.
Don't do booty bumps.
Your egg will be fried in the frying pan if you do.
Oh yeah,
drugs.
no,
And that's what Fauci tells you.
Saying a single positive thing about it. I was thinking it was disgusting and
unless Lord Fauci tells you to do the drugs, don't do them. But if he does tell you, don't think about it. Just hurry up.
To hell with all you.
Same thing. You just undid all of this. A disclaimer.
I go to the hospital. That's the first thing I'm screaming for is painkillers. Make it stop.
Well, yeah, I mean that's different whenever a doctor administrates it, right? So.
Okay, so
That was me and
that looked fake.
I like that. No, fuck you. Fuck you. That is my fantasy right there. I like that.
That's your fantasy? That's like your...
It's over for dinner. As a guest, obviously. I'm not into cannibalism, but...
Oh, my God.
Well, where did you get that? Is there more of that flow? Or is it just like a YouTube thing?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah,
I was never a homo saxophone. The weed turned me gay. Now I'm out here all alone, so I don't infect others. I wish I had never smoked pot.
This is why we need drug laws.
Oh my God. I was never a homo saxophone. Never.
Damn, now I'm kind of wishing Lib was here. I wanted to ask him about the concept. Does he believe that humans will naturally gravitate towards some type of moral system? Really curious to ask him about that.
Flow State's one of the least creepy people in this community.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like, I get creep vibes from a lot of people, but I've never got that vibe from him.
Just taking a moment to gloat.
To gloat.
If I'm the least creepy person, then y'all are fucking creepy.
I don't find that creepy. I don't find anybody here creepy, really.
I'm only a creepy because I've got the Catholic priest logo here. I'm like Reverend Jones now. So thanks, Hank. Thanks.
I mean, it only costs $2 to get your old name back without the title.
Yeah. So yeah, my Unitarian Universalist priest is a reverend too. He just did. If you're ordained, you're a reverend.
And the gang war is. Can you imagine how much work it would be to try to house all these inmates and keep them in line if there wasn't the gang wars?
Really hard.
That's the only way these prisons cash flow is you institute gangs, and then they fight each other.
Well, at least there's a reason for it, I guess.
Comes off as.
Well, why don't you scroll up one?
I feel like I'm not.
Does he come on as a nice guy? That's the question.
Somebody like Slow State, he knows that he's an evil motherfucker, and he knows other people are evil too, and he will cast doubt upon the dark sides of himself and others in order to use other evil dark people to get something he wants.
What that makes no. What is even said? That makes no fucking sense.
Hold up. Scroll up to Baxter's. Damn it, Flo. There we go. There we go. Make it equal.
Well, that comment being on screen is still not equal to a 13-second clip saying that I'm not creepy.
I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, Flow State uses evil dark people to I mean he made money off of communists, like how many much money? Like $60 on
Scuba
communist.
toy. What's the scuba toy?
I don't know. Hold on. I'm making a poll.
You're my God, making money off of communists. You're talking about this like it's a negative thing.
Well, they'll think it's evil and dark.
Ah. We're gonna have to have this conversation about capitalism, right? We're really gonna have to have this conversation.
Yeah, we talk about it all day.
I'm in favor of capitalism. As long as there's a good referee.
I'm in favor of it. I just want more of it. I don't have enough.
Damn it. I was on the other tab and I made the poll. You only get 4 poll options.
Oh, so you left off Chris, who's actually the creepiest person on the panel.
You're a Satanist. Josh is a cop. Hank has a sex toy.
Chris is a
and then I switched back on the tab, and Chris had his fucking shirt up, and I was like, God damn it.
Just close the poll.
This is a tough. How long does the poll
having
last?
3 buttons unbuttoned makes me the creepiest person on the panel. I'm cool with that.
It ends when I decide to end it.
All right, give me some moments, because I would have voted for Chris if he were up there.
I'm voting for myself.
I mean, Chris might have to play the. We might have to have a final.
It's a runoff between Hank and Joshua.
Damn.
Where do you find the polls at? I don't even see that here. Of course, I'm only on StreamYard. I don't have YouTube open.
You have to do it in YouTube.
I have to do YouTube. Okay, yeah. I'm not opening YouTube back up. It slows my computer down too much.
Oh shit.
Which one of you voted for me? I bet somebody on the panel voted for me.
Not me.
I voted for me.
I voted for Joshua.
I didn't vote for anybody because I don't have YouTube open.
He's the one that wants to throw 2/3 of the population of volcanoes, kill his wife, all kind of psychopathic.
Yeah, that kind of seems like your default win, but somehow, you know,
it's open to interpretation. Whatever you think of
finds a way.
Is the right answer.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have my feelings hurt if I don't win.
And he will too.
Voted for me.
And he will too. He'll have his feelings very hurt.
Well, so far you're in the running.
Flo,
yeah, Josh is winning pretty good. Pretty good win.
Yeah, Flo, I just want to know the people that didn't vote for me.
All right,
I vote for me. I'll tell you again. I vote for me.
This is the pretty soon warning, and then we'll have the top 2 winners versus Chris. So we'll throw a little variety in there at the final round.
So basically, everyone but me and you.
Right, we're gonna do this tournament style.
We're gonna spank your butt, Chris.
I think it's interesting to point out that the Satanist and the felon drug dealer,
are the least creepy people on the planet.
Least creepy. So what does this say about you 2 assholes?
It just says society.
I don't know. I don't know what I've done that's creepy, except for have my shirt buttoned on 3 buttons down. But I mean, that's fine. That's whatever. I don't really give a shit.
Well, you're in the finals round, and we're gonna end it right there.
With no voting, I see. That's like the kind of tier of person I am. I'm automatically in the finals, no matter without even any without even competing. So
exactly,
I take this as a compliment myself. Yeah. At least I'm the best at something.
Does that thing say Flo is like at 8%? Like you're at the bottom at 8%?
I told you I'm the least creepy.
Fucking hate you, Flo. Just hate you.
Yeah, he got just a few votes. Let's see.
Change my name to
I wanted to vote for Chris earlier, but the more I think about Joshua, it's really hard to top that level of
decision. Tough decision.
Chris looks creepy, but Joshua is creepy.
Yeah,
I look creepy. What about me looks creepy exactly?
You look like a fucking lounge lizard perv gigolo. Like,
damn, that's
like
a weird
something
mix,
like no mother would want her kids around you right now.
Chris, that's your friend. You shouldn't take that shit from him.
We asked.
What the hell's happening?
I can't lie to my friends. I can't really lie to anybody. I'm horrible at it, but definitely not my friends.
Chris, it's not a hate crime if you 2 have are friends. You're allowed to beat on them, and it's not a hate crime.
Okay, that settled it for me.
It's a love crime.
I mean, not to mention the fact that Jeff's shirt is only one button higher than mine, and that's the difference here.
Well,
and
the audience
and
has
then-
spoken. Take it
and,
with it.
and several other panels now, he's had his shirt completely open.
Look, that is a meaningful button. That one button is the difference between I'm very casual and I'm a straight up whore.
Well, I am a straight up whore. I just don't get any clients.
You're
Josh was correct. If your friends
I'm just a bad whore.
Crime, it is a love crime by definition.
I mean, I try to be a whore, but just no one takes me up on it. I don't know. Shit, I can't.
All right.
I can't control the market. Capitalism has failed me yet again.
Who's Sterling?
Sterling. Oh,
Sterling.
What up, Sterling? Welcome back.
Hey, what's going on?
How's it going?
Sterling heard that we were polling creepy people. Sterling, were you coming up to join the creepy poll?
Well, yeah. I mean, like
With that shirt, here's a good chance.
Yeah.
Is my button okay? Do I need?
Oh.
You need less buttons. Less buttons. Come on,
yeah,
come on. You gotta show up for the party, man.
All right. I like this one. I'm not going full whore. Like y'all go ahead.
Why do you have a gun? You're acting so negative.
One less negative person on this earth.
I like that one.
Damn, Chris, he just called you a whore.
I called myself a whore, so I don't really see the problem with it.
Can't get a good fight these days, man.
Ooh, Josh and Hank are neck and neck.
Sticks and stones will break my bones, but
There's another poll?
No, it's the same one. I was about to end it when I know Sterling was here and Pullman got distracted, but it was Hank was. Josh was in front by quite a lead just a second ago.
Well, people know better.
Shit, I hope I win this thing. You know, I'm excited now.
In the lead of what?
Oh, I did. I've got a poll
creepiest
up.
person on
Who is
panel.
the creepiest, and it's between Chris and Hank and Josh because in the first round, me and Jeff were already determined to be the least creepy. I'm the least creepiest. Nice to meet you again.
Did you say
Hank?
Sorry,
Flo, did you say Hank was winning?
Of course.
Yeah, he's it.
I did not, but he is now.
God damn it!
Surprised it took this long.
I'm gonna whoop your ass, Hank. How the hell do I vote? Where do I vote?
And
you have to go on this channel.
Ah, that's too much damn work. Fuck.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You're
I'm
only
not
about
voting
one
for
vote behind.
Is there actually a poll?
Yeah. It's not, on the YouTube channel. It's not in StreamYard. You have to go to YouTube to see it.
I can't be bothered. But yeah, keep me updated.
Right on. We'll give you a play-by-play here.
Hey, what's up with the title here? What was it? Mental health Trojan horse? Is that right?
It was basically about how they're inserting mental health into the legal system or the criminal justice system, law enforcement, mental health instead of cops, that sort of thing. And how that's a bypass for due process.
Yeah, they did this for centuries.
Do you think that? But considering your animus toward cops, would you prefer mental health?
No, and I actually gave an anecdotal story at the beginning because I got at sentencing. I got the sentence. He actually tacked on a little bit of extra time, and complete rehab was a condition. And because the drug and alcohol evaluator lady scumbagged me at sentencing, he gave me a mandatory full psych evaluation, and it was the way it was written. It said complete psych evaluation and follow the orders of the mental health professional. So that's like it worked out fine for me. I didn't get anything except for like a re-diagnosis of ADHD, but that's an open-ended sentence. And that's not
well.
cool.
Even in the mental health system,
psychology.
There's usually appeal. Like you can appeal. It's not like a final word.
Look at that.
Hey, Autis, could you take turns?
I'm trying to take my time. So there's a term for this. It's called punitive psychiatry. Been done for centuries. Really bad. And psychiatry and psychology is not science.
Jeff, What were you saying?
Okay, okay. Something more relevant in the mental health system. Even if they replace with cops, there is an appeals process and a accountability mechanism.
Well, I'm sure, but have you? I'm sure there is
Well,
something
there
that
is a form. I wouldn't call it maybe due process like in a civil or criminal situation, but there is a process.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's a good process, and it doesn't mean that it. Ultimately, here's the issue: somebody else's subjective opinion is going to just massively trump mine the whole way through, even though it's arbitrary, it's opinion based, and there's a whole lot of the mental health system prescribes chemicals for what they typically consider chemical imbalances while doing no chemical tests. It's absurd.
Yeah, I'm not for medicalizing like people against their. I'm for very judicious use of medication, but going in front of a judge or a mental health professional, like who do you think your chances are better with?
Well, the judge handed me off to the mental health professional.
It's all going to be subjective, like somebody's judgment.
Right. But see, the judge has a sentencing grid. They have a structure to go by. But when they say go get a...
So do mental health professionals. They have diagnostic criteria.
Maybe, but it's treated more like help than harm. And it's definitely can be used for both.
Yeah, like my criticism is the kind of what Talcott was doing on a show the other day, where they justify criminality using mental health. So yeah, they committed a crime, but it's not their fault. They were abused as a kid. They have trauma. They have stress, and I see the mental health system being abused. Like if it's integrated with criminal justice, I see it being abused in that direction.
There's such a, I mean, that is obnoxious as well. But if we look at history, it's a landslide the opposite way.
Yes, it's a landslide the opposite way. Like if Reverend Josh wasn't registered a communist.
I don't think it's a landslide.
Lobotomies, shock treatment.
They don't do lobotomies anymore. They barely do ECT.
They do chemical lobotomies.
You have to hit a pretty high threshold.
We're talking about history, anyways.
To qualify for ECT.
The history of that type of abuse by authorities, as opposed to justification, it's so lopsided that it's not even.
So you don't trust the new, like the people doing it now, to implement the appropriate accountability measures based on the history of the people that did it in the past?
Absolutely. Not at all. There is no reason to believe that now we're not just as barbaric as we always were, except hubris.
Yeah, that psychology is having replication.
I mean, I've worked in the system, and they're not.
Did you work?
It's not a great system, but I do know that they at least make an attempt at accountability. They're kind of big on that.
Sure,
I believe great.
The problem is that what they need to be accountable for, I don't agree with. I think that they chemically lobotomize people. It's less gruesome. Nevertheless, it is harmful. I think that just all sorts of stuff.
You can appeal, especially like medical. If it's medication, and nobody can, as far as I know, nobody can force you to take medication.
Have you ever seen a successful appeal?
Yes. Yes.
By somebody who's insane, who is criminally insane.
It depends on what they were appealing. I'm talking about mental health appeals, appealing a diagnosis, appealing a recommended.
Right. No, I'm talking about somebody who's there because of court orders, and they're appealing that. Like, I don't. Where did you work?
I don't know anything about the legal side and the legal. But I'm talking about if the mental health system replaces the criminal justice system, and you're worried that they're going to, like the judge told you to do whatever the psychiatrist said.
Yeah.
You can appeal the decisions of the psychiatrist. Like if the psychiatrist tells you take this medication or go to this treatment or whatever.
I mean, by the time that gets through all the bureaucracy, I'm already done with my fucking inpatient or with my sentence. Like that shit moves slow as fuck.
Yeah, when I make an appeal, where does it go to?
It depends on what you're appealing.
What about
the county mental
and how you're appealing? There's different
county
levels.
mental health center.
Yeah.
The garbage can, probably.
Right. And in the meantime, I'm taking these meds the whole time. Whatever.
So the appeal process within the criminal system is it's the judge.
Right.
That's it. Okay. So if you're talking about outside, then it's just another. Well, in this case,
there's a clear end to my sentence. There is not a clear end to the sentence as written for treatment.
So when they do, because I've worked with court-ordered patients before, when they do court-ordered mental health care, there's no endpoint to it. They don't. It's not court-ordered for a certain period of time. Or is it contingent on the progress they make?
No, I didn't press it because it didn't turn into an issue for me. But the way that the order was written, there was no conclusion. I don't know if there's procedure somewhere else that I haven't seen, but.
Well, let me ask you.
There may have been, and I do know that nobody, because the system is state funded, at least here. Nobody wants people in the system longer than they have to be because they don't.
I don't believe that either. But hold on, I'm pulling up your mic, Sterling. Your audio is a little low, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, get me louder if you can.
All right, yeah, I'm turning you all the way up. There you go.
All right, cool. I hope y'all can hear me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just joining, and forgive me if I'm a little bit off or long-winded, but I wanted to listen to what you're saying. And what if we took a real specific example, not this one, but let's say people who were sex offenders, for example, okay? And then let's say that we studied chemical castration, for example, just real specific, okay? And let's say that the studies show that the people were able to be released. We didn't have to provide housing and everything for them. And there was pretty much a 0% chance that they would reoffend, right? And what if we gave them the choice? We said, well, you can be sentenced and locked up, or you can be chemically castrated and be on the outside.
I would.
Am I way off?
That's no.
I don't think I'd have a
problem question. That's it's an interesting question because you give the inmate the choice. My first instinct was
it's a cruel choice to make, but yeah.
It is sort of a cruel choice, but in a way, it's also sort of a merciful choice. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one longer, but that is a damn good question.
Is it really a merciful choice? Have you guys not noticed how sex offenders are treated in society?
I have no sympathy for sex offenders.
How do you think they're treated in prison?
Probably just as bad. So they've got basically a little bit more space to run away, but not
definitely worse.
Yeah, you get what you get. I'm a big fan of street justice.
I would say the way that I thought you were going to ask the question, where it's just should we chemically castrate them? My answer would have been no, not because I don't think but because I've seen the criminal justice system enough to have zero faith in its accuracy.
Yeah, I get you there.
But yeah, I don't know about that one. I suppose I'd be open to that idea. I just, I don't know.
Well, it would have to be by choice. Short of the lethal injection, the inmate technically always has that choice of whether you can or cannot do that to them.
Well, fucking sure, of course they do. But when somebody's like, "Hey, you can do this, or we can keep you in here in the hole forever," at some point the coercion makes it so it's not really a choice, even though you have to consent.
Okay, that's a fair point. But ultimately, it would be their choice.
No, I disagree with that claim. Because you can torture somebody into making a choice. Did they make the choice? Sure. At some point, they tapped out.
Yeah, they still have the choice. They can weigh the option.
Yeah.
And if they're sex offenders, I don't care anyway. I don't care what happens to them. They're sex offenders. I'm not concerned.
Well, they're not, though. That's why not all of them are sex offenders. That's why I said no. I would not be in favor of it.
These people. Maybe I wasn't clear, but maybe let's assume these people were convicted of crimes.
I have no faith in the conviction process. That's my issue with it.
Yeah.
Well, we have to go by something.
Yeah, but here we are. They've been convicted. We need to do something with them. And the studies show that they can take this injection of Depo-Provera, perhaps. I think I read in one article, and have a 0% chance of reoffending. And we would still follow up with them.
So I think my answer is still no, because I think that with child abuse, I think that there's a power dynamic that's more psychological than sexual. And also they've already demonstrated a willingness to harm children for their own satisfaction. So we've got a moral lack, and also the power dynamic isn't fixed by lack of libido. So I'm still going to say no.
So you would just lock them up?
I would just lock them up.
With even the false conviction? Like that, because that was your concern about the case.
I mean, that is like...
Why would it not be concerned about locking them up?
Actually, that's a good point. It is still a concern with locking them up.
And what if I showed you the study?
Here's what I would... what's that? Was that Sterling?
What if I know you? It's good to be skeptic, but let's assume I showed you multiple studies from multiple different countries, and they all had the same results. It was
holy fucking keyboard.
Said Hank.
Go ahead. So you have studies?
Yeah, maybe I'll show them to you, and you read them, and you conclude that this looks like it's like 100% effective.
I mean, I don't think that I wouldn't trust the studies. So if you want me to move on past and just for the sake of the question, hold it even that this is 100% effective and the power dynamic that you're concerned about is neutralized, I can answer the question that way. But as you presented it, I don't trust studies. It's a brand of marketing, ultimately, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because somebody pays for them. Who's paying for it? Probably the government.
I mean, Reverend Josh would have an...
But that doesn't mean they can buy the result.
I was already speaking.
What'd you
Reverend
say?
Josh would have an alternate treatment of throwing them in a volcano that's also 100% effective.
I would have skipped a court case. They'd be executed immediately. You wouldn't even get the due process with me.
Yeah, that's why you... Well, actually, you didn't. Hank won the creepy poll. That's why you won the first round.
Oh, I see. I forgot about the poll. I wasn't even trying to win.
Fuck, I did too.
Hank won, huh?
Oh yeah,
Right.
Hank won.
Well played, Hank. Well played. I think
That's interesting. It's interesting that Josh won the first round, but then Hank won the second round.
Did you hear what he said about the volcano?
Simpsons paradox.
No, I didn't hear the volcano.
So the volcano thing is it happened on another.
It's
planet.
less creepy than Hank.
And it was so I'm a Christian nationalist. Even though I'm an atheist, I stand on Christian national prescriptions, which is more like of a political stance. And the only thing that I differentiate with the Bible is the prescriptions. So the Old Testament prescriptions to me are too weak to deal with modern society. They have to be kind of exaggerated a bit more. So like not all sins are given death penalty, right? I give them by default death penalty just because society needs a period of adjustment, usually within 2 or 3 generations.
Okay.
So the volcano thing there was a question asked as to what would you do in this situation, and I said shoot everybody in the back, but the person that I was discussing this with, they came up with a more efficient system as to march them into the volcano. Now you don't have to pay for bullets, thus more efficient.
And this is all his crazy dictator tyrant fantasy, by the way. None of it's based on
You have to have a
reality.
volcano in that case.
It's
I
the
mean,
weird,
we don't have a
violent
volcano
fantasies of
around.
an impotent man.
Yeah.
Yes.
With the
You
mother
dig a hole,
complex.
Chris. You dig a hole deep enough,
And a
and the
micro
volcano
penis.
automatically.
So is that going to be cool, or am I going to have a brawl down there? 2 biker clubs representing my chat.
Wow, who's the biker club?
Be like the pit that Bane came from.
Well, believe it or not, the
Come on,
bikers,
panel.
this is a weird thing, but
Yeah,
among
any
the
of them are
MC
welcome to come up. The link is pinned.
Now, this is a weird stat. Most people think about like the Hells Angels when they start thinking about MCs. The reality is most MCs are crazy, insanely like law-abiding citizens. Plus, they have the street justice thing. If you want security, like if you've got like a business that deals with some unscrupulous people, aka like a bar or something like that, invite MCs in. You won't have a security problem. They tolerate.
Yeah, no, I've always gotten along with them good. I've actually been invited to join. Even though I didn't have a fucking bike at the time. But anyways, they have like there's like an old school fucking street code or something. I know what you mean. It looks like we got Banditos and Hell's Angels. If I'm
Don't worry, Flo. You just always ride bitch. You can ride bitch. You don't need a bike.
Sorry, what?
Flo's the right bitch. He doesn't need a bike.
You can ride bitch? No, I can't.
In the sidecar or whatever.
Nah. I mean, I would maybe actually ride in one of those because those things are fucking gangster, but only if I was wearing a cape.
I saw a Rolling Stone.
And you had like a minigun like sitting there like mounted onto it though, so that way you know you're like the protection. You know, those things are badass.
I saw a Rolling Stones documentary.
What's mall information?
Go ahead, Sterling.
I saw a Rolling Stones documentary about this specific concert they did.
Altamont?
Oh yeah. It's called
The
It's a very
Hells
famous
Angels
documentary.
did security.
Yep.
Yeah, it was the Hells Angels, right?
Yeah.
Yep, it was Hells
They
Angels.
should have
Yeah.
called the MCs.
And there was a security problem.
Yeah, there sure was.
Yeah, it was security.
And a lot of people died, I think, from that. I can't remember how many now, but there was definitely deaths.
It was kind of the end of the '60s. That's when the
Yeah.
party came crashing down, and then all the people started dying. Jimi Hendrix, Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin. The little rock and roll fantasy evaporated.
Both the clubs are here, probably chasing snafu. that motherfucker needs to lay low or something.
I don't know who Snafu is exactly. I've heard everybody talk about him. I've not seen.
Picture a really like dumb,
I've never
childish
encountered him
Tommy.
So pretty much, he looks like he's a guy with a beanie and a long beard. I
don't
call
give a damn what he looks like. What is his policies? What is his politics?
He's just a troll. He comes out here and screams at everybody.
Fuck these cupcakes.
Yeah, fuck those cupcakes. He doesn't like when people get along on panel. Then he
has
tries to
personal-
insult
He
them
goes
and
around
take them
accusing
out.
everybody of being a pedophile.
You guys, he has personal vendettas against certain people, like Monograph, who's a friend of the channel, and he runs around talking shit about them, striking channels. He runs around blaming people of being he's just a general.
But someone said he like blew part of his brain off in when he was cooking meth or something.
No, he
Yeah.
was making hash.
Oh, hash.
In a hotel room.
So some of it could be brain injury too.
Yeah. So I actually want him
I don't
and
give a
Officer
fuck.
Tarek to do a show.
Yeah, I don't
Officer
either.
Snaps and Officer Tarek to do a show together. It'd be fire.
What's up, Lawrence? Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck if it is brain injury. He needs to stop being like he is.
Well,
he's the only
he's not.
person. He is the only
Can or
person who is completely just banned from coming on panel.
Wait, he messed with the biker's little sister? Holy fucking, that's a dead man.
Yeah, that's a dead man.
No, it's not. We don't know what you're talking about.
I'm lost.
Yep, me too.
Damn it.
Nobody knows what Josh is talking about. Josh,
I didn't see anything. I'm turning my head.
man, play it cooler.
I'm
No wonder
sorry.
you got fantasies of world domination.
I just looked down in chat and I caught it and I'm like, oh, this is gonna get ugly, right? And, yeah, I agree, Panhead. I agree.
And Sterling, I see you being polite. If you feel free to talk through people. Obviously, they feel free to talk through people.
Nah, I want to be like Hank.
I don't know if that's true.
I do know that's true.
Oh God.
I'm pretty sure.
No. Sterling's got better standards.
Needs to lay low or something.
Oh, is this Head? Hey,
What's up, Head?
I've heard everybody talk.
Mr. D Head, welcome.
Yeah, so there's a Sega Genesis game called Decap Attack. I explained to you in chat. It features a protect named Chuck D Head.
D Head, we can hear playback. If you're listening to us on something else, you might try to mute it, or I can play with your mic settings.
I played that shit out of Cap Attack when I was a kid, Hank. I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
I still have. I have it on. I have it on my Xbox too.
Great.
You guys, he has personal vendettas against. Okay. And he
Fixed
runs
it?
around talking shit about him.
Nope, I can still hear
Channel.
flow states.
There it is. I got like the playing people of being people. Are you
Shut up.
listening?
someone said he like his brain off in a. What's with the side cameras?
I don't know how to. Well,
Yo, you got to get closer to your mic.
I have a webcam. I don't know why I've muted him. I don't know why his settings are still because it'll go off when I.
What's up, Lauren?
Is it off?
Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck if it is draining. Use the style
Mic
being
check.
like he is.
No.
Mic check. Fail.
Completely just.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Mr. D Head, I don't know what to.
Wait,
You gotta whatever you're doing. We gotta do.
Mute the YouTube tab. I need you to start muting that YouTube tab. Yeah, you get audio to StreamYard. Mute that YouTube tab.
Where is he in a box?
I don't
or
think it's
parking
I don't
garage?
think it's people having the YouTube tab open. It's either different devices or something on your system is. Do you have earbuds or something?
It was the YouTube tab. It's too delayed to be.
If somebody, if you feel free to talk through people, obviously they feel free to talk through people.
Nah, I want to be like.
It might be the YouTube tab because his audio
delayed.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah. Turn off your YouTube head. Turn YouTube off. Just exit.
I don't
out
even
of
know if
that.
he can hear us or is even paying attention.
I don't know either.
Looks like he's living in the tunnels.
Oh shit! 5 more memberships from Just Saying. It's been a good night for you and me. Thank you again.
It really slowed down with the comments left.
All right. Hey, all right, Mr. D Head, I've got you muted.
No, there you go.
Okay, now. All right, we got it fixed.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, no, I can't hear shit.
Oh.
You can hear stuff through StreamYard.
Oh, that's kind of.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I could just turn the sound down on the other thing.
No, that's fine. You
I never done this before. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're good. We'll work through it.
Yeah,
You can't hear shit.
StreamYard, so you don't need the YouTube.
He can't hear us.
You can't hear us.
That's correct, Hank. If you were listening, you'd know that.
I'm gonna turn my mic back on.
All right, turn it back on.
I can hear you. I can hear you. So the mic's probably on. It'd be weird if the mic wasn't on.
I wonder what device he's on.
Probably a phone.
By
the aspect ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the aspect ratio, this camera looks like a phone.
Well, it
Oh, figure out, I guess. Oh, okay. Hey, if you're listening, where's my phone? When you do the volume up thing on the side, it comes through StreamYard as a call. Oh, here's back. Okay.
That's disorienting as shit.
Can you hear us?
Nope.
Can you hear us? No.
I gotta try this again. I got some different gear. Oh, I like it.
All right. Look. I don't know if you can see the private chat. Turn up the volume.
Fucking weird.
And go to.
Oh, I see. I could have turned my mic off.
No.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? And turn up the volume. Go to call volume.
Why can't I hear that?
Not media volume.
If he can figure out the private chat on his first call, he ain't gonna see that.
I just put it in the private chat, and now I guess I'll put it in the public chat.
Yeah. StreamYard is hard. We've all been there, you know.
No, I don't.
We said it was his first time. We just popped his cherry. Now he's just got to figure out.
All right, Head. Okay, so if you've got your phone like mine, when you click the volume button on the side of it, that will control the media volume. But through StreamYard, if you're on a phone, at least like mine, an Android, you're gonna need to hit the menu tab to look at all your volumes and go over to the phone call volume not the media volume. He's back. Mic check. Read the chat. He can't hear us probably.
Oh man, it's hard.
Technical support. I'll make a technical support.
Oh, there
show.
it goes.
Oh, you got?
Can you hear us?
Now I can hear you.
Hey.
Fuck yeah.
Holy shit.
You made it.
Was it the phone call volume?
Actually, it was the opposite.
Oh, okay. Well,
it was my media volume I had to turn up. Boy, it's a bitch doing anything off of these cell phones. I do everything off of this cell phone. I should get a computer probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I may just order a desktop right now.
Yeah, right. It's in the mail. Fucking Amazon yesterday.
No, screw that. Got eBay. I can get more processing power for less. There's workstations that are more powerful than my desktop for only $200.
Yeah, eBay's bang for the buck. You're right. You got it. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, I should remember that when I ordered my generator off of Amazon. I could have got twice the generator for half the money buying a rebuilt one.
Exactly.
I sold my generator. It was just taking up too much space. I wasn't using it for shit.
Yeah, I'm living off of mine. I've run it twice a day. Living right in the middle of town.
Are you in Florida?
Sure, the neighbors love that shit.
Are you in Florida?
Portland?
Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
So
yeah, Florida sounds a lot better, even though the whole country looks like a post-apocalyptic fucking war zone from where I'm sitting. But Florida looks like more sunshine, at least.
Where are you? Are you in a bunker or a shed?
No, hey, I live in a 1977 bread truck. It's an Olsen Grumman.
Oh, wow.
No way.
You're in a truck?
Yeah, it's an old truck. I modified it and turned it into a house, a little tiny house.
It
ain't too bad.
As much as I hate the trend of people of it being trendy to live in tiny structures like that, there's some pretty dope ones. Where'd he go? Yeah. Probably hit the wrong button.
Yeah. If I were to live in a truck, I would live in a straight truck because it's bigger.
A bread truck?
No, I would live in a straight truck because it's bigger.
Yeah, it may not be the best as a trend, but
yeah, I think it's social. Like, I think it's social conditioning to make tiny homes the new trendy thing. But I do like the idea. I do like that people are building shit out of shit. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, I think what they do is they take anything that's a good thing and they use it against the people. See that these organic ideas, like they used to live on houseboats down there on the Columbia River. It was always the poor guys, and then the wealth starts seeing that, oh, that looks like it's fun. They move in, take over, and before long, it costs $1,000 a month to live down the river. And I think it's the same with this tiny house thing. It's a practical thing to do if you don't have a family or your kids are out of the house. But, it's not smart for everyone, and it takes more effort than most people are aware, realize,
Yeah.
But how the hell do I change my screen on here? Every time I try to get rid of that white shit, it kicks me out.
What white shit?
Well, I got like haze in front of my screen where I got the comment, stream, setting, cancel, all that shit. It's a window, I guess. Let me see. I'll push my back button. It kicked me out last time, though, I think.
Oh, so you can see the comments. There should be a top. If you're looking at the comments, there should be an X. You should be able to X out of it in the top right corner. Close it just like a window box.
Oh, yeah, okay. There you go. I just had to touch it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm having a great time fucking listening to your guys'.
I'm gonna clip that. I just have to touch it.
Well, yeah, I enjoy your comments.
Yeah, right on.
But hey, man, just so you know, I know that we're quiet to you since you're on the device. We can hear you just fine. You don't need to yell into the mic.
Oh, good. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I will.
I do the same thing too with him. Even though I know that, like, I still shout into him.
I'm loud by nature. I'm probably half deaf from working in construction most of my life, so that's where part of that comes from. I got excited when I got on here too with all the shit dynamics going on. I'm a bit of a Luddite when it comes to this stuff, so
There's nothing wrong with yelling at people. We yell at Flo all the damn time. Fuck off, Flo.
Yeah, fuck off, Flo.
Yeah, right on. So long as it's coming from the right. Yeah, right on.
Right on.
Damn it, where'd my thing go? Where's my fucking clip?
Shut up, nerd. All right.
I missed it.
You missed it? It's a quick one. You got to get
Show it again. Run the clip.
Shut up, nerd.
Got it. Perfect.
Well, I don't know how good of a storyteller I am, but you know, I've been spending. My dad died a couple years ago, and I got a couple few $1,000, not much, but enough to fuck off for a couple years, you know. And it was a pandemic time going on. Everybody was out wearing their face panties and, you know, acting like each other's mother everywhere you go. And, you know, you could see that the public was being, you know, fucked with by, you know, basically social engineering, you know, and don't know it. And
Correct.
you could see in the behavior of the people around you, you could see the mass formation psychosis. You could see the conduct and the behavior. And I was listening to people like Dr. Robert Malone early on, you know, the Dark Horse podcast or whatever. I was listening to all them guys that were trying to fucking sound alarms, and nobody I knew was listening to me. So I was in the same boat as I think a lot of your people in the group around here, you know. And so
yeah,
I started doing shit deliberately. I don't know if you watch the movie Dune, how he talks about walking out of rhythm.
No.
And I took that. Yeah, well, they talk about walking out of rhythm so that they don't attract the sandworms. It's the only way. So when you walk through the desert in that sci-fi movie,
it's
you
hard
gotta
to
walk out
predict
of
the
rhythm.
unpredictable.
You can't go with the fucking crowd. You got to somehow stick out like the sore thumb. Maybe even if you're going to get pounded a little bit, you know, but with good intentions, you know, just to stop that fucking mindless milling that people are doing.
That's also a good way to deal with the cops, for what it's worth.
It is. Yeah, you catch them off guard by using the Socratic method. Start asking them questions. You know, when they ask you questions.
But I didn't mean to get you sidetracked. So
anyway, I started doing this. I also was practicing my right to be left alone by aggressive drivers on the road. And so I wasn't being rude, but I was just trying to do my best to follow the speed limit, which is a fucking extreme sport in all of our cities, just following the goddamn laws, you know, because people are in a hurry, you know. And I say, who's picking the pace? The fucking bank or you? You know, because they're passing on the right. There's a whole fucking line of stopped cars, you know, and they're fucking just jamming past 40 miles an hour on the right, taking their exit, that kind of shit. You know, people doing impulsive, fucking, just completely impulsive, chaotic behavior. And so I started trying to be of all the people, man, I've always been a felonious fucking person all my life. I've never thought of myself as anywhere in allegiance or alliance with any of the fucking authorities, man. But I just started for my own benefit, man, because I was tired of having people ride on my ass in traffic, fucking just, you know, they speed up and stop. That's that's the sign of an infantile fucking state of mind.
So you started throwing handfuls of change out of your window.
No, I try not to do that. But I did have a fucking flag. I had handkerchiefs, and I was flying the handkerchiefs with fucking blue and yellow for their humanitarian shit. And I had a white one. There was a peace sign, and all I was doing was basically trying to say, stay away from me, like be noticed, so they know I'm fucking alive and aware, you know. And so the youngsters that are doing all that shit, fucking, they see me a mile away and they go around. And I've actually built solidarity around here with a lot of people that I don't even know. Because I've done things like, because of the reckless driving charges and people calling the police on their fucking shadow every 2 seconds, I had 30 calls a month from the highway patrol, bro. And they kept pulling me over, and I'd tell them what I'm doing. I'd say, look, I'm just practicing my right to be left alone. These people are fucking aggressive. And you know, I'm in the right lane. They could go around, you know. and I got fucking, a lot of cops went, oh, I understand that. I had a guy pull me over on the freeway, you know, off the freeway, because I just pulled off the freeway, because this bitch was fucking kept pacing me in the slow lane, even if I'd speed up to like 60. I'd speed up to 60, she'd fucking speed up. I'd slow down, she'd fucking keep pacing me. And so finally, I gave her a bunch of shit. You know, I didn't throw the coins, but I did enough shit, you know, like fucking waving and all kinds of cutesy theater, you know, and then fucking the bitch, I had to finally get off the freeway, because, you know, I was getting mad. You know, and so
I would turn my hazards on.
Yeah, I did all that shit, dude. She wouldn't leave me alone, bro. We were on an empty freeway, just us two. She wanted to stick her ding dong in my bing bong, I guess. I mean, I just can't understand it. I really can't understand it. And so I was off the freeway, sitting on the upper, on the fucking, sitting off the side of the road on the off ramp. And here comes the fucking sheriff. And he says, yeah, somebody called on you. I said, I know. I said, I fucking had to pull off the freeway because I told him exactly what I just told you. And he let me go. He said, fucking, I understand. And he let me go with fucking, with honors or whatever, he said, yes, sir, no, sir, and all that shit. Let me go, man. Because I just told him what was up. And I had that happen time and time and time again. It's like, I don't fucking love the police or at all, but they're kind of in a trap, the same as everybody else. They're captured by institutions. And they don't like that shit either. And a lot of this chaos is being created in our communities intentionally, deliberately, and all that whole coronavirus thing was all fucking bad. And you had to, people like Dr. Robert Malone saying, look, it ain't ready. They shouldn't be giving that to people. He was the chief fucking scientist that created the fucking thing. And they squelched him. And then they turn around and try to fucking tinfoil hat me because I've been following this shit, and all these authorities and shit that I talked to in my travels here, I've been doing that shit for 2 years. Now I just put the peace sign out. Fucking people all around.
You just muted yourself.
Now all I do is put the peace sign out my window, and people kindly go around, dude. They recognize me a fucking 3 cars back, and they go around and ease around.
Do you ever give them the wrong peace sign?
Not anymore, because that's one of the reasons they called on the reckless. And because my hands weren't entirely clean, I didn't want to go.
Sometimes it's just not worth the search.
I pled out like, well, yeah, they finally got sick of my shit because they were getting so many calls. They decided to act extrajudiciously, and by then I didn't have any more money, man. No more blood and fucking treasure to sacrifice on a lawyer. And so, I fucking bitched out. I just took the plea because I didn't just take it. I fucking fucked with them.
Dude, sometimes you gotta take the plea. I was gonna take my shit to trial, but then I got raided again. And when you get when you get a felony charge while you're out on felony bond, it's mandatory back-to-backs. You have to serve your sentences back-to-back, not consecutively. And so at that point, it's like, man, I just got more charges and special rule sentencing.
Yeah, they had me stacked up really good. They had it stacked up fucking really good. And the lawyer, at first I had a good lawyer and they took her away. You believe that shit? She was gonna fucking go to bat for me. And when the fucking big wheel in the defender's office figured out what was going on, all of a sudden she come up missing. No shit.
Yeah, they kidnapped her. They can't lose some.
They were like, we can't have this Mr. D head going free with a good lawyer. We gotta.
That's right. They wanted to stop the behavior, even if it wasn't legal. And like I said, everything I did was within my rights. It was all fucking, even if I did flip them off, that's still legal.
Within your privileges, they were going to take you away because you were annoying.
I really want to.
If I would have filmed everything, I would have been fucking tits. I'd probably be a fucking movie star by now.
I got to point this out. I'm sorry. I have to point this out.
Yeah, bro.
Sterling, you see how Flo got you on the bottom? Oh, now he fixes it, right? I was fixing to tell you who's the man, right? I mean,
were you about to talk shit?
Well, not now. I mean, you took it away.
Shit can phase me, bro. I've fucking been around you assholes all my life. I'm one too. Good to meet you,
Josh. You understand that there's a prioritization of cameras on, and that you never have your camera on, so you're always at the bottom.
I like the bottom.
Oh, I didn't know my camera was off.
Makes sense. You didn't know your camera was on?
It was on.
No, yours is on. Yeah, yours is good. Josh's is the only one off.
Oh,
yeah, you don't want his on.
So. Oh yeah, he won't ever turn his on because he's a cop, right?
Probably.
He's a Fed anyway.
He cammed up on my show the other day, but he had his face panty on.
Yeah.
Oh, face panties right on. Yeah, did it have the American flag with a skull fucking emblazoned behind it?
I can't get one. I've been trying to get some cool masks. I just can't find them.
Hey, Josh, you know there's no rule.
Cool masks.
Makes it so you have to have your camera off. There's no rule for that.
Let's just sit with that sentence for a second. He's been looking for some cool masks. He just can't find them.
So you want to be hip? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity what? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity dick. So you want to be hip? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity what? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity dick.
We better go to contortionist training then.
Yeah,
I mean, like that. Flo, you seem like you have experience. Tell us more about this. Like, how is that
Well, I
done?
do have a massive dick. I also have other people who will suck it for me. Amazing.
Becker, that's
And
not
I
what
wasn't
Becker-
talking about Hank.
No, you're supposed to suck my dick.
God
Okay,
damn.
I think this could be my. If I'm gonna make my show tomorrow, I gotta get some sleep. So I'm gonna take
I
this
do too.
opportunity.
I do too.
Wave goodbye.
I'm like half awake as it is anyway. So guys, it's been a good night. It's been fun. I'm
All
heading
right,
out.
later, guys. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah,
Take
thanks.
care.
And Jeff, thanks for bringing your motley fucking crew, your gang with you.
Oh yeah, well,
You didn't know
enjoy
you
the
rolled
late,
deep, did
late,
you?
late night. Huh?
You didn't know you rolled that deep, did you?
Did I know what?
You didn't know that you rolled that deep until I pointed it out, did you?
No, I brought them. I knew they were here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the one that told Joshua to come on.
Oh, right.
So
Yeah, they ping me in Discord. I usually come running.
yeah. All right, I'll see you on church.
Later.
Bye.
Your Discord dorks, huh?
I keep getting
scared them off or
stuck
what?
Hmm.
Well, you got what? I scare them off or what? Maybe I fucking carried on to.
Man, it's
No,
late.
they need a nap.
No, you
It's
did well.
late. They've been here a while.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, I mean, they've been up here probably 3 hours, I would guess, because I've been on for 5, and they got here, I think, around 2.
Yeah, to be fair, shit get real raunchy sometimes over on Jeff's panel, so ain't no running him off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jeff.
Oh, he's got his own. He's got his own thing.
Yeah, sometimes it gets kind of raunchy. Sometimes. Although Barney and Flo probably the worst I've seen on raunchiness.
Well, shit, I've seen him on this show the other night. I thought he was a kid. I thought he was like 25 years old or something. The way when he had his glasses on and shit. Till I seen him tonight.
Did you know that Flo's a underwear model?
I thought I might have caught something about that when I was watching the other day. I seen some kind of shit, some kind of weird shit.
It's set the internet ablaze. It damn near broke it.
I seen the fucking man pissing a stream of fire. That seemed to be catchy.
Oh yeah, the new emoji. I know that they take medicine. They make medicine for that, but
yeah, fucking idiotic in this country. The shit they feed these people.
But yeah, I have a rule for the any chick is allowed to take a screenshot of that and then think about it when she does whatever she wants to do with it. Dudes, are not supposed to. Obviously, there's no enforcement mechanism for it, but except for the shame.
See, now the problem with this, Ed, you gotta understand this. We have no examples, not one example of one girl doing anything with that image. But we do have like a mess load of like side or pictures of side chats of people of guys talking about what they're doing with his image. It's kind of weird, right? I'm just saying, I'm gonna put that out there.
I think that you're just making that up.
Flow State, you got the women of Unslavia checking out your rear end, buddy. Looking good, bud.
Started talking about dicks.
Mm-hmm. He did bring up the dicks. You're right.
Did you say let's start talking about dicks?
Thought I heard that. I couldn't hear it either. I can't hear myself half the time.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It sounded like you said we need to start talking about dicks, but I don't think you probably said that.
I lost the thread when you started talking about dicks.
I'm just gonna help you out with this.
Somebody like Slow State, he knows that he at least like excites me a little bit. Because I go, he's got some discernment. You could look in his eyes and tell he's a predatory scum. Those are the guys I like to play with and compete with. Somebody like Slow State.
There we go. That was it. That was a misfire.
That just proves my point. That's all I'm saying.
What? About being a predatory scum?
No.
I'm still the least creepiest.
Other men getting turned on by you.
I don't think that was him getting turned on by me. I could be wrong.
It was.
Fucking little bitch crying about it. Fuck him. I had to throw that in there. I fucking hate that guy. Anyway.
We can ask him. He'll say yes. He'll confirm it.
Fucking wow.
I'm just trying to, when I get uncomfortable or the conversation gets too gay or something, or somebody's like saying some shit that I think they're going to regret later, I try to just be disruptive with my video clips.
I've got a bartender friend that's fucking really good at just that, man. I never quite sure what to think at first, but it still pisses me off.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's an art form. It's actually a fucking art form of interruption.
Oh, okay.
Something I've never been good at fucking whatsoever.
There's a lot of people.
It's the spurg in my nature, I guess.
Objection! You're pretty good at it.
We've all got a little spurg in us.
I figure it takes all kinds, man. What the fuck? So long as it ain't too fucking.
You see this, Sterling? Sterling, he got you at the bottom again, right next to the Fed, man.
God,
if I could move you up above Josh, I would do it. I'm about tempted to. You know what? Here.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm gonna share screen. I'm gonna share screen on something just so that I can fucking move you down, Josh.
Turn the porn off first.
Yeah, I better do that.
Well, we just share one tab. It's not gonna make.
What is creeping Sunny out down there?
What is what?
I don't know. Sunny's getting creepy. I regret asking that. Disrupt the train of thought.
This is braggadocious nonsense.
You better watch out, dreadlocks. You better watch out, because we have come for you. Oh, sorry. It's my mother's tongue again. It comes through. You'd better watch out, because we're not playing. We're real, and we are a terror.
Fake and gay.
What did you say, Hank?
Fake and gay. They ain't real.
What's not?
But that guy's in his party.
You think that was a fake clip?
Yes.
I'm open to it.
That's why you're being fake. You're not going to go on your diatribe about like how the CGI thing works and everything's conspiratorial.
Me?
No, Hank.
No, I'm a baller.
Oh, okay. All right. Just gonna throw the accusation out on the table and walk away. I got it.
Exactly.
Damn.
I'm lost.
SSSW999.
Where you see that?
I haven't even done my shake weight at all.
Oh God, please don't. I hate that.
So
shake.
you probably don't need like what about shake weight? Shake weight gay?
It's gay.
Who'd I chase off? Oh, Hank.
Hank.
Fuck. Whatever.
Hank's the gay one. God, I hope I didn't chase him off for all the wrong reasons.
What would be the right reasons?
The right reason to chase off Hank would be that he's offended.
There's hope.
The wrong reason would be that, like,
God damn it. Look at that fucker up there.
I don't know. I don't actually know that I think Hank is very gay either. I think that he's, I don't know.
Yeah, well.
I don't know how to. Anyways, we'll spare Sonny. Yeah, I don't know. So, there you are in your van.
There he is.
There goes all the fucking bikers. You got a goddamn shake weight. Fuck that thing. Put it down.
No, if you haven't chased him off yet, this shake weight won't do shit.
I like the bikers. I don't like the shake weight.
Whoa.
Talking, Josh.
Open your mouth when you do it. Open your mouth when you do it.
On the house.
Did y'all see that Epstein documentary from his brother on Tucker
No.
Carlson? Yeah, it's like Epstein's brother did like it was like 20-30 minutes on Tucker Carlson a few days ago. Y'all didn't see that?
No, I don't watch shit.
Yeah, it was on YouTube. Is where I saw it.
Oh no, I haven't seen that either.
It's pretty crazy.
Forgot to watch it.
I sort of think that all that shit is it's all just a show.
Go on.
I mean, I tend to think the whole thing, and I don't know where reality starts and performance stops. But I'll tell you this: I do not believe the flight logs are the real flight logs. I think that they're a distraction from something. Who knows what? I don't think. I don't know. The Epstein case is a harder one for me to sort of track where I think reality starts and stops. But like, it's got the same sort of feel, and I know that's not much to go on, not much in the way of evidence, but the same feeling. I get the same feeling with the Epstein thing that I had with QAnon.
Interesting.
If that makes sense.
Go on.
It's just a little bit too fantastic and a little bit too extreme and a little bit too public for a little too high profile of figures. Something in here in the sauce isn't adding up.
You ever see the movie Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford?
Harrison Ford. Yeah.
A while ago.
Remember what there was a part in there where they were trying to come up with a narrative to spin about the whole thing, and one of the PR guys says, "No, don't." Or Harrison Ford says to the PR guy, "No, don't lie about it. When he asks you if you knew him, tell him, yeah, I knew him. He's my very best friend. Just don't give him anywhere to go with it." And so that's well, I think what happens with some of this stuff is it's damn real. Power corrupts. People that have endless resources run out of shit to entertain themselves with. It's like trying to fill the fucking drug habit, but you ain't,
And that does make sense. And I also think that that in order to get to in order to be allowed to get to like governor, president for sure, or given a lot of fame, like, a rock star or an actor, I think that in order to get to that level, you have to give up some sort of leverage. And what better blackmail than video of you doing SA? I definitely think that that's a thing, the blackmailing thing. But I mean, just like Q had some truth mixed in with the bullshit, there's something here. I don't know. It just doesn't add up.
Yeah, I agree. It does not add up.
It's too massive to have been kept a secret so successfully for so long, but then all of a sudden to be completely blown open.
Well, look how sexual abuse in a family can fucking go go unnoticed. I mean, that shit goes on in families for fucking decades sometimes.
Yeah, because people are weird and choose not to. I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, it's just an instinct.
A blackmail ring is too hard to maintain because there's too many leakers, like Officer Snaps. So,
but control the narratives. They fucking spend endless amounts of money controlling these narratives.
Even with endless amounts of money, it's not possible to control the narrative.
Okay, this comment is very interesting. I want you to tell me more. I want to invite you onto the panel, even though I'm sure that that's like there's some irony there.
Okay, I'm going to come out with revelation of the method. This is where the lodges move to. So instead of being secret, we put them public so no one pays attention.
The lodge?
Yeah.
Like the Masonic lodge?
We moved on. We're post-Mason. We don't do that anymore.
Okay.
It's just new. They just relabel the shit. It's the same old clubs. They just relabel it. Keep you guessing.
I know that you can't join. I don't know how else to I want to hear more from you. I just don't know how else to go about getting it. I've got an email that's listed on the about tab of my YouTube page.
Oh, to discuss that subject, you mean?
Yeah, I'm just everything about this person is fucking fascinating as shit.
About what person?
In the chat, the comments that I'm pulling up on stage or on screen. I don't know if you can see the chat. Yeah.
So this person can't come up? Why?
Well, look at their name. I mean, online panels are for NLP Black Magic.
Of course. The gods told me to do this. so I can get good at it, so I can influence people.
Okay.
So they're right.
Okay.
And who's gonna stop me? Come on, who's gonna come and stop me?
I mean, I just don't know that anyone's trying to stop you, Hank. I don't know that anyone's concerned about you being successful.
He's not wrong, though. I mean, there is a Fed on the panel. What's the issue?
Yeah,
we're
really.
all
What's the
being
issue?
profiled. We're all being profiled. The whole country's being profiled. We have been since this internet shit started. It's all going to the mother bug. They got fucking giant buildings all across the country. They're fucking capturing your information.
Yeah, it's probably an agent provocateur, honestly, but who knows? I don't know. Even if it is, it's an interesting one.
I mean, what amazes me is that we're allowed to fucking even talk at all. That's what gets me. I don't understand that. I mean, fuck, I guess they got to give you the illusion of some kind of freedom, but why these, like your shit here could, I don't know.
That's correct. You don't know.
Choices and how they choose it. And why they let some stay up and others they fucking take down. I can't figure. There's no law. Doesn't seem like any logical cohesion to that. I don't. Sorry, I don't know.
I'm curious about this too.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Hawaiian shirt guy, and I'm gonna add that Reverend Josh is a poser Fed.
Yes, I'm the poser. That's exactly what it is.
I dated a chick that was a maid. She was an ex-JW, Jehovah's Witness, who Bill Gates has clean his house. Her fucking church group or whatever. And she'd gone over there, been in his house several times on occasion. And her story was that there was fuckerware parties. Big fucking orgiastic fuckerware parties where the whole house is scattered with dildos and fucking condoms and shit. I believed her.
How to get goddamn invitation?
Well, sure.
Right.
I want the creepy phone. I don't get a freaking invitation.
I didn't say I approved or not.
I don't care. Where's my damn invitation at? Stop losing in the mail. You know who I am.
Which one is that?
It's Hank talking.
I have a hard time making too much light of it. I think they're fucking their toddlers, and I think Americans are just standing around and kind of holding their nose about it in general. And that, that's left, right, and center. All the above. It fucking pisses me off, to actually tell you the truth. But I take it personally, which I guess is a huge mistake. But what do you do? I think I'm surprised Americans haven't drugged some of them people out of their fucking high towers. I think probably if they do, it probably doesn't make the news.
No, the people would come on panel now and just air out my dirty laundry if I haven't beaten to the punch. So
I don't like the idea of violence, but man, if people are harming children, then it really wouldn't be violence to do something about it. That's all,
All right, so since we've got 5 people again, I did the first poll. The first poll has Head, Josh, and who else? Hank, I think.
Just exempt yourself.
Oh wait, no, it's me, Josh, and Head. And then after this one's done, I'll put me and Sterling in the winner in the next poll.
Okay.
We're still going.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'll put Hank and Sterling in the winner in the next poll. That's what I'll do.
This is for creepiest, right?
No, who is most likely a Fed on the job on the panel? And even though we know Josh is a Fed, right? On the job, he's a Fed, but he claims that he's not here for work, or to make a case.
He's a poser Fed.
He might be. You know what? I've had that thought too. I don't know that I think a real Fed would be so real about being a real Fed. He might be a poser Fed. That's definitely on the table for me as well.
Or could he work for the post office, or somewhere in between,
that is technically true. If you are employed with the U.S.
No, I mean law enforcement.
Yeah, they're mandatory informers or mandatory reporters or whatever.
I think like everybody, like teachers and shit are. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but this is a mandatory reporter.
Yeah, that's all the commie shit. To protect the kids while the fucking leaders butt fuck the toddlers. You got to put up with all the laws to protect the kids while the real fucking bad shit that's happening to kids is all trafficking. All that shit ain't no shit, man. I mean, I guess I can't prove it. Damn, my discernment says that them fuckers have been known throughout history. People that to rise to power to be, fucking decadent, hedonistically inclined. But
I'm hedonistically inclined.
So am I,
but I
bro,
want
but I
milk.
want to fuck children to get my rocks off.
I want milk.
So online, hey, guy on the comments, online panels or NLP? I don't know. I'm not talking to anybody on the panel. I had said it on the panel. Talking about this guy in the chat. I don't know how to continue this discussion without being suspicious, since you won't come on panel and you don't want to email me. I guess just keep typing in chat in all caps and suck a dick.
When did that guy show
Preferably
up?
mine.
Tonight, preferably Hank's.
Yes.
My dirty balls. Oh, make sure they're good and dirty.
I mean, you understand how if you're going to make a claim like this, you got to have more compelling evidence than just like because
NLP. You got me. You're
NLP
right.
is intentional, right? Like I would have to, if I would have to intentionally use NLP, I wouldn't be able to accidentally be doing it.
No, he's right about whatever crazy conspiracy he has. I confess to it, even though I don't know what it is.
That's fine, Hank. I see you. You confess you're guilty.
Yeah.
You know, I've noticed, Hank, there's a time when it's like late as fuck at night, like now. There's some sort of time in the night when you start getting squirrely. Hey, take it easy, man.
Yeah, it's time from like what time is it? Man, I don't get enough sleep. I get squirrely.
Okay.
Well, man.
Fuck, it's hard not to sit here and make stupid faces on this camera recording. I hope I don't
So
look like that all the time. Fuck.
What phrases do you listen for?
Red flags.
What was that?
Oh, you're still talking to that fucker in the chat.
Yeah, I'm talking to the guy in the chat because this is pretty interesting, actually. Like, can you see the comments on screen?
Yeah,
I see it on screen and in the chat because I am at a desktop.
What's that guy's name?
Who, me?
Sunny BJ.
I'm sorry.
Probably trolling me. Probably trolling, but it's an interesting troll. It's at least it's I mean, it's way better than most of the trolls out here.
It's my familiar, man. It's my
Huh?
familiar. It's my familiar spirit.
It is?
Probably.
Well, you came in right when I did.
Oh, maybe he followed you here. Maybe you could smell that bread truck.
There's still some dough in here. Sure of that.
What do you mean? You've seen Daniel? Have you seen it online on other panels or in other chats? Which one, Sonny? Which one? Which fool? Oh, I could. Yeah, his channel was made actually like 4 days ago. I already did. Yeah, it's got nothing. Probably a troll. And came in right after SSW999 after the slow say shake weight. Yep.
That's what brings them in.
I suspect. Let's see. I'm gonna guess. OTW. That's how I'm gonna guess it is because they're all caps. Could be smoke.
Yeah, it's not Wizard or Lumatomy, so I don't.
Who cares?
Not me.
Well, all right. I'm done paying attention to that person. Feel free to keep chatting and driving up the engagement numbers. I appreciate the support.
I was so confused for a while because I wasn't looking at
Oh,
those
fuck.
comments. I was like, what is going on, dude?
Yeah, no, you got to watch the comments. So I got 2 weirdos.
Yeah, at least.
At least.
You hearing this, Robert? What the fuck's his name? Robert Epstein?
That's not his name.
Not Epstein,
Resto's
not the
here.
Epstein that we were just talking about. This guy's a fucking an analyst who's been recording a bunch of shit about Google, the Google voting shit.
Oh, okay.
Follow any of that?
I don't
He says
follow
he's got
shit.
Proof. Says he's got proof. Fucking data. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I don't follow shit.
I have data that Donald Trump lost the election.
Whoa.
I don't care about it all that much. I don't think it ultimately it's all theater anyway in my mind. But still, that's going to be a controversy.
So right after Josh has to cook his kid dinner, right after I make the poll accusing him of yeah, I'll put you in back. Let me know when you're back, and I'll bring you back up. I forgot I had a poll out there too. And Josh, right after he wins, so Josh wins that poll, he stays in the next one.
Yeah.
They didn't deem me a Fed.
No, you're less likely than I am to be a Fed, according to the people.
Oh, fucking A.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh. I wonder what qualities fucking worked for me there.
I vote for Josh.
You may call me crazy, but no. God.
There ain't no feds in here anyways. It's probably all CIA or Homeland Security.
Second.
And what are they? What would they be doing in here?
I left that open. I left that question open-ended on purpose. Because they can figure agent provocateur or information gathering. You know, who knows? Investigations. I know that. All right, new poll is out. And Josh, even though you went away to go cook your kid dinner.
Cook your kid dinner.
Yeah, you're still you still made the second poll if that's what you're trying to escape.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say you're at least interesting.
So have you heard of the term malinformation yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, make that.
Do you know what it is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
so,
it's intentional false information.
Yeah,
No.
so you flood the stream with a whole bunch of information that may or may not be correct, but when people use it, it kind of doesn't work the way they expect it to.
That's disinformation.
It's disinformation.
There's 3 different kinds according to the CIA. There's 3 kinds of. There's
Mal, miss, and yeah, I think that Mal is. What is Mal?
Mal is the truth. Mal is the truth used in a dissident fashion.
I don't think that's correct.
Let me check CIA's website.
I don't know what authority I have that on. I may be fucked up. That's how I gathered it. I'm just throwing it out there to see how fucking.
Oh, you know what? That is correct. That is correct.
That's how I operate. Sometimes I don't know what authority I got it on. I thought I followed that thread right though.
So
there's Dis, and Mal. I thought those 3 ought to be well understood by fucking anyone living in this country. I thought
Sterling, power through.
Let me get this straight. So
he's right.
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna debate that. So a Fed comes to the chat. They make their presence known to spread mal, mis, or disinformation. Right? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think anybody said that, but there's a lot of like somewhere I've got a clip saved about Israel, for instance. They've got what's Israel's agency?
Oh, the Mossad?
Yeah. They've got actually I don't think it's the Mossad. I think it's the military, not the intelligence. They've got divisions devoted to influencing on social media.
Okay.
It's a thing. It's definitely a big thing.
So malinformation is like something Fox News would do. They'll have information that's technically correct, but it's misleading.
I'd say that they're all the major news outlets are propaganda.
Yeah, but the important part is what the CIA considers one of those, either any one of those that you're doing as a supposed citizen can qualify you as a terrorist. And therefore you are
Why don't you let's walk around certain words? That's one of them.
Oh, excuse
I'm
me.
a freedom fighter,
I
not
forgot.
keyword.
Yes, sir, yes.
I'm a freedom fighter.
Yeah, okay.
That's not any better.
I'll see if I can be a little more creative there. I'll take the Elmo. Yeah, anyway, fuck. I don't know how, I watch these guys do that shit poetically, but I don't know how the hell they talk around it. Fucking, what qualifies you as a dissident, according to authorities?
Oh,
seems like an important thing.
Oh, yeah. So I worship a pagan god. That's enough. And I go to Unitarian Universal Church. So there you go.
God.
2 strikes.
All right. Well, is that bad on YouTube too? Oh no, that's
probably.
That's an interesting perspective on it. I'm actually not entirely sure that this person's a troll now, because that is a good point that I had never thought of.
Let me see it.
It normalizes the melding of public and private information transmission. These sort of panels do.
So all of a sudden, this person's we thought was perhaps a Fed is trying to help you?
No, this person that we thought was perhaps a troll.
A troll? Oh yeah, well yeah.
Yeah.
Well, trolls can be helpful sometimes.
It's still on the table. If it is, it's an interesting troll. Gotta give it that.
Who cares?
What was that?
Yeah.
It does what?
Who cares though? Like, I mean, you can still have a conversation, and I mean,
no, for sure.
Huh?
For sure. I include the chat, or I try to keep the chat included in the conversation some, so I kind of watch and listen.
No, it's cool. It's your channel.
But yeah, they're not gonna. I'm not gonna be convinced to shut down the channel or anything because of them. But it's
for what? For what? You know what I mean? Like I mean, what are we doing here?
No, I know.
Enabling feds or something.
Sorry?
I'm not being paranoid. I'm not worried about it, Daniel Becker. I just find it an interesting thing to engage with.
It's an open panel. You know what I mean? Like, people are going to be coming in. You're not responsible for everyone in the chat, and you know what I mean? Like,
no. I'm not stressed. I'm not worried about it. I find it an interesting, just sort of thing to engage. Okay, Hank, you're the Fed. See, we did it again.
I wish.
So you won. You're more of a Fed than Josh, even though Josh won the last round. So we had. Oh wait, yeah. So Josh didn't. Okay, so yeah. Well, you're the creepiest and the most likely to be the Fed. God damn.
There's my bank account reflected that. I should be having way more money.
Nightish, I get because I know how to keep focus on what I want to do, and I can play the long game. I'm not a patient person, but when it comes to like when it's done spitefully, for some reason I get super patient and chill.
Has someone been spiteful towards you, or what?
I was just a different channel. It's not like, it's not anything but internet shit talking.
Yeah, just talk show host trying to get ratings with fake controversy, the usual.
Oh, okay, yeah. A lot of channels are like that with the drama and stuff. Okay, I guess keep it going. I'm just super lost because I don't come up here a lot. So
yeah, no, you're good.
All right, anyway.
What's funny is I go on both panels pretty frequently, and I don't get any trouble. There used to be a couple people say, "Don't go to this panel, don't go to that," and I said, "Come and stop me." Then they stopped coming themselves.
Hank is one of the few people who just sort of seamlessly navigates both spheres or whatever. And there's some people in the chat, like Salty Siren is one. We actually share quite a few viewers, but Hank is probably the only one I can think of immediately that goes on both panels very regularly.
Both? Who's the other? Like who's both? I don't
So
understand.
me and Paul. Nightdish has.
Oh, okay. Now I'm putting it
Yeah,
together. Paul,
yeah.
Paul
So
Slade.
Paul, the last handful of videos have been me kind of beefing with another YouTube channel, and the two groups, you know, people are tribal, and not a lot of people seamlessly navigate both tribes. I don't have any issue with my people going and watching him. I make it. It's intentional. I don't ever I just don't do that shit. Like, you can't be my friend and their friend too. Like, I'm just not a child anymore. But he does that with a lot of people, and Hank is somehow managed to avoid the nonsense.
I sound straight up that I'm on my side.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah. Okay. But like Flo, be honest. But maybe you can't show your cards. But like, do you engage with it because it helps the channel?
I think that's just a benefit. Honestly, if I am being honest, I think the main thing that gets me to engage with it is just the irritation at seeing someone behave in a way that I think is completely absurd and bullshit.
But you can boot him.
Oh, on his own panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No. This is most like it's kind of a back and forth thing. He does panels, I do panels. You know, just the same spheres.
Do you hate him?
I don't hate him. No, I don't care enough about him to hate him. If I hated him, I wouldn't be addressing him at all, because that does drive up. I would hurt myself to hurt him too, I suppose.
Do you think he's capable of sending people over here to fuck with you?
In the chat,
not really.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll send trolls over. He'll come over sometimes. There's a damn good chance he's watching now.
He's probably watching now. Hi, Polly boy.
Yeah.
Hello.
But I'm not worried about it, really.
Yeah. Okay.
It does drive up numbers slightly, but not a massive amount. And it pisses some people off because they just get tired of the bullshit. It is petty and childish, but
Cracks me up. I watched some of his stuff for a while. I thought,
oh shit,
entertaining for a minute, you know.
Josh, are you back?
He's been on for a while. That Paul, he's been around for that channel's been around for a while, I think.
Okay.
Is that?
I never knew of him until he was on his second channel already. So yeah.
Oh yeah, he got fucking kicked off once before.
Well, he's still
no,
up, but he probably stuff.
I thought that looked like
to preserve it.
What was that?
I thought it could be entertaining content. That's why I was talking shit the other day. I wasn't. It wasn't nothing personal. I just thought I'd like to see some more interaction.
Oh, I don't even know what you're referring to, really. You're talking shit on him.
Oh fuck! I threw all kinds of shit out there. It was just random nonsense.
No, I didn't pay a lot of attention to the panel or to the chat when I was over. I was preoccupied, I suppose. Josh, are you back? Or are you just typing in the chat while you cook food? He truly sucks. Here, I'm going to I'll share a little short or something so that you can just sort of see who he's talking about.
Okay.
The dude's a little bit ridiculous. Redonkulous.
Promo, Paul. Promo.
You want me to do the promo?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
The promo short? All right, hold on.
Where is it? Do y'all see it?
No, hold on. I gotta pull it up. I'm about to.
We're pulling up who? We're pulling up Paul and Slade?
No, I'm sharing screen. This is one of my clips. But it is he's in it.
Okay.
Oh shit, I'm gonna run out of battery.
That's unmuted. Then refresh it.
Where is that fucking volume? It's muted, isn't it?
Yeah, hover over it. Yeah.
I don't see it. God damn it.
I'll try hitting that.
That's crazy. I don't know where it is.
It should be right there. But
It should be right there.
Yeah, check the ellipse and see if they hit it. They changed the format today.
There it is.
There it is.
Slow State's doing a great deal. $1 a month is all his self-worth, self-esteem, self-respect, credibility, and integrity's worth. So I support him in that.
Okay. Well,
Maybe if every single person who subscribes pays $1 a month, he'll be up to $300 or $400 a month.
Huh.
Before taxes and before YouTube takes their third. So maybe $100, $200 a month. That'll be good for him.
Yeah.
Extra couple cartons of cigarettes.
Some drugs.
He's really doing something out here. Yeah. I mean, what's your credibility, integrity, reputation, and the truth worth, really, if you're a godless infidel?
$1, just $1 a month. You can help me buy cigarettes and drugs, or you can come to a live stream, buy a membership for yourself, buy a few extras, and make it rain in the chat. And while membership doesn't include all of the things that were earlier mentioned by my associate, you do get custom emojis, and I get money for more cigarettes.
Slow State's doing a great deal.
That's not even a very...
Why did he call you a godless infidel?
Oh, he calls me all sorts of shit.
I love it.
I will manifest whoever's meant to support me, and it's already happened. So I got a list of women who support me and gift me. I got a 70-year-old woman, whatever she is, 60-year-old woman, who offered to gift 100 stacks. Someone go tell Flow State to tell that goofy bitch who watches. He won't do it. He don't have the balls to do it. Go tell her to start driving Uber Eats, get a fucking job, bring something to that damn table in that house.
Hey, Katie, Paul thinks that you need to start driving Uber Eats so that you can pay for more stuff. Because he thinks that you're supposed to support me because women are supposed to support loser-ass men.
Message delivered.
I will manifest.
Yeah. Uh-oh. He extra himself out. Yeah. I like how he's using it like against him. Is what it seems like, I guess Paul said those things and then he clipped them and put them out as promo. I think that's pretty smart if that's what it is, right?
Oh, it's better. So Paul said those things and Flow State clipped them out, promoted them.
That's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I hit back button on the wrong fucking tab.
Yeah, I like it. That's brilliant.
Yeah, I tried to transmute, some of the hostility into entertainment.
It's funny. Yeah. Paul does the same exact thing. He uses the same techniques.
Really?
He does not. He does not make it fun. He lets it get to him. He does convert it into views and topic.
Yeah. I mean, he has that salute one. He has lots of angry cop ones.
I know. He got it all from me.
You ask him why he's so angry?
Oh, he doesn't even know he's angry.
Why is he so angry?
He would deny being angry.
Yeah,
I think that he just lacks self-awareness to a massive degree.
How does somebody?
Yes.
How does someone gain self-awareness?
That you know what I heard you say the other night about not fucking tormenting him
so
because
good.
of that. I thought that's actually admirable, dude. But it's entertaining a little bit, As sick as that sounds.
Where did this Paul guy come from? It's so goofy. And like his bottom mouth, dude. Watch his bottom mouth. The bottom jaw ate the top of his fucking skull. It's so weird to watch him talk and see his I have to go on camera to show you what I'm talking about. He's like, yeah, as he's talking, like the fucking underbite. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the underbite. It's like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this idiot, dude? Where did this Paul guy come from? It's so good.
Yeah, I want to torment Jack Talcott. I will torment Paul because he can take it. He's a comedian anyways, I think. Some might say he's a comedian.
Some might say who's a comedian?
Paul. Some might say Paul's a comedian.
Oh, really?
He's just a narcissistic.
Who says that? Who says that?
I do.
You think Paul's a comedian?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Not intentionally. You don't think he's doing it?
He could be doing some stuff somewhere. He's hanging out with Brian O'Shea. So he's probably doing some sets and stage.
All right. So Hank, since he doesn't know who anybody is, he has no idea that you're being sarcastic on top of sarcastic.
I know who that O'Shea guy is. So
You know who O'Shea is?
Yeah, I've been on his channel, and yeah. So what you're saying is he's a comedian by association with someone who is a comedian. Yeah.
Yeah, and since he's associated with a comedian, he's probably been invited to go on stage or just do the pre-show for O'Shea.
I'm pretty sure that Hank is being 1,000% sarcastic.
I was playing along with it.
Okay, fucking A. I'm the only one who doesn't get the joke then, I guess.
Well, sort of. I was gonna play along with it. I just wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean,
but let's be straight.
Go ahead.
He could do an open mic night just fine.
What makes you? What do you mean just fine?
Well, yeah, Paul would be able to fill up the stage time. He won't be good for jokes. He'll be just fine in an open mic night, no problem.
Yeah, he can talk to himself.
Yeah, exactly.
He does have a video where he did like a speaking performance. He's a lot less confident in person.
Oh, you seen him play before? Interesting.
He did a presentation or a speech at something. He was definitely nervous, which is understandable. Like I don't have any shade to. I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying like open mic night in person would be.
I've done it. I've done it like 100 times, and
for comedy or
comedy, yeah. And to me, you can't call yourself a comedian until you've done that. Like, for example, in my mind, Will Smith is not a comedian. You know what I mean?
Not think he is. Yeah, I wouldn't think he is.
Right. You know, some people do. And also, you're not a comedian if you do go on stage and you don't write your own jokes.
Agree.
Yeah, just an actor then.
You're an actor. You know, and so, yeah, there's a lot of people who've been funny in movies and they don't do stand-up. And so to me, they're not. And
no, I agree.
If you go on stage and you just, and I'm not saying you say you think this, Hank, because I know you're being funny, but like, and you just feel at the time, that still ain't good enough. But it's definitely the hardest thing I've ever tried.
It sounds. Sure. I've never done it. I've made speeches before, but I've never. I bet comedy would be hard. I went on stage at a comedy club as it was a hypnotist. And I was one of the people he pulled out of the crowd, which that fucking show was awesome. But I'm sure you've seen him if you do comedy. He pulls a bunch of people out of the crowd and then hypnotizes them, and then he starts thinning people out, so he's left with the most hypnotized people on stage. And I was the first one to kick off, which is interesting.
And then he's left with someone who's like acting like a chicken or something like that, squawking around.
No, he got them to do all sorts of stuff, like pretend they were having an orgasm and all sorts of things. I don't think that they were plants either. I mean, it was very convincing. If they were plants, then they're fantastic actors.
Okay. Okay. So again, Flow State takes the what Paul says, clips it up, and he says funny stuff, kind of like you said, my colleague over there. Or what'd you call him?
Colleague.
Yeah, that was funny. And but I just struggle to see Paul come in with that same comedy like point of view, you know?
Yeah, no, I struggle.
I don't know he does that.
More of an angry. Yeah.
Well, it can be funny angry at the same time. Angry. It's possible.
Yeah.
Here, like he'd never come with this.
Lewis Black does it. He's angry, funny.
He's actually just like this is his heart, and he's just projecting it. So I kind of just always feel
Great
sorry
stuff,
for him.
Cynthia. You're a regular psychologist.
He
You get the
maybe we
could
be his mama. Feels abandoned and doesn't like
for your health and safety. You're
being hugged by all of us right now, Paul. This is your warm mama energy.
You're being accepted despite your bitterness. You're being loved.
I don't want to be touched by you, and I don't want to be accepted by you. Stay away from me.
My favorite thing about that clip is how he says at the end, "Stay away from me." Like,
wow. Yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah, Paul got a hug.
I've met that guy before. Fuck.
And then
everybody knows that guy.
A fucking Toilet Bowl Earth also got a hug, but he wasn't as funny about it. He hasn't ever made anything this funny.
So I don't fuck with none of you inauthentic corporate males. I'd rather fuck with a bunch of black folks on the street.
Come again.
I'd rather fuck with a bunch of black folks on the street.
Yeah, that's my boy Jay.
There's two niggas.
All right. Well, you know, watch your wallets. Watch your wallets. Oh man, that's an official. That's an authentic African American. He's got the spirit and the soul too. He's got that flavor. We don't get that much here, so I'm excited now. You got like a couple minutes. You want to break out for the people, or you're not really in the mood? I don't want to do the whole dancing. Not the right phrase. I don't want to do the whole. You get what I'm saying. There's a lot of sovereign citizens here who are also racist. And I mean, that goes without saying because there's white people here and white people are racist. So it's kind of redundant, actually.
Yes, sir. You don't. Oh, I'm in a black community right now. I am in a hood. There's black people all over the place.
I think it was fun.
Wow. Wow. Hello.
So yeah, I've made a handful of videos going at him, and all of them are funny. I think
That was funny. That was funny.
Yeah, I kind of like editing. Actually, some of my, and he's not the only one. I've over the years that I've gotten into little video beefs with. I think some of my best work is actually in like hit piece videos like that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Do you? That was funny. Keep doing that.
Yeah, you should do more Talcots.
Oh yeah, I do need to do more Talcots. And one of my first, I'll pull this up. This is a guy that probably probably somebody in the chat does, but none of you on panel probably have a clue who this guy is. Let me find it. It's always back.
OTW. I know him already.
No, his name's C.S. Joseph.
C.S. Joseph. Oh, I do. InfoWars.
Oh yeah,
guy.
you know him.
No, not the InfoWars guy. He's typology guy. Bullshit typology guy. He thinks the sperm has a MBTI type.
Right. So you've seen him.
Yeah, back when you MBTI channel. Yes. So yeah, but I'm very familiar with C.S. Joseph.
Let me get.
So he doesn't even know his own MBTI type.
He's in the. I started off in the typology community, like personality type, that sort of stuff. This guy's also in the same sector. He's a total fraud. I've gone after him. But he in a stream that he did right before I did this video, he said that he typed his 6-month-old son or something like a tiny baby, which of course
newborn. He typed his newborn.
Yeah,
son.
of course. Which of course, in common sense says you can't type a something that has no personality. But
well, you could type to him, it doesn't.
Hank, shut up.
How did C.S. Joseph type his recently born newborn son in INTJ? How did C.S. Joseph type his recently born newborn son in INTJ?
Bananas and money and cars and blowjobs and Led Zeppelin concerts.
How did C.S. Joseph type his recently born newborn son in INTJ?
1 bucket for urine, 1 for feces, and 1 for vomitus.
How did C.S. Joseph type his recently born newborn son in INTJ?
I know what happened. You guys dropped acid, didn't you?
Well, it's because I know what I'm doing.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
I've never seen somebody that's wrong so much. I have seen
C.S. Joseph
contradict himself so many times and look in the camera and not blink.
Look, I'm getting a ton of questions and a ton of drama across the internet because you're sleazy,
Antisocial, stupid, immoral, an ignorant slut.
and we don't trust you. People are like, oh, C.S. Joseph, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And for him to claim that he can type a newborn child is absolutely ludicrous.
Who's your housekeeper and what you keep in your house?
We were typing our son before he was even born.
Oh wow, you got to be shitting me.
There's a host of different behaviors that unborn children have, as well as a host of different behaviors that newborns have.
Ooh, this one's real grabby.
Put them all together in one place and just take the time to pay attention and observe. I was able to identify patterns, look through all of my memories, and basically re-experience the time that I was in the nursery up to that point and be able to do comparative analysis using introverted thinking logic.
What the
Yeah.
After a while, you see a pattern of behavior with all of the different babies, as well as how children are behaving in the womb. How did C.S. Joseph type his recently born newborn son an INTJ?
It's a three-step process. 1, think about taking a shit. 2, relax your sphincter. 3,
I know what I'm doing.
You lying ass bitch.
Thank you to tell the people out. I want to tell the people out there that thank you for supporting me, and if you don't, suck my dick.
That's fucking torture.
That was that Briggs-Myers test?
That's fucking torture, that, whatever that was. What
That
the
was
fuck is that? What is that? Typing your kid or whatever?
Oh, it's a personality type. There's
Yeah, they call it Briggs-Myers, right?
Yeah. So yes, exactly.
I guess I didn't know what that was. I thought it was a simple fucking personality test. I didn't know they did it to fucking to zygotes.
No, there's like how many different ones?
16.
16. Yeah, I'm an ENTJ, for example.
Oh, right on. I'm ESTP.
What is
not
it?
my INTJ.
I'm an ESTP. Hank thinks he's an INTJ. There's some question.
Oh, those are all. Oh, okay.
What do you mean you think? You didn't take the test?
Oh, I did take a test. It came with INTJ. I'm high in TE. It's like on the border, so I'm kind of some.
Did you take the official one or did you take an online one?
I took a few different online ones, and they come up with this. Most of them come with the same answer, except for one that says I'm ENTJ. The function test is an ENTJ, but the other couple ones say I'm INTJ. So I'm just gonna say I'm INTJ for now.
Okay.
I have to look that up. I don't know.
I didn't. And what is it, Mr. D-Head? I had never heard of it until I went and saw a shrink.
The Briggs-Myers. I heard that term, or I've heard of the test or whatever. But I didn't know. I guess I didn't know what it was.
Well, yeah, I forgot. It was a bunch of questions, and I remember being skeptical taking it. It was gonna be like some horoscope shit, to where you could fit into whatever, you could see yourself in every single category, perhaps. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it sort of is like that. The MBTI test itself is as far as being a commercial, but what it is it's a good introduction into Jungian depth psychology, and that's a fascinating topic.
Yeah. Anyway, I scored through the roof.
And shit.
Huh?
Jungian archetypes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And so an INTJ is one of the 16 types. There's 16 personality types, and INTJ is one of them. Yeah, I don't know how much more depth I want to go into right now than that.
What's an INTJ?
It's not neurodivergent though. It's just a personality type.
Yeah, I don't know much about psychology. I know what Jung is. I know the vagaries about Carl Jung and his ideas.
I prefer the socionic system, which the Jungian, the personality type system, it develops separately in the West and in the East. The West developed the MBTI, which you can see how, since it's a capitalist society, they would develop the theory more market around sales, right? And it's sold to companies or wherever, and their employees get little printouts of how special they are. It keeps the customer happy. In Russia, they developed the same sort of thing, but separately. It's called socionics, and it is much more focused on the dynamics between the personality types, and it's more thorough. So even though I use MBTI terminology because it's what I and everybody else it recognizes, I think in terms of socionics, and I really think it's just a much better system.
Yeah, pretty much right now, everyone uses MBTI with socionics extensions, because normal MBTI doesn't have functions, but socionics does.
So that plays into all the social engineering shit that's going on in the background with all the new tech.
I mean, it could to an extent. I don't know that it does directly. I do know that the CIA uses the MBTI to when they in their hiring thing,
profiling,
right? And I was trained. It's a long story if you haven't heard it, but I was trained in a profiling system. Well, I guess I've started this far down. After I used to be in banking, I quit the bank and I was going to move back to Kansas City and take a job selling personality profile tests, not the MBTI, a different one that's way better. And I gotten trained and everything, actually by the CEO and his wife, the owner of the company. But I wanted my daughter to finish out school, and then we're going to move back over the summer. And in between then, in between quitting the bank and moving back to take that job, I ended up getting raided by the sheriffs and all the legal shit started. And so I never ended up taking that job because it's a commissions only job. And I would have needed to have a stack to sit on while I established a client base. But I don't remember where I was going to land at. Anyways, yeah, there are systems of personality profiling tests. The MBTI itself is kind of a lame one, but it is a good intro into the topic that I think is interesting.
Hey, right on. Hey, you were talking about homeschooling earlier. Was that you?
Yeah.
You were talking about some different models for that. That seemed interesting.
I don't know if I was talking about different models for it.
I looked something up. I had to go back and fucking see what it was now. I can't even remember.
Yeah, some people put a lot of weight into the whole system, is all I was gonna say, and then some people don't. I don't know. Like, I feel like if you score really high in your little category, you would identify with it more, obviously. And somebody who might be like in between categories, maybe. And I'm sorry, Flo. I probably shouldn't even be speaking on this because
you're good. You're good.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to like not in a rude way, but like dumb it down because I don't know much about it. You know what I mean? Like the way they just described it was like way over my head. So I'm just
it just buckets for a bunch of behaviors. It's very simple.
So yeah, I mean, but you're right.
That's how I ended up here. Actually, I was on a different channel. I was probably just fucking doing a little trolling, and some other fucking person in the chat profiled my shit and actually came up with a pretty close personality profile on me. And then he told me to come to your channel.
Nice. Do you remember who it was?
Yeah, I don't remember the name offhand, but I've got a fucking screenshot of the name. My phone.
So they sized you up pretty well, even though you weren't
pretty close. There was part of it at the end that was kind of fucking vague, and I didn't seem close, but it was a short paragraph of various things that matched my profile.
And how that make you feel?
What?
How did it make you feel? No, for somebody to size you up correctly, like how does that make you feel?
Well, I have to think about how it made me feel.
Okay, fair enough. Never mind. Carry on, Flo. What were you saying?
I got a kick. I'll tell you, I got a kick out of it.
So he's an FE using type right there. So that told me like the fact that he would have to think about how it made him feel. Tells me that
I know how the fuck it made me feel.
How'd it make you feel?
I got a kick out of it.
Okay.
I thought it was amusing.
Yeah.
I was amused.
Yes, the simplest way to look at it is across axes, right? So the first letter is an I on Hank's, INTJ that's introvert. and if it scores you across those axes on the official test, it is. You're correct though. The stronger you score in a category, the more true you can rely on it being. So I scored very high in thinking in the T section. Actually scored in the 99th percentile. I'm almost entirely logic based. The lowest was in I scored ENTP on the test officially. I was out of 30 points, I scored a 3 intuitive. So it's a total of 60 points because you got 30 on each end. So out of 60 possible points, I scored 3 into the intuitive side on the test. After learning about it, the test is wrong. Because I understand what it's testing now more. But to the point, that was accurate because my lowest score is the one that ended up being wrong. It is and I used to sell typing services. It was like $100 and I do this sort of thing. It sounds like happened to Mr. Head, but it got to be kind of a pain in the ass because it creates a conflict of interest between a happy customer and somebody, because by the time somebody finds me, they've already learned enough about this to know what they think they are and they want confirmation. And so if you tell them something else, they get pissy, which is fine, but it's just a headache. I don't think you did derail the show, Nightish. There's no yeah, nope. There's no map here.
Yeah, but like I remember asking my shrink after I took the test if that's what he thought I was, because he had mentioned that when he's walking around in life, he's testing everybody in his mind. Like he told me he had a niece that he had tested. I can't remember how old she was. She was like, I don't know, 7, 8, 9. I really don't know. And when he told me that he thought she was that, I was like, what do you mean you think? And he was like, oh, I'm just, sizing it up in my brain. Like she didn't take the actual, like written test.
Do that quite a bit too.
Yeah, but it turns out he was wrong. And
well, you can be wrong. I don't know how you'd calibrate that because it's a subjective measure anyways.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying when I say wrong.
I think that the test itself is very flawed. You're better off having an understanding of what they're discussing and then figuring it out for yourself than you are following the test. And the problem is because the people. Where the fuck is that book? Here it is. No, this isn't it, but this will work. The woman who developed it, part of the problem is the limitations of language, and so certain cognitive functions are harder to describe than others. For instance, intuition is one of the functions that's hard to describe. There isn't really good language for it. And so what ended up happening is they used words to describe intuition that are like dynamic, right?
No, intuition is pretty simple. It's just speculating. You guess what's going to happen based on the facts you gather. It's pretty straightforward in my opinion.
All I was going to say.
That's because you don't understand it.
Yes. Even though you're low in intuition, I don't understand it.
Yeah, but I'm high in thinking.
I'm also high in thinking and high in intuition.
And you trust the test. Judging versus perceiving.
Not completely.
I'm just going to read it here. What did you say intuition was, Hank?
It's basically guessing what's going to happen next. That's what intuition's all focused on.
The collective unconscious. Do you think that's guessing what's going to happen next? Have you ever read Jung on it?
Yeah.
And does he say that's what it is? Does he even allude to that? Not at all.
I'm not a strict Jungian. He gets a lot of stuff really wrong.
The extent to which that's right is time. It does have a time element, But that's, anyways, keywords for judging and perceiving. Where'd it go? What am I on?
Well, and while you look for that, if you could be wrong about sizing up an adult, then going back to that video he showed, I mean, that child was like how old? 6 months or something? Like 6? I don't even know.
Oh yeah, it's absurd.
My point is that like there's no way you could accurately size up a child that young. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, I don't actually believe in doing it with kids at all. My daughter's 13, and I've never, even though I've done it in my head to myself a little bit just for hell of it, I'll never tell it to her. I think parents make a mistake when they use it to parent their child, because you tell the kid who and what they are when they're not really done developing into it.
I'm not against using it, but I don't see a self who has a hard time justifying it to me. His process just doesn't make sense. It usually runs to a hasty generalization, and he's arrogant and thinks he's right all the time. He formed a cult successfully. I give him that.
There was things in mine that hit hard. You know what I mean? But maybe it was, maybe I would have hit that hard. Maybe I felt like it hit hard with anyone. I don't know, but I really don't think so. And I really did score high in like my category. So, but not everyone has that experience. I don't know.
Yeah, no, mine hit pretty damn well too. Even though they got it slightly wrong, the bulk of it was correct. But yeah, so anyways, the issue that I have with the test is the language they use, and so it creates a situation where the intuitive results are higher than they should be, because intuitives are described with words that are more appealing than what sensors are described with, especially introverted sensing is described as like routine, history, tradition, and then intuition is like dynamic, big picture, like more appealing words. So you start getting lopsided results.
There's people with like Fiddler on the Roof. Tradition.
Right.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You don't know Fiddler on the Roof?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know that. I know what it is. I just am not familiar with it.
Well, hey, look, I'll put my cards on the table, right? Just to let you know, this is how hard it hit me, right? And I'm really mainly talking to Mr. D-Head, because you haven't taken the test, it seems like. This is what it told me. In the first, it was like 3 paragraphs, right? Of what my category was like. And it gave me like some examples of celebrities or popular people. And like in the first paragraph, it was like ENTJs are basically most likely to do stand-up comedy by like 98, 99%. And I just found myself.
Really?
Yes. It was.
I'm surprised about that one.
It was in the first paragraph.
Why did it say that? Did it say why? Because
I don't remember, but I remember when I read it in the first like 2 sentences, I was like, "Whoa, that's not like."
I took some personality tests like that when I was younger.
Okay.
And it came out. One of them recommended a job like in forensics or something like that, criminology.
Sure.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And the other one was like a.
You are a Fed.
Yeah, yeah, I knew I was fucking at risk of even saying that, but that's what it was.
Yeah.
Or missionary, like a priest or some shit.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm interested that ENTJ. So what are you doing here around the panelverse? Because ENTJs normally don't do shit just for their own entertainment without a reason for it.
An agenda. Yeah.
Right. I was trying to avoid that word because it's got a connotation.
No,
and I don't think that's a bad thing. Actually, I think
it's true. I mean, I did kind of come in here with the idea of conveying my story about the driving thing because I thought it was worthy of sharing with a bunch of people that everyone has their influence by extension in society, and I had a real positive results with practicing what I thought was natural law. I was practicing my right to be left alone. I was doing it without, with good heart, with
right.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, that was a good story. I don't know. I was asking Sterling though because of the type he got.
And the fact that my agenda, which we will both agree that I probably have.
Fuck, you ain't talking to me? Hey.
No, I wasn't.
But the fact that it wasn't clear, the fact that it's not clear that you would have to ask me for it makes me feel good.
Oh,
you know
good.
what I mean? Because I hate that I always go into something with an agenda. So I'll try to
and that's why I avoided it, because I don't mean it as a bad thing. I think it's a perfectly fine thing. I think everybody here has an agenda, whether they know it or not.
Absolutely. And I know mine, but I don't want other people to know it necessarily.
That's
it's
fair
not
enough.
bad. It's not bad.
Yeah. No, I totally approve. I approve on all fronts.
And I want other people to know my agenda because they're kind of stupid. They won't catch up otherwise.
Which is what?
Oh, I'm training myself in mind control. So
I thought you were trying to get chicks.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No,
yeah, you don't need mind control to get chicks.
Well, I do. I'm not Chad.
And I was gonna say, I'm glad you brought that up, because I meant to tell you, you should fake it till you make it and stop repeating that mantra. You repeat that mantra to yourself, and it's not helping you.
That's not my mantra. I have my mantra written down.
Well, I've heard you repeat it enough times to consider it working like a mantra.
No, that's not my mantra. I have it.
No, it does. You don't have to determine the mantra. If you sing the lyrics to your favorite song every day on the way to work, that's your mantra, whether you recognize it as such or not.
My mantra is
I've heard you say a lot of times that you're not a Chad and you're not good with women. You need to stop repeating that.
I didn't say I'm not good with women. I just said I'm not Chad. I just use mind control. So my mantra is speed.
Are you intentionally misunderstanding me, or?
I understand what you're trying to say. I'm just saying you're wrong.
Okay.
Never wrong. Perhaps mistaken. Perhaps.
No, I guess I'm just Hank. Hank knows everything except for how to get chicks.
I just did chick between the panels, so.
Is that true, Hank? You don't know how to get a chick?
I quit.
I just did one yesterday.
You did a chick?
Yes.
Did you pay her?
Yes.
Okay.
And she leaves me alone.
That's true.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Dennis's agenda is to teach people that they only have 70 to 100 years to figure out thousands of years of knowledge. Why do we have to figure out? Why do we need to figure out the knowledge?
What the fuck?
What's wrong?
I was talking to the chat.
Yeah. What's wrong, Died?
Oh, I was just wondering what that comment was. It didn't make any sense.
Which one?
The one that Flo just read.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I like to
something
just see
about coming up with technology or something quickly.
Yeah,
hey guys, I'm getting close to wrapping up. I'm gonna drop everyone down except for Sterling though, because he's been getting talked over all night. So thank you all for coming up. Let's see you next time.
I don't know, man. My agenda is just to see what other people are talking about and ask questions and teach myself to not make the mistakes that I feel like I see other people making on some of these panels.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just to get better in every way, and that doesn't mean smarter or like proving my theories and shouting people down and proving them wrong or changing anybody's mind. You know what I mean? I'm just just sharpening your.
Just trying to improve.
Yeah.
What are some of the things some of the mistakes you think that you see people making on panels? Just
there's one that's overwhelmingly the number one issue in my mind is that people are out here making way too many claims, and they don't consider the burden of proof, and they really haven't examined why they're convinced of all the bullshit that they're convinced of. And I don't even think they notice how many claims they make. And if you let certain people talk, they'll make one claim after the next, after the next, after the next, because God forbid you stop them and they have to like substantiate it or back it up, you know? And if you do ask these people like, where's the evidence for that? What they'll do is like, okay, but you tell me first. And then they'll ask you a question, and it's a big old waste of time, really, to try to change anybody's mind or claim that you know something. That's another one that goes hand in hand with that. Like, I try not to make claims of knowledge. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? I mean, I think so, but maybe not. Go ahead, Nix.
Well, I'm not sure.
You're saying you try not to say things you don't know about.
I try to make zero claims of knowledge that I know.
Oh, you claim not to know anything for a fact at all.
Yes.
Or you try to avoid those.
Yes. Because it's arrogant.
But there are some things that you can know.
All right.
Do you agree?
No.
Okay.
No, and even if I did, I would try to refrain from claiming that I know it. Just for my own personal benefit, I would like to leave a little bit of room for something maybe I didn't consider, you know.
So let me ask you this then. Do you ever do the thing that I just did? I make claims a lot of times as sort of a challenge, an idea challenge. You do that?
I usually form it as a question, you know, which you may have actually. I can't quite recall.
I just said there are certain things you can know, and I said it as a statement to kind of provoke out a pushback if you disagreed. Even though I meant it as a question. Really, what I wanted to know is if you agree with that.
Right, but I would have probably said, "Do you agree? Would you agree?" And I don't want to put words in your mouth. I like to phrase things like that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you agree that there are some things that we could know? And then I would have asked for examples of them, you know. And then you get into the whole epistemology of it. Well, how confident are you from 0 to 100 that you know that thing and that it's true? And what's the best piece of evidence that convince you? I know it's weird. I know it's weird, but it really fascinates me, like what some people will consider what they know and what convinced them of it and what is compelling evidence. I don't know. It's just, I'm just weird. Like, I've never told anybody that, but yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
It seems to me that it's people doing tribalism. Do you think that's it? It seems like, let me rephrase that better. It seems to me like people find, if we're talking about politics, it's easy. Their claims will fall in line with their tribe. If we're talking about something cultural, they're going to go with the tribal line. It seems to me that people's opinions or what they know, or put at least what they're solid enough to put forward as a statement of fact, is in fact typically an allegiance to some sort of identity they've aligned with.
Right. Sort of. Right. Yes. But then, and if we can agree, that it shouldn't be aligned with your identity, then what should it be aligned with? And then how do you determine, like if you said it should be aligned with the one true reality, then how do we test to make, you know, and so, yeah. So whether it's, one thing I hear people say is, oh, it's my discernment, you know, or I take it on faith. And it can be used for religion, just like you said, religion, politics, any claim that you make you should be ready to substantiate it.
It is funny that I've noticed also that people will, they will stand way harder on their faiths than on their knowledge.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Because I think that it might be because deep down they're a little insecure about it. Because faith,
that makes sense.
Because faith is the reason that you give when you don't have compelling evidence. Because if you had compelling evidence and someone asked you why you believe it, you would just present the evidence. You wouldn't say, oh, I'll just take it on faith. It's a cop-out. It's lazy. And so they haven't quite registered that, and you start scratching at that surface, and they don't really want to dig deep and realize that maybe
they don't want to have to look at the evidence or they don't want to have to substantiate it, because if they do, it'll unravel.
Yeah. Perhaps.
Or at least they're not confident it won't unravel, and then the paradigm would change.
Yeah. That's it. That's everything. Yeah. That's right. That's it. Yeah.
I am. So the reason that I don't know if there's a reason aside from intellectual integrity that you avoid making statements of fact in a challenging way, like I do. If you avoid phrasing them that way, I intentionally phrase them that way because people, I think it gets people are more engaged in correcting wrongness. If I really wanted to milk this channel and try to make money off of it, I would come up here and I would find a hot topic and I would make a strong statement on one side or the other. I would say all gays should be illegal to be gay. Right. And then I would let people battle it out and stuff like that. And I'd have the fee schedule to pay people off panel. That's why I phrase questions as claims a lot of the time. Is there a reason why you don't?
Yeah, it's because even if like you're doing it as an act, or to elicit some sort of response, I can't allow myself to set myself up for, well then well then you tell me why it's not. Because you know what I mean? Like, and that's what happens. They don't want to substantiate theirs. They're going to flip it on you real quick. So I want to be able to say, oh, I didn't say that it's not. You said that it was. I'm just asking for the evidence,
Right.
I don't want to have to substantiate some shit, especially some shit that I don't agree with.
That you don't believe?
Yeah, because they're like, oh, okay, yeah, then you don't have the evidence either. And so I don't have to provide mine. Like, people get real petty about that shit.
Yeah. I mean, it can be an annoying question, and a lot of people do start doing the substantiation request as a tactic.
For what?
For blocking the claims from moving forward. Like if you can't say a sentence without having to provide three peer-reviewed sources for it, it bogs down the conversation.
I don't need that.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard that out of you, but some people do that.
Yeah. But at the same time, no, I'll meet you halfway. But at the same time, your personal experience or your discernment ain't gonna cut it. And I might not let you know that. I might not let you know that it didn't cut it. I might just want to hear you say it.
Yeah, no, I get it. People's discernment is just not. You can't trust it.
A lot of people do.
And actually, especially in the typology community, I noticed, because it is subjective, and because if you get the jargon down, you can fake it pretty well. That a lot of people in the Discord groups and stuff, like a lot of newbies would go in and to a Discord group or whatever, and they'd have a whole bunch of other people who didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, but understood the jargon enough to sling it around, giving them bad information. And C.S. Joseph, the guy whose video I played, or I was mocking a minute ago, he's definitely one of them who took advantage of that component in people to a big degree.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. People will listen to that guy, especially like uninterrupted, like with no pushback, and people could say, this guy knows what he's talking about. Wow, he seems to know what he's talking about, this guy. Yeah, so I want to push back on all that.
Okay. Thank you, Notch. I was just about, Notch, that was good shit. I was just about to ask for that link, and there you are.
What link is that?
Oh, a link to, Resto, I got a $20 super chat for after I end the stream. You know what a room rate is?
Sure.
Is sure a yes or a not really, but keep talking?
Sure, yeah, like you and the whole crew goes
okay, yeah. So I'm going to room raid one of his buddies' streams after this ends.
Nice.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that I had down the right.
Hey, well, thanks for having me, man. Thanks for asking those questions too. That was fun. No one's ever, kind of dug into that. That was fun for me.
Yeah, no, glad to. And I'm sorry you got, we're talking over a little bit earlier, but I wanted to hear what you had to say, and I know you've been back a couple times. So.
I was just lost. I was just kind of like confused, but yeah, thanks for having me. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right, be good, man. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Un momento, por favor. I'm gonna give me just a second, and before I wrap up, if there's any comments, questions, anything in the chat that I missed, now would be a good time to put it back in the chat, and I will hit those once I get off of this other tab. There we go. That was fucking hard to find, that dude's stream. It wasn't coming up in the comments when I searched it. Gotcha. Thank you. Mucha thank you. Thank you for coming up. Come back again. I don't know what we're doing here. That's some sort of math shit that's above my pay grade. Learned loads. Loads. All right. Looks like some people are ready for the raid. All right. Before we raid, thank you for watching. If you haven't hit the like button before I throw you out. So right now, if you're not subscribed, do it. If you're not a member, it's $1. Consider that shit. It's worth it. If you haven't seen, there is merch now. I'll drop a link in the comment section after the video because I forgot to put it up somewhere. And let's raid.